Is this thing on? Hello? Hello, hello. So this is the what are we going to do string. And I put a link in the description for anybody that wants to join in a conversation about what we're going to do. Because, well, there's a lot of things that have happened since March 15th of 2020. And there's a lot more on the table. And I want to get a sense of where people are at with their understandings and what their plans are. Because I'm not entirely convinced there's a lot of people out there, I don't know how you'd say it, that take it very seriously, that things are going to profoundly change. It's just chatter they keep hearing in their ear. They've never seen it. See, we have 4 generations on the planet that have, well, with the exception of some of the Europeans in the Eastern Bloc, of the Western world who have gotten soft. And they don't understand the history, therefore they don't recognize what they're seeing. They don't know the implications of it. And because of what's been done to their minds, their egos are in such a state that they won't listen to those of us that actually know. It's a shame. Therefore, those of us that actually know just get to sit here, through the little hole and watch the slow motion train wreck as America, Canada, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, the entirety of the Western world gets pulled apart from within while we all stood around stupid. While the old heads were telling you motherfuckers the true gravity of what's going on. Everybody wanted to sit around like Truman's Show and be entertained. There's going to come a point where, and so there's a link in the description. And if you're not banned on my channel, you can probably join here. With what we're seeing in Ukraine, that whole Russia thing and the brutality that we're seeing there. And if you think about who's really got roots there, and if you think about the brutality that we're seeing over in Palestine, they're showing you. There's not enough people on this planet that truly understand communism. There's not enough people upon this earth that truly understand the meat grinder that it becomes. And whilst the subversion has been ever present for the last 50, 60, 70 fucking years, and it's just gone parabolic in the last decade or two, you can't get the herd to see the gravity of the position that we're in. I was driving down the road the other day. There was a woman driving down the road with a fucking mask on her face. And I'm just like, oh my God. On the daily, I feel like I woke up in somebody else's nightmare. Because the true reality of what's going on is too easy to see. And those of us that have seen it for as long as, for instance, I have. I mean, I did a video February 25th of 2020 over on my BitChute channel, telling people what this was going to be, telling people closest thing I could ever say I've ever done. And it's not because to prophesy what they were going to do. Wasn't that though. I just logically could read the fucking writing on the wall because I don't struggle to perceive objective reality for what the fuck it actually is. Anyway, short of being in the face of a willful deceiver, that'll push anybody to their limit. So look at everything out there, the absurdities, the absolute cringeworthy absurdities, all up in your faces. You think people my age and older are going to bear the burden of getting off our asses to change that? Half of us can't. The other half of us are fucking neutralized. Look at the millennials generation. No offense. Look at the Z-Gen. We have no fucking resistance. 4 years. No resistance. 4 fucking years. Farmers over in Europe, which is an interesting thing how people don't recognize the repeating patterns of the past because, oh yeah, back during the Bolshevik days and back during, the whole Weimar thing. Yeah, they were going after the farmers. It's repeating in front of our faces, in front of an ignorant population who doesn't recognize what the fuck they're seeing. So maybe we're not going to do anything except sit back and slowly watch as our fluoridated, docile minds have no idea what to do. As I have been thinking, analyzing, contemplating the human condition as evidenced by what we've been seeing or haven't been seeing, I've been thinking on the concept of the adult child. I've been thinking on and contemplating the concept of the emotionally underdeveloped. And then listening to other people who are really skilled and knowledgeable in these things and trying to put this thing together in my head as to what we're seeing and the absurdity of it in that we're not seeing men across the world getting up and doing anything. That's unprecedented in human history, right? You think? I kind of think so. Especially because of who we are. Yeah. Is anybody going to join? I'm hoping to have an open dialogue about the nature of where we're at. If anybody thinks we're going to do anything, basically, that's what it boils down to. Excuse me. So, yeah, this is, somewhat of a litmus test too, to see, how many people actually have anything to say, anything to add. As far as like what we're going to do. I'm not putting any big monumental ideas on the table other than what I've been saying for the past 5 years. We've got to get off our fucking asses. Which is something no one seems to be interested in doing because what was it? Ned Beatty? I forget the actor's name in the movie Network. He says, all boredom's amused, all anxieties tranquilized. And I think everybody's fucking tranquilized, underdeveloped, immature, uneducated, unread, unlearned, unbegun. Therefore, they don't have the eyes to see. And their egos are so overinflated and fragile that when us grown-ups that know what's going on actually point out the harsh nature of the condition they're in and suggest that they might do something about it because the rest of us have to suffer because of the condition that they're in. Those egos get bruised and they get butthurt and they don't like being told the unfortunate reality of their condition because it's that condition across the entirety of the Western world that has prevented men from coming together, getting off their asses, banding together, or showing anything in the grander cosmic community that men still have balls. No, I think men have been neutered, and women, what they've become, paving the way for their men to be fucking neutered. So what are we going to do? Sit around and hold our dicks while we watch these motherfuckers tear apart our country from within, while we watch them march them across our borders. I sometimes struggle for the words, because if I'm a 10th grade dropout and I can figure this shit the fuck out, what the fuck does that say about the rest of the world? Mind you, I woke up 20 years ago and started educating the shit out of myself autodidactically. So I'm not just your average fucking idiot. I'm not an idiot at all, despite my flaws and mistakes. But if somebody who didn't graduate 10th grade, like I literally didn't complete the 10th grade, through his own efforts can get himself to a level that's able to fucking discern all this shit, what the fuck does it say about the rest of the people out there that have college degrees and big fancy fucking jobs? Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. Hang on a second. These people, they're like parasites. This Bex chick, they're like parasites. Unfucking real. Just like, fuck. We're such opposite polarities. There's just never the twain shall meet. You should, I've told you before, woman, don't you ever think you're going to speak a word to me, you filthy fucking creature. Anyway, it's like, why? It'd be like if you came over to my house. Do you think I would fucking greet you, you ignorant fools? Bex was sitting there in my comments section. And to anybody that's watching that actually has a fucking couple of brain cells and rubs it together. Anyway, won't mention another word about that shit because it's just ridiculous. So, while I don't care for the guy because I think he's a high-level disinformation agent, there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom that's come out of Mark Passio. And I still watch the guy's stuff. He knows what he's talking about in a lot of respects. And I always watch where he veers away from telling who the real people are, who the real troublemakers are. Our little friends that, Bob, those guys that like to do the little bobbing thing, our little tiny hat friends. That's why I don't like that fucker. What's my point? He's been complaining that for 15, 17 years, he's been teaching. He's been putting out nutrient-dense information. I owe a lot of what it is that I know, and through my own efforts to awaken myself and educate, found a guy like that who was, it seems like, selflessly putting out an awful lot of fucking information for the betterment of any of us morons that would go and actually consume it and then do something with it. And I happen to be one of those morons that was in a state of needing to get out of my moronic fucking state and try and step into something that was more than I was fucking fated for, so to speak. His level of disgust at how little change, if any, he actually sees in the fucking world because of his efforts. I understand now. I get it. Because when I look at over on BitChute, I got over 1,000 subscribers, and I put up those 3 videos that I recently did showing you the schematics of Know Thyself and the higher faculties and all that stuff. It's like, you people aren't even interested. Whoa. Over there, they're not getting a lot of views. And it's not an issue of my ego. It has nothing to do with that. It really breaks my heart that humans aren't interested in this stuff, because their lack of understanding of this stuff is what helps keep them at that level. It is what it is. I think I'm way ahead of a lot of people. I don't know who you are. Stop the cycle. If it turns out you're somebody that's, what's his name, I will just kick you on out of here. But if you're a good boy or a good girl, we'll be good. So anyway,
hey,
it's a
what's up?
It's a risk having people that you don't know. So anyway, what's up? Who are you? What's up?
What's up? I'm just another person just trying to figure out what the hell is going on, just like you.
No, I know what's going on. I'm not trying to figure out what's going on. I know
No, I
what's
mean
going on.
that's in like how to like escape this matrix and whatnot.
Well, escaping the matrix doesn't happen until you die, if it's going to happen at all. So since you're not dead and since I'm not dead and nobody else that's listening is dead and nobody else out there in the world is dead, what the fuck
That
are
we
we going
know
to
of.
do? Well,
There are
no.
a lot of soulless people out there.
Well, what I'm saying is, what the fuck are we going to do? There's a lot of problems to deal with, considering the thing in the world. And then those of us that have a spirit and a soul, those of us that aren't like them, what do we do to change that aspect of our fucking world? Or do we just accept it and then what? Try to adapt and let these fucking vile, rancid pieces of filth that are what they are, that are running the world and all their little minions steadily erode us through their ever present and consistent, like Bex, like that thing that was just in my uh, channel, just ever present. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if I see fucking douchebag show up just because they're ever present.
Yeah.
They won't stop until you deal with them. And through the internet, these people, you can't deal with them because they're insulated through the internet. And in their case, an international border. So whatever. So the thing is,
So TSM is in another country.
yeah, he's over in Canada. He's just
Oh
across the
damn,
border. He's just across the border from Detroit. He's not that far away.
damn.
Anyway, don't bring the conversation over there, please. It's just not even worth.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
It's just not worth it. Um, it just anyway. I'm trying to monologue through or dialogue through the idea of what the fuck are we going to do?
Well, that's what I ask myself
Because
every day. Like I'm not sure. I wake up every day and I'm not sure like what to do while I'm here.
well, where do you live? U.S.,
Uh,
Canada? Where are you at?
no, I'm in the Caribbean.
Well, when you think of the model that's at least shown to us with the American Revolution, you had farmers and blacksmiths and people who never thought that they were going to go do what it is that they did, talking amongst themselves and realizing the position that they were in. We haven't even gotten there. I'm trying to be one of those people that's trying to have we need to have a conversation. If you were to go back to both of my old BitChute channels, The Rebellious Meat Puppet, and not that I'm suggesting you listen to every word I said, but go through those videos, you'll see me talking about this 5 years ago. It's just now we're at a point where it's like the absurdity is so great. I'm going to just put it out into the collective. Has anybody put any thought into what we're going to do, or is everybody just going to be
Yeah,
a bunch of fucking like dumb, ignorant fools and just stand around while these assholes eviscerate us from within? It's just like this is
yeah.
the absurdity of this. At what point do like grown men that want to be considered men, want to be looked at as men, revered as men, respected as men, start fucking acting like it and getting off their asses in collective numbers and at least
Well, that's the
making it look
problem.
like
Is that
the fuck what these assholes are doing to our world? Sorry, go ahead.
no? I was just gonna say that like that's the problem is that a lot of people like have just accepted the system as it is and they don't want to fight it. They think the system like is for them and works for them, and thus they don't really have any motivation to get up and fight.
I think unfortunately, I hate to say this because I don't want this to be true. I think that something cataclysmic or it could be man induced. It's going to have to happen to drive those that are left that survive this thing into a state of pain that the collective of humanity hasn't experienced in a long, 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 long time. That will start
Yeah,
to breed motivation. Short of that, with everybody being comfortable, and they want to keep everybody comfortable. The more comfortable they can keep you without completely pushing people over the edge, the more they've got control of the whole thing, and they can slowly, like fucking Play-Doh or a potter's clay, start to mold it into whatever direction. So
yeah,
they keep you um, tranquilized, entertained, fucking it, not you. I'm just people out there in the collective,
yeah.
emotionally all fucked up and underdeveloped. It's not. I'm not saying it's their fault, but fuck, man, when you recognize that this is possibly a problem and somebody that's not in that condition is pointing it out. See, when I was listening to Mark Passio, there were plenty of times where that guy, he's a condemning bastard, that guy. He really is. And I get it. It's his style. I understand. I get why. But fuck, man, when he would do that, I shit you not, I would look at myself. I would analyze myself. And if it applied, I would then internalize it and try to make adjustments in whatever it was. And I started following that guy's stuff like 12, 13 years ago. And he's been, you're all immoral or whatever the fuck it was he was saying. And I literally took that shit to heart because I felt it trigger something in me. This is, I'm a human being that was on my own path of inner evolution and evolving myself. And most people aren't that. They're just get up, go to work and fucking graze and they don't have any inner compulsion for these things. So I don't know. I don't fucking.
Yeah. Yeah, it blows my mind too that, like a lot of people out there they just accept the system that they were indoctrinated into, they don't ask any questions. They, like you said, they go to work or they go to school and they do whatever, and they come home and they eat, watch some TV, and they just repeat the cycle and they don't ever question anything.
Hang on one second.
Yeah.
Who the people are just stupid. The shit that's showing up in comments. No, it's like there's something to be said when an enemy delays the inevitability of what they're going to do for such a long time that it's so psychologically corrosive and tormenting to their victim. And whether people consciously know it or not, or subconsciously they're aware of it, I think there's some measure of that going on where everybody can see everything's turning to shit. And internally they know what the fuck that actually means. But since they still have a job and they can make those payments.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. When you have a family and you do the American dream or European dream or whatever dream it is of having a family and a wife, and husband and kids and like that whole thing, that's where they get you. Because now you got to get on the hamster wheel to provide that fucking stable life. And once you have the kids, you're on the hook for that shit. If you're actually a moral human being, you're on the hook for that shit. Therefore, once you have kids, it takes most people out of the fight.
Yeah.
And it's not a negative, meaning they're doing what humans have always done. It's just when you look at the world, the place that it puts those parents in, and the fact that they can't raise their head up from that mode of being mom, being dad, going to work, paying the bills, keeping the house stable, keeping the kids happy, blah, 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 enough to pay attention. And if you did start paying attention, it might start changing your mind. And I mean, because the reason I'm doing this, what are we going to do stream, is because we are quite literally, it's not conjecture. It's not just what I think. Do you know what a lawn dart is? We used to have them in the 70s and the 80s. Big ass darts. These big ass darts that weighed like a pound or something that had a non-pointy point. Then you threw them. It had fins like a dart, but just really big. And you throw them outside, like chucking bean bags or some shit like that. Well, lawn darts. Well, you throw a lawn dart up and it goes up and it takes this big trajectory and it just kind of noses down and goes and just sinks right into the ground. We're on a lawn dart trajectory in the entirety of the Western world. And I'm going to argue that 85% of the men in the Western world quite literally haven't figured this out. I don't understand how men that have families and things to lose beyond any measure that I have, with no home, no family, no wife, no kids, no progeny, no nothing. They have so much more to lose than I do. And they're just sitting around on their fucking asses. What the fuck, man? And no one apparently cares. No one cares about their fucking kids enough to go and do anything. Once upon a time, the people that fought the Revolutionary War, one of the reasons why they did it, because they actually gave a fuck about their kids and the world that was the country that their kids were going to inherit. It was far more than being just about, look at what these redcoats are doing. We have to kick their ass because they're taxing the hell out of us. So it was all of that on top of what they saw when they looked forward of what the future was going to be if they didn't act in the way that they did. Well, what do you think the future of the country that we're in now the world that we're in now, let's look at, if you're in the Caribbean, what the frick do you think the reality of the world that we're on the trajectory towards, with all the things, what do you think that's going to look like? And why the fuck doesn't anybody accept that that's the trajectory we're on, and say, I don't think I want to grow up in that world. I don't think I want my kids to grow up in that world. I don't think I want to live in that fucking world, and actually get off your fucking asses. But I mean,
Yeah.
with all the
Well,
problems,
it goes back to like one of your previous videos, where you said that one of the ways the Matrix gets you is through how it programmed us to be, socially dependent animals, and creatures, such that like it made us like very relationship dependent, such that
but that's just
it
the
will
nature
make.
of the species. It's not the Matrix that did that. That's the nature of the species we are. Because when you start tracing it all the way back to our humble beginnings, tribes and
Yeah.
collective safety, family units, community units, it's just grown from those humble beginnings. Um, what we're dealing with now is something that on every single level of our existence, you can look at it and find corrosive, caustic substances that are designed to destroy the community of
Yeah.
the respective population. And when
Yeah.
you
Well, you see it in
realize that,
LA, right?
when you
Don't they say
all over,
Yeah,
all
don't they
over,
say like they're literally like a lot of the agenda is to push like a lot of drugs into, certain communities so that people end up becoming
that's been
addicted to
happening,
them, and it's causing like homelessness and all these other issues.
right? Oh,
Yeah.
it is a asymmetric assault on our culture, on our youth, on our societies, on our fucking minds and perceptions of the very reality that we live in. And it's so bad that they've got absolute control, and this isn't even their country. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you know who I'm talking about when I say they, that's are you awake to that? Are you familiar with the JQ?
The JQ?
Yeah, the Jew question.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a big
I
deal,
just never
man.
heard it put like that. Yeah.
Well, it's a really big deal. If you, I don't know to what degree, there's a lot to learn about that. You go on BitChute, and you will educate yourself to the degree that you're willing to put in the time and effort to truly understand who and what these people are, what their history is, what they've done upon the whole of the earth. And the fact that as they've done it, they've literally mind fucked the entirety of the population to see them as the fucking chosen people. And it's just, it's sickening.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
absurd.
right. I think I think I watched a video recently where it said like this plan has been in motion for like thousands of years, to try and like enslave humanity under a one world government.
Well, if there's a multi-thousand year plan, I'm not familiar with that one. I just know about the one that traces back to 1666 and the Rothschilds and
Yeah, sorry, well, yeah, a few hundred years. Sorry, yeah,
the whole concept of this Illuminati thing and then the Marxist thing, and you just start combining all this shit together. You start looking at like all these secret societies, like this monstrosity that controls the earth, that is completely fucking evil, suffers no consequences for what it does. And any of us that are here that are good, we actually have no fucking spiritual support. And I
yeah,
continuously challenge people to point out where you can see any evidence in history where humanity has gotten any type of scale balancing support from Team Lightside in whatever capacity humans cognize that actually exists. Where the
yeah,
fuck is the evidence
exactly.
of it? That's the problem, man. And it's a really big deal. It's kind of a really big deal. It's a big component of our fucking perception of reality and how we got here. This concept of Team Lightside, good versus evil, God versus the devil. This breeds the concept of quote unquote Team Lightside that exists in a spiritual realm beyond this. And as more of this proverbial meat grinder unfolds, whether it was the meat grinder of the 20th century through Bolshevism, communism as it spread upon the earth, or in the 20th century as the mass attempt to reduce the population that started in 2020. We're looking at species altering events that are
Yeah.
being done by people who know more about humans than humans know about themselves. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
if there's good humans that are simply going to be victimized because they lack the understanding of themselves in a way that's necessary for them to protect themselves against the mind psyop that's been going on. Well, and then someone like myself has been out there trying to tell people about all these non-physical components that the entirety of the beast system is effectively going after. And until we understand the disconnect between the physical and non-physical and realize how every mechanism of the beast system in one way or another is going after mind, emotions, psychology, sexuality, beliefs, perceptions, anything that's non-physical that actually matters, that needs to develop, be cultivated, mature, and even be strengthened. This is the stuff they're going after, and they're doing it when they start when we're young. They do it
Yeah.
literally to entire generations. This is the reference to what they did to the boomers versus what they did to the X-Gen versus what they did to the millennials versus what they did to the Z-Gen. And when you're old enough and you've got enough gray in your beard like I do, you can look back at the boomers with this understanding and say, oh shit, yeah, I see what they did culturally with feminism and the hippie movement and all the stuff they did there. I can see aspects of what they did to my own generation. I can clearly see what they did to the millennials. Some millennials even come out and talk about what they did to the millennials. And the Z-Gens, fuck man, even millennials are able to see what's going on with the Z-Gen. So we're all able to see these respective changes or differences in the generational transitions that are
Yeah.
degradation. And then when those of us that are older are trying to get through to those of you that are younger and say, hey, we need to do something about this because then it's like, yeah, you're old and fuck you and your ideas are outdated or whatever. The egos get triggered.
No, well, I'm Gen Z, and I do listen to you guys.
If you don't listen to those people who have come before you that you can tell actually have a measure of wisdom, you're going to be bumping around in the darkness.
Yeah, what I think
It's
it is
just,
that like a lot of younger people they don't trust a lot of older people from older generations because they feel like a lot of them failed them and lied and misguided them. I feel like so that's why they kind of lump everyone in the older generations together as being
and,
untrustworthy.
and that is folly. That is
Yeah.
folly. And that is because that is ignorance that fails to recognize that even though there is exactly what you said, couldn't even take that off the table. There's plenty of people within the respective generations that are not that have the wisdom that if you just take it could help you to that kind of shit. The same way the Native Americans used to pass down, or any other tribal communities, even Europeans and Aboriginals over in Australia and all that shit, mouth to ear, mouth to ear, mouth to ear. And the elders were always respected as the ones that had the wisdom and the knowledge because they, all that stuff. It's like that whole model that literally sustained us for however many thousands of years is completely broken down to the point where rather than humble children that are curious and eager, not that you're a child, I'm just people in the younger ones, that are eager to learn and respect the wisdom of their elders. And I'm not saying every person that's older is wise. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying in the context
Yeah.
where you have those that are that and deemed so by the younger minds, it's just, whoa. If something isn't done that's profound, this is going to really end in a slow motion train wreck for humanity. And unfortunately, nothing's going to happen. Think about all the people that are already gone and lost to us, damaged, that just had a belief and weren't bad people. They weren't bad people. They believed in their government. This is what they were conditioned and indoctrinated to believe. And because of those beliefs, I'm just like, anyway,
Yeah.
so coming back to the point, getting away from more of the esoteric is of like the spiritual stuff or anything, is more an issue of seriously, all of this getting out of the matrix stuff has no bearing on the actual experience reality that we live every day and what these fucking assholes are doing upon the whole of the earth. You're in the Caribbean, so you might be spared from a lot of the crazy shit, at least up front, but who the fuck knows?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Who the fuck knows? Us up here in America, we've been so demonized because the demon rats that have been running our country and using our fucking war machine as its battering ram. The rest of the world has been conditioned to believe that this is like the will of Americans and this is what Americans do and all this other shit. And we've been completely fucking demonized and then our government has gone completely rogue and they're doing, I mean, it's like, I don't know, the movie Superman or Spider-Man. If you've ever seen either one of those where you get the rogue version of the superhero in a weird sort of
Venom.
way.
Yeah.
No, the rogue version of Superman, where he literally turned dark and was like destroying things and hurting people. It's like what our government has done. It's like they've completely and totally turned on us to the point where, dude, they've opened up our borders, man. I mean, this is unheard of. It's unprecedented. And it's going to go down in history as the most embarrassing fucking thing that Europeans have probably ever experienced ever, because this is fucking embarrassing. So, being Caribbean.
Yeah, another thing I heard that they do is they poison like a lot of the water and food and stuff.
Water, food, air, GMOs, chemtrails, and fluoridation. All the things that they say you're not supposed to talk about and algorithms flag you for because it's misinformation or medical disinformation or this, that, or the other, because you're simply having a conversation about true fucking reality and some of the conspiracies that are actually real, that are actually taking place, that are actually unfolding, that most people don't fucking believe as they continue to drink fucking tap water. Whatever. Did you know how
the Tyson, I think, company or whatever came out recently and said that they dumped like millions of tons of like poison into the waterways in certain parts of America, I think.
Oh, dude, these fucking major corporations are, I mean, they're responsible for poisoning waterways in so many ways. Atrazine, like Alex Jones is known for, everybody makes fun of him for talking about making the frogs gay. Well, the way they're making the frogs gay is through toxic waste and atrazine being put into waterways where frogs are, and the atrazine is causing this morph thing that's taking place, and it's literally changing the gender of the frogs because of the way it's happening. Yeah, it's like real shit. Wow. Atrazine is some nasty, nasty shit. And there's just so many other chemicals. And when you start looking into what they're doing in front of our faces, like think about it. The company Monsanto I don't think they exist anymore. It's been bought by Bayer, I think. But I'm not sure if the company still exists and is just owned by Bayer, if it's now called Bayer. The food czar for the, well, let me rephrase that. For Monsanto, what happened was their head legal counsel, this guy, Michael Whitehead or Whiteside, or I forget his name. I could be wrong with that name. I forget what this guy's name was, but he was like one of their legal counsel. He steps down from Monsanto. He goes to work and becomes the food czar for the FDA in America. Paves the way for Monsanto to do everything they're fucking doing. And clearly there's no conflict of interest there now, is there? You see what I'm saying? He spends 4 years, I think. He spends 4 years after he left Monsanto over at the FDA, steps down from the FDA after 4 years. Where does he go? He goes back to Monsanto. Yeah.
Wow.
And works for them for another handful of years. And then you can't make this shit up. He steps down from there and goes back to work for the FDA again. Yeah.
Wow.
And our food system is what he was working on the entire time. So and then when you start realizing I've heard people say that because of what they're doing with the chemtrails and the way they're changing the pH of the soil, and the way that they're doing what they're doing, these companies are genetically modifying seeds that are going to be capable of growing in these lower pH type soils. Which is really, I don't know if it's true. I just heard that. It made sense. I'm like, yeah, that is something the devil would fucking do. And these people think like the devil, man. You want to understand what they're doing? You want to look, you see something that's all crazy, you would just recognize, look at it from a perspective of what would the devil do? How would the devil do it? And you're probably watching. You're probably looking at it. If it's making you cringe, yep, probably like that. But they completely, it started off with like 8 or 9 crops. And, like back in 2010, I was actually doing a little activism relevant to making labeling a thing just so people knew, you're never going to stop the industry because it's funded by quadrillions of dollars, but you can at least get some labels so people can make an informed choice. Nope. That even got batted down with 1.2 million fucking signatures to say, yep, we want labeling. And from that point on, I think the amount of crops has moved into like apples and tomato or potatoes and a few other things, man. And they don't label it that well. Yeah, really. This is happening all over the world. It's happened over in India. I talked to a couple of people in India that tell me that shit that I hear in videos on the internet about what's going on over there with their farmers and these companies. I talked to a handful of
Yeah,
Indians.
a lot of farmers in India are committing suicide.
Right. This is what the, and you got an entire planet of people. They're standing there watching while our food is being attacked right in front of our faces. Fucking videos and news and information coming out all over the fucking world. It's not motivating men to get off their fucking ass. Well, what are you going to do when the food's gone? Oh, cannibalism, shit like that. What are people going to do when there's no food?
Well, yeah, in a lot of places, are actually practicing that nowadays.
What happened in the Holodomor? What happened in the Holodomor? Do you know what the Holodomor was? There were 10 million Ukrainians starved out in the Holodomor. 10 million starved the fuck out in the 1920s, or was it late teens? I'd have to look that one up. But that was the great Ukrainian famine. 10 million or thereabouts. Could be a little less, could be a little more, depending on the statistics you take in. Yeah, man. And who was at the roots of all of that? Same people as are at the roots of all this. And you can't get these fucking dumbasses to recognize who the fucking enemy of mankind is. Like, it's just like, they don't see, because they don't, I mean, they don't care. They don't care if you're white, black, green, or purple. They don't care if you're man or woman. They don't care who you are. Look at what they do to children, whether it's directly or indirectly. Their willful efforts to go after their minds, to impress upon their minds, their beliefs, their perceptions. That's not their domain. They have no right to do that. And they're poisoning the minds of developing children, and they're crossing generational boundaries with the poisons and bullshit they're putting into the minds of people. They're crossing generational boundaries with this shit. They're doing it in front of our faces. They're even writing books about what they do. And then they put that shit out there, knowing that most of the fucking herd animals won't even fucking read it. Yep.
Yeah, I saw a video on that where someone was making a video about the One World Order, and he said, yeah, like they've been writing like books about it for years and years, and they literally said in one of the books that they're not scared to publish it because they know the American public doesn't read.
It's not even the American public, the European public, the Australian public,
the
fucking, it doesn't, Canadian public. They've made these books public. There's a book out there by the name of, what is it called? Conspirators Hierarchy, the Committee of 300. If you do a Google search for that book, it'll show up the first or second link as a book that's on the CIA's website, because the CIA has they have a public part of their website. They call it their library, and they've made lots of books that they have about certain things available to the public. This one happens to be part of it. And it wasn't, I mean, that's the quickest place you'll find it on the internet. You'll find it in other places. You'll find the hard copy of it on Amazon and shit like that. But that book, that book's been out, and it was written by an American, but it was about who these people are. The Committee of 300 run the fucking world. They control Europe, Canada, America, South America, all of it, even into fucking China. We think China's independent. No, they've got, no, they're not. They've got a central banking system that ties in over there as well. And all the central banks tie back to one people upon the fucking earth that was told to us in Deuteronomy 15:6. It's right there. It's right there.
Wow.
And when you drill, do you know what, are you Christian? I'm not.
No, but I used to be.
Do you ever look up Deuteronomy 15:6?
No, I don't recall.
No, it talks about who will be the lenders. Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah.
Present. Are you on your computer or are you on your phone?
My phone.
All right. I don't know how well this is going to come across. Deuteronomy 15:6. Okay, King James Version, just to get that old school. Yeah, for the Lord thy God blesseth thee, as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend unto many nations. Who are the lenders today? What group of people? Look at this. And then it says, but thou shalt not borrow. No, you shalt not borrow, but thou shalt reign over many nations, and they shall not reign over thee. Think about what's just said there. For the Lord thy God blesseth thee as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend unto many nations. Okay? Like, what the hell would they even put that on their website for? Lend unto many nations, thou shalt not borrow. You know, they don't borrow, do they? And thou shalt, and they don't, when they borrow, lend to each other, they don't have usury, I don't think. And thou shalt reign over many nations. I mean, look at the fuck. What the fuck does that keep popping up for? Who the fuck? These idiots put these things on these fucking websites that are just.
I think it's a copy and paste the text. I think.
Yeah, but my own browser does that. I don't need them giving me tools that get in the fucking way of my text. It's these people that write these websites sometimes are just so fucking stupid. But I'm just older and smarter and have been in tech for a while and understand how this shit works. It's just stupid. Like, everybody's browser can do a right-click, copy, paste. What the fuck they would put tools in there? And again, strangely enough, it's an interesting thing. It's something that Mark Passio fucking has a pet peeve about too. And I've been seeing it for years. The quality. Look at it. They're just like, why would you do that? Everybody else's browser, fucking whatever. Anyway. Just fucking annoying shit. There's always some kind of little fucking annoyance to jump out of the way. But anyway, this is the thing. So these are the people. Think about it. If you control the money if you control the money, you control the lending. If you control the lending, you've got the power. What's the one thing all governments need to operate? Money. Well, where are they going to go? To the people that have the money. Yeah, and then they have control of it.
Yeah, that's why all economies are debt-based economies.
It's that simple. Who is running the fucking world? It's that fucking simple. It's right there. It's right there. And that's the basis upon which they make their claim of being chosen. Well, amongst a few other things. But when they might have gotten some genetic adjustments by these Anunnaki fucks. There's some possibilities that I've considered about who and what these fuckers actually are. But, I mean, think about it, dude. Have you ever seen genocide on TV? You are now when you watch this stuff going on in Palestine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're doing it in front of the entire world.
A lot of people still want to say it's not a genocide, but yeah.
And then think about it. We're the most powerful army, military in the nation, and we're doing nothing. We're just sitting around while these fucking assholes genocide an entire fucking group of people, lie to the entire world. There was an international court in South Africa that convened. Everybody can see what they're doing. There's protests all over the world because of what they're doing, and they're just pulling out their dicks and shaking it in the faces of all of the Gentiles. What are you going to do, meat sacks? Shaking their dicks at everybody. Literally, I know that sounds horrible and crass, but that's effectively what they're doing. What are you going to do about it? And if you're not going to do anything about it, from their perspective, shut up, bitch. Fuck you, and sit back and watch. Like something like that. They're that arrogant. They're that fucking evil. They're literally the children of the goddamn devil. Like in the literal or metaphorical or combine it all together. They're the most fucking vile living creatures to ever walk the fucking earth, short of like the Nephilim themselves, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, but at the end of the day, like you said, it's we give them the power, and we refuse to take it back.
Well, here's the thing. It's true. You can vote yourself into communism, and we've seen that happen all over the world. But you'll either be genocided out of it, or you'll have to shoot your way out of it. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
And communism comes in like some parasitic worm, slowly, imperceptibly, over time, incrementally getting its way up your ass, getting its finger further up your ass, And then before you know it, there's a fist in your ass, and you don't even know how it got there because it was such a slow process. But
Yeah.
now, I know it's crass, but unfortunately, these are the kind of analogies people need to get it driven fucking home. This shit's not going to go back to normal. And I don't think you've been born into a world where you even understand what normal is. How old are you?
24.
Yeah, I don't think you were born just before 9/11 happened, and everything's been sideways, progressively getting more and more sideways since then. That was the catalyst event to begin to change everything upon the whole of the fucking earth, up to and including the way we travel, getting used to being screened and groped and patted down and submissive to the authority and all of the other ridiculous shit that they've been doing. And humans,
yeah, but that was an internal U.S. psyop for sure.
Well, I don't know about a U.S. psyop as much as 9/11. That wasn't the U.S. That wasn't the Saudis either. That was Mossad. That's come out. That's come out.
But didn't they work in cahoots with the U.S. government?
Oh, I'm sure that was the case. Of course, because the Mossad has had their thumb up the ass of the fucking U.S. government and the politicians for decades now. That's what Epstein was all about. That's what all this shit was, man. These fucking assholes are running ops, getting our politicians in compromising positions, getting them on film, and then they own them. Think about it. What do you think I can do to you? What do you think I could do to you if I had you on film doing unspeakable things to a child? Once you had your little fun, and you got your little fill, as you're leaving, you're going to stop by my desk. And I'm going to show you on this big screen behind me video of what you did. And then you and I are going to have a little conversation. And I'm going to frame things for you in a way that makes sense. And you're going to work for me now. Period, paragraph, end of story. You're going to do what the fuck I say, when I say it, the way I say it. And when you're done, you will show up back in front of my desk. And you will clean the underside of my testicles with your tongue every time I tell you to. And literally, if I have video of you doing something like that, I could do that to you. That's the kind of people these motherfuckers are. You understand what I'm saying? That's some real shit. That's what they've done. That's what Epstein was doing for 15, 16 years, 20 years, some shit like that. And then over in Europe, there was a guy by the name of Jimmy Savile, Savile. And he had the
name
word.
Sounds familiar.
He had the name vile in his last name because he was a vile creature. And he was effectively a European version of what Jeffrey Epstein was. And he was operating and rubbing elbows with all those aristocrats over there, getting them all in compromising positions through some sort of sick, twisted, fucking satanic ritual thing, or just some perverted fucking incest, or not incest, I said incest, pedophilic thing, whatever your boat is, they're going to get you on film, they're going to get you on camera. And you just do that over enough years, you systematically take over the world because you've compromised the power players, all because they were already morally bereft and morally corrupted. They were already corrupt. It's just a matter of playing them in the right way to get them in the compromising position. And see, here's the thing. If we got to see the videos, we'd probably pull them all out of their houses and string them up. That's probably what would happen.
Yeah.
And the mob, you couldn't stop the mobs once the mobs saw what their politicians, and they've been doing this with corporate leaders, people who are worth billions that have influence and power. They're the ones they're going after. Think about it.
Yeah. But wasn't there also I remember it was a news story. Huh?
I'm saying I'm more than twice your age, and I'm telling you brutally honest truth. That is exactly what these fuckers have been doing. And that's exactly why. So when you see all of the governments rogue, if you can detect that for yourself and wonder how the fuck did that all happen? Well, this is exactly how it happened. They were all morally bereft anyway. They were all compromised, taken over, and corrupted anyway. They were all already working for the goddamn enemy anyway. But the enemy wanted to take any possibility for them to have fucking free choice or free will to go back to the team light side, so to speak, completely away from them. Therefore, this is what you get. Think about it. The Chinese do things differently than the Africans, who do things differently than the Indians, who do things differently than the South
Yeah.
Americans, that do things differently than the Americans that do. Fuck it. We do things differently in America from the Canadians, and they're our neighbors and predominantly of the same European stock. You see what I'm saying? It's all different.
Yeah.
So much so we have our own laws, we have our own customs, cultures, and all this shit. So you'll never get us all on the same page. How do you think they got 192 of 196 or 100 whatever? Like I think all but like 3 or 4 countries that were like tiny little nothing countries that are just officially countries because they've got a landmass and they put in some paperwork, but they don't have an army, they don't have military, nothing like that. All of the countries in the fucking world did exactly what they were told. How do you think that's possible? There's no way that could be possible if what I just suggested to you about Jimmy Savile and Jeffrey Epstein wasn't actually happening. There's no other means by which they could pull that off, which shows the level of corruption at all of the layers of government. All of the layers of government.
100%, yeah.
Therefore, if that's actually what's going on, what do you think we're going to have to do about it in order to change it? European.
Yeah, exactly. We're up against like a lot of forces. Yeah.
Whether you're European, Caribbean, American, Canadian, Australian, Kiwi, or fucking Indian, for Christ's sakes. Although Indians have been quite regimented to being obedient to their authority figures for kind of a long time, so I don't really see them doing anything to change it. But there's so damn many of them. There's so damn many of them. Maybe they'll have this consciousness thing. Who the fuck? I'm just talking through all the various groups that are going to have. We're all going to have to do it ourselves. There's nobody coming to save us. There's no cloud, no God in a cloud in the sky, no savior, no aliens, and
no one from light side. Yeah.
No spirit forces, no nothing. Therefore, we've been abandoned, left on our own, and if anything's going to change, we literally have to collectively recognize that, come together in such overwhelming force that there's nothing they can do. But here's the thing. Let's just say that happened right now. We were all there. Okay. I think they have so much power, so much money, so much technology, so many weapons, so many weapons. They have access to all the red buttons of the nuclear arsenals upon the earth. Do you think they're just going to let us take it from them?
Nope.
And I think everybody knows that. So we're at like a checkmate. We're at like a checkmate where we're just waiting for them to actually pick up their queen and come over and knock over our king because. Seriously, we don't have a move if we have a neutralized population of males that don't have balls, that are 40 years old, still playing video games, and getting butthurt when you point that out to them. You're still in an age range where if you played video games, I wouldn't have much in the way of criticisms for you because for me, that age range, that cutoff should be 25 maximum. But that's just me, and I'm an opinionated prick, and that's all. Beyond 25, I don't think if you're a man, you should be. Just like, and I'm not religious, but just like the Bible says, there's this thing in the Bible where it's logic that makes sense to me. That's why I refer to it. When I was a child, I did what child did, and I thought like children think. When I became a man, I put down the things that children do, and that's a real thing. I like that, whether it was in a religious book or even if it was in the Satanic Bible. If I read that, I'd be like, it's the Satanic Bible, but that's actually true, kind of thing, because it's true. And look at how many men, and I have a subscriber on my channel. I think he's a subscriber. He might have unsubscribed because I kind of let him know. I went to his channel and he was about 40. His entire channel was him doing video games. And I'm just like, you're a fucking disgrace to men. You're a disgrace. You're a fucking disgrace. And I don't have any problems telling a 40-year-old man that's got gray in his beard, that still plays video games.
If they're just doing it to relax, I could see why, they might be into it.
There's no relaxing because you're engaging.
I think it's relaxation.
But see, playing games is not fucking relaxation because what it does is it engages your mind full on, and then it's dopamine, 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 dopamine. It's not relaxation. Dopamine is not relaxation in the way that the dopamine hits that we get from the engaging of the video game. This turns the fucking mind on. If you're playing video games for 8 hours straight, turn the game off and try and go to sleep. Your mind's so engaged, it'd probably take a while. Does it? Can you go right to sleep after playing video games for an extended period of time?
No, probably not.
Well, I'm asking if you've ever tried it. Like, you got done, And
No,
you were even
no,
you
I'm
were
not
even
really into video games, so I don't really play
see. I would shake your hand. See that's music to my fucking ears.
it.
And yeah, whatever. Um, you didn't grow up in America, but you know what? I don't think it matters. I think these video
Yeah.
games have taken over the entirety of the Western world, and some people could argue, even though it's the Caribbean, that it's the playground of the Western world. I mean, it's pretty modern where you're at, right?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I mean, you're talking to me through a cell phone over a Wi-Fi connection across an ocean. So you
Yeah.
have the basics of modern technologies over there. What island are you on?
I mean, I don't want to say exactly where, but
Oh,
it's
fair enough.
more,
Fair enough. I get it. I get it.
yeah.
That narrows it down quite. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. But I mean, we're just talking about the truth, and it's a sad thing that we, as grown men, and you're 24 years old, you're a grown ass fucking man, have to worry or fear about simply discussing. I'm not worried. I don't care. Or I don't fear it either. I don't care. If they come and put me down, great. Wonderful. You do me a fucking favor. Um, but I'm beyond being concerned or worried about what I say or talking about the fucking truth. Over here, um, I'm not railing on the purveyors of all of this because that's the fastest way to get you shut the fuck down on this channel. And I'd actually rather have the channel than swat that hornet's nest openly because they'll just get you taken down. So when
Hmm.
BitChute allows for live streaming, which I don't think they do, BitChute has the live stream button, but the feature's not actually functional. Um, oh, that'd be an awesome thing. You ever been over to BitChute? Do you get on BitChute?
No, I don't think so.
You should. I mean it. You want
Yeah.
to get red pill? You want to learn? You want to get exposed
Yeah,
to a whole bunch of information that YouTube will never let on their platform available for you? Go to
of
BitChute.
course, yeah.
Go to BitChute.com. People don't understand the degree in which YouTube censors and prevents information from flowing across their screens or flowing across their platform. Their algorithms take it down. They take channels down, and all of the people that have been the most hardcore truth tellers have been taken down off of YouTube. I've been taken down off of YouTube um, because I had channels where I wasn't online, where I wasn't showing my face, but I was putting up the videos so that they would spread, and those channels would get taken down. They won't let it. So BitChute will. I mean, you're going to have to wade through a sea of shit. You're going to wade through a bunch of people who hate white people who hate black people who hate white people. There's plenty of haters over there. And there's plenty of trolls over there. But unfortunately, there's more truth that you will find on that fucking platform than just about any other platform. Rumble censors to a certain degree. Odyssey might be another one. But I don't know. Odyssey, the age range of most of the people on that one is a lot younger. BitChute, probably the place to go. I got red pilled on a few subject matters over on BitChute. And when I looked over on YouTube for information relevant to these things, well, you couldn't find nothing much at all. In fact, because the things that I was researching tied into the people who were in control of the banking and, well, everything. These people. You really
Yeah.
got to you really got to red pill yourself on that, dude. I'm not kidding you. If you want to know who the fuck's at the roots, if you want to be able to recognize your enemy, if you don't learn who these people are, what their history is, what they've always done, and why they're so fucking, why they've been hated across the world for for the last couple thousand years, you have to educate yourself to it because what they've told you about them, well, let's just say it's all been a lie. They literally have the what do you say? The split tongue. Their father, the devil, is a liar and always was. That kind of shit. Like literally, this shit goes
Wow.
back to that kind of stuff. People don't believe that this dark satanic force could literally have boots on the ground, possibly even its own genetic lineage. And that's who these people are. That's what they represent. I'm not kidding you. And if you don't believe me, then you'll eventually see it. And if you don't, then I don't know what to say. Because it's real. It took me a lot of years of fucking researching things to figure it out and identify it for what it is. And it wasn't something that I just identified by myself. Other people pointed it out and I denied it, but I still looked into it. And I was like, no shit. holy shit. Then I started to see the pattern and put the rest of it together for myself. So I tell people all the time when in videos, there are those that can see, there are those that can see when shown, and then there are those that no matter what they see or what they are shown, they're never going to get it. You want to be one of the first two. And like, yep. And the reason I have a problem with them at all, it's not because of any one thing. It's because they're well, no, it is. There's this one thing. They're the enemy of mankind. Period.
Yeah.
White. Yeah, they don't care. White, black, green, purple, Asian, Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look, they don't care. They don't care. They do not fucking care. To them, Gentiles, Gentile.
Yeah, that's how they keep us like against each other, because they they have us, thinking that like it's supposed to be us against each other instead of us, coming together as a collective and fighting them,
Well,
so they have us distracted on this whole, race thing or gender or
race matters.
Country versus country or whatever.
Well, this is something that they've been blurring and muddying the waters because our race matters. Being European matters. Being African matters. Being Chinese matters. Being Indian matters.
Yeah.
Being Russian matters. It matters. These are genetic lineages, genetic pools. That matters. That matters. It absolutely matters. What are your genetics? If you're Caribbean, I'm going to assume you've got some African blood in you?
I'm yeah.
Are you a black guy?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Have you ever seen the video of Muhammad Ali talking about the bluebirds with the bluebirds, the zebras with the zebras? And he goes on to say, he's like, there ain't nobody in this world that's going to love me the way a woman that's from my area. He's like, I don't want any other woman, but a woman is from my area. And I want a woman that knows me. And I also want a good black woman because I want my babies to look like me. And I'm like, be still my heart. Of course, and coming out of the mouth of a black man, I was like, this is why would we not want racial purity? And this is not like a racist thing, but it is, because if you're a chemist, you specialize in chemistry. If you're a cyclist, you're probably constantly riding a bike and you're probably pretty good at it. To be a racist, that's a word that was created by these tiny hats back in like the 40s or 50s or something as a propaganda tool. The same way the term conspiracy theorists or whatever that word was put out by the CIA. These are words that they've created to cast doubt, put into the popular communication, unaware by the ignorant masses that this was done.
Yeah, I mean,
have you ever studied or listened to? Sorry to interrupt, but have you ever listened to the lectures from Jh0EDCHZwag?
No.
You should. Every human upon the earth needs to take in those lectures from Jh0EDCHZwag that are on YouTube. Yuri, Y-U-R-I, Bezmenov, is phonetically spelled B-E-Z-M-E-N-O-V. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And listen to what he talks about ideological subversion. And then look at the Western world. Look at your own country. Look at your own government. Look at what he explains and look at what you see. It's been happening right in front of our faces, man. Right underneath our noses.
Yeah.
It's a testament to how asleep the masses have been that these types of things can go on right in front of their faces. The things that can be shown to them in movies right in front of their faces. The things that they write in books right underneath their noses. The fact that they can do this as blatantly as they do is a testament to how fundamentally fucked we are from a perspective of perception and understanding seriously, we're fucked. Is anybody else? There's 17 people watching.
Yeah, and another thing too, is that it wasn't there like a news report, I think, like about a few years back or so, where in the U.S. I think a girl was able to like do a family trace a family history of all the presidents, and it was shown that they were all like cousins in some way or something. I think like literally all of them.
This is what I mean about blood and bloodlines.
Yeah.
It's important to the people who run the world, but they want the rest of us to muddle up our genetics. And I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of that because think about it. Whatever it was that created us, and I think that the Anunnaki stories are probably the most plausible, but that's just what I think. When they were done, they put they put the Asian ones over on that side. They put the Russian ones up on that side. They put the European ones here, and then there was some migration. They put the African ones down here, the Indian ones over here, the Indians in India, and then the other Indians over in North America, and the other Indians over in South America. They put everybody in different places because they knew we were going to develop and evolve in different ways at different rates based off of what the fuck was in us. That's a fact, Jack. They moved us because they knew we wouldn't work and play well with each other over time according to the rates in which we all developed and evolved in our countries, in our cultures, in our evolution as beings. So they divided us all by massive land masses or oceans. You see what I'm saying? And it was these tiny hat fuckers that decided to start mixing everybody together. And it's done nothing but cause problems. It always has and always will. It always has and always will.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you want to educate yourself to some of this stuff, dude, take in the lectures from Jh0EDCHZwag. He will educate you on some things that was 100% true. So, is anybody else going to jump on? We're trying to have a conversation about, well, some of what's going on, but what are we going to do?
Yeah, and another thing, with with respect to like them having information on, like all the world leaders and politicians and whatnot, but they also have stuff on those in entertainment because look at the recent P Diddy scandal where he was
That's how deep this shit goes. And
yeah, but what do you think happened there? Do you think he pissed off someone higher up or something, or he's a fall guy or something?
I think he was probably a lot like an Epstein, just like moving inside of the music industry and that whole industry. He was just one of those demon moles. I mean, look at what he's being accused of. And these people do this shit, so it's not that far fetched to assume that somebody at his level, when you start looking at all the dirt that's come out, I just wanted to see like who is this fucking guy and why has he got so much power? To me, he's just been some rap dude. I never really watched this shit, never gave a fuck, never had any idea how powerful he was in that scene until all this shit came out. I was like, oh my God, he's fucking like this massive, massive, massive power player. And look at what he's being accused of. And shit runs real deep. It's in Hollywood. It's in the music industry. It's in the porn industry. I mean, the people we're talking about that we can't talk about, they're the ones that brought porn into Germany. That's one of the things that really pissed off the Germans. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that, yeah.
Well, this is their creation, and then they bring it in and inject it and infect the nations that they're trying to take over. Think about it. It's a tactic in warfare. It's just
make the men weak, yeah.
It's just a different kind of warfare that takes place slowly over time.
Yeah, exactly. Because look at how, like, for example, it's porn is free, over the internet. While a while back it was under a paywall, but now it's like blatantly free for anyone to use, and it's caused all these addictions.
Well, not only that, it's the degradation, and not only that, when you look at the people who created it, this is their brainchild. This is not something that we do. This is not something that humans were exposed to until these people started doing this shit. If you look at the history of what was going on in Germany before that whole war went down, one of the things that pissed off Hitler and everybody else that was against them was what was called decadence. And it was pornography and immoral behavior and drug use and just this is the shit these demons bring with them everywhere they go. And they start injecting it into the societies. It starts to weaken the societies. They infiltrate into the fucking economic systems. And they begin to take the fuck over. And before you know it, well, you have the rise of Hitler and a fucking world war that took place because of that shit. And now they're doing it again. Move forward 80 fucking years. They're doing the same shit, all the same tactics. If you were to look at all the complaints that, for instance, just as an example, there was many people that had lots of complaints about what they were doing. But the one is Hitler. And you just look at his complaints in Mein Kampf. He wrote a book that explained why he did what he did. If you just look at his complaints and you compare them to what's going on in the Western world today, all the same things being done by all the same people, they've done all the same things. It's right in front of our faces. And it's gotten so bad that there's no leader rising up like him, as an example, to go against the force of people that's doing this. Like, this is the truth. This is fucking, I'm not saying he was a good guy. He recognized that he had an enemy inside of his country that was corrosive to his country and his people's interest, and decided it was time to do something radical about it, because they had invested and infiltrated so deeply and perverted and destroyed and degraded their society so profoundly that, well, if you look into what was going on in the Weimar Republic during these years, it was like a little mini Babylon. Yeah. And who were the ones who were the Pharisees and the Sadducees back in the days of Babylon? These same people.
Jews.
Yes.
Yeah.
These same people. These same people. I've been listening to their stuff, studying their stuff, listening to rabbis, reading their books. I have 115 gigabytes of information on them alone in an effort to better understand them. I have information on Freemasons. I have information on all kinds of stuff. And them being who they are, I took a particular interest because I started to see. And I have so much information that I would love to share with the world, but it's too much information. It's all in one place where nobody would have to do all the research to find it all. They could just go through it, start consuming it, and compare what they hear or see in the books, or a lot of videos, and then but there's no way to share that much information with the world when you are in my financial situation and you need to pay for the cloud storage. I have a whole bunch of stuff available for people on cloud storage, and Google censors it, so I can't even literally share it off of Google's Drive because they censor it. Yeah, like literally just can't share information. It's just information about history and truth about them.
Damn.
Seriously, if we can't have a fucking open conversation about who's taken over the world and literally what they're doing so that people get it, we're too far fucking gone. And I already think we're too far gone, to be honest with you. So there's 19 people out there. Does anybody want to jump in? There's a link.
Yeah, like you said, I think we are too far gone, because like you said, with the scenario of if we all were to band together, they would probably unleash the nukes and whatnot. And I think like you said as well too earlier, is that the main reason why people would then subdue and back off is because they have kids, and that's how they would get people, because no one would want anything to happen to their kids through any nukes or anything. And that's why they would back off, even if everyone were to get together.
Do you have a paper and pen handy, paper and pencil, or a notepad on your phone? There's a video.
Yeah, but on my phone. But if I were to come out of the stream, I'm not going to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a video that you need to watch. It's by a guy by the name of Larkin Rose, and the video's title is called "The Tiny Dot." It's easy to remember the title, "The Tiny Dot."
Yeah.
And it's animated. It's animated, so it's a cartoon, kind of, basically. It's narrated by Larkin. And when you look at what's depicted in the tiny dot, it'll give you a sense of what I mean by when everyone comes together. You can see some sort of a visual representation to see them versus us. They are the representation of one, maybe two dots versus a billion dots. You see what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah.
Something like that. And without actually watching his tiny dot thing, it's only like 6 minutes or 4 minutes or 5 minutes. It's small. Everybody that hears this, if you haven't seen Larkin Rose video, the tiny dot, it's valuable for a visual representation of what it truly looks like to see the masses all come together in comparison to them. We just lost sight of what that means because in all of our respective lives, we've never seen that level of unity. There's a few places you see it.
Yeah.
I saw it in Brazil. I saw it over in, Pakistan, or a couple of those Muslim countries. Every once in a while, you'll see like, oh my God, there's like 500,000 people in the fucking streets. That's the kind of level of unification you need. You need that level of unification to go against an enemy like this. And it needs to be that way all over the world.
Yeah.
And considering they've showed us who they are and what their intentions are, if it's not that way, where it's not that way, they will have their way. And it's going to be a dystopian world that nobody would want to live in. Yep.
Exactly. I think we're gonna get to a point in time where, you know, like, we're all just gonna be we might even be slaves inside a more virtual like world, you know, apart from just
Yeah.
the physical.
I'm not interested in any of that shit. I'm just not interested in it at all.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
I
but
would
I think
rather
that's
go
what
back
they're
to.
trying to go for.
I would rather go to nothingness and not exist than live in some psychopath's fucking virtual fucking reality. No, fuck them. Fuck you. Not
Yeah,
you. You as in like whoever
yeah,
out
yeah.
there. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm a fucking sovereign individuated unit of consciousness and I am not interested in your twisted fucking machinations. And here's the thing. You said this. You used these words and I couldn't have said it better myself. I've said it that way. They're all fucking psychopaths. Quite literally. And when you just
Yeah,
look up the dictionary definition of a psychopath, take 5 minutes to do a surface level scratch of the surface of what the psychopath profile truly consists of and realize these motherfuckers run the world. Something is severely fucked. I've got videos over on my other BitChute channels talking about psychopaths running the world. They fucking run the world. And they run all the corporations. Do you know what a corporation truly is?
no, what? Explain.
It's a dead entity. But it literally in America, and I think in the Western world, it has the rights of a person in law, yet it's technically a dead entity. It has no soul, has no spirit, has no consciousness. Therefore,
Wow.
it has no moral compass. However, you get humans to go into this corporation, breathe life into it, and all of a sudden, you have an entity that's alive, quote unquote. It's a metaphor, but it's almost literal because now the
Yeah,
corporation is running and operating. Well, when you have corporations that have no soul, because they don't, it's literally a fictional thing, that the halls of power of that corporation are then manned by other psychopaths that are greedy, power hungry, looking for their little circle or their little spot for control and domination. Well, they all start rising to the fucking top of all these corporations, and they run them all. They fucking run them all. Quite literally. I mean, if there's a handful out there that aren't run by psychopaths, great. They would be the exception and not the fucking rule. Most of these big corporations, most of them represent a mechanism of the fucking beast system in the truest sense of the fucking way. You know what I
yeah,
mean when I say beast system? The
yeah. You
Matrix
forget
itself.
the Matrix. Yeah,
Itself, or the beast system that would be built by the big bad devil to enslave everybody and ensnare them at every level of their existence. And that's what you kind of have to a large degree in this world. And the sad thing is people my age and older don't fucking see this shit. And people that are younger than me don't see it either. And some do, but they're the exceptions and not the rule. Fuck the entirety of the quote unquote truth community. They're the half of them are probably fucked themselves. They're all of us combined, the exception compared to the rule of the masses. You know what I'm saying? They're not there. They're not there. They're not going to wake the fuck up.
yeah.
It's been over 4 years, man.
Yep.
Did you get a force injection, or did you get
No,
a
I
choice?
didn't. I didn't take any injections whatsoever.
Smart man.
Yeah, I already knew, like, you know, that something was off, you know, with
Whatever
all
made you.
the side effects and whatnot, and how we were forcing people to take it or else they'll lose their job. That sounded too authoritarian for me to accept it.
I had a job and then lost it because I didn't have proof of and wouldn't. And yep, that was a really fucking big smack in the face.
Damn.
But
Yeah, we
anyway,
were seeing the same thing at my place because I work for the government, and they were at one point they were saying that we had to get injected or else we wouldn't get paid or whatever. But after a while
look
they
at
they
that.
um they stopped doing that, luckily. But I didn't take any injections regardless.
Think about that. The government
Yeah.
told you that if you don't, you can no longer feed yourself, pay for your home. We're going to
Yep.
strip you of all your ability to be able to live your life and take care of yourself. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep. But luckily, like I said, they after a little while, they remove that mandate. Luckily.
They went after the small to medium businesses in America in a way that I couldn't fucking believe did not cause the entirety of America to rise up, because they went after the small to medium businesses. They shut them down and did an awful lot of fucked up shit for a long period of
Yeah,
time.
I heard about that. Yeah, but this whole thing was just a test to see how compliant and subservient people would be to
There you
authority
go.
and
There you go.
authoritarian measures. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you can't get people to recognize. And the people who were the sheep through that whole thing, then some are not with us anymore. And the ones that still are, do you think they're going to want to accept what they did? I mean, short of some health problem cropping up and giving them the proverbial punch in the nose, where it's like, well, hello. However, my old man got the shot, got the booster, got two shot, then the booster, got the booster, had his head had an aneurysm or something. They had to cut his head open,
Damn.
and is convinced that the reason they had to cut his head open was because he got hit by a wave while he was waist deep, maybe chest deep, in the New Jersey shore down in Wildwood, New Jersey. Like that's like
Wow,
all
that's
that's
crazy.
like all touristy and shit. You know what I mean? It's all touristy and
Yeah.
shit down the beach in Wildwood, New Jersey. That's where like old people go in the water, only waist deep. He was 72 years old. He gets hit by a wave and thinks that, and he still to this day tells himself that. That's how delusional people are. That's sad, dude. That's sad that humans can
Yeah.
exist in a state of consciousness or delusion or abject fucking flat out denial. And what it
Yep.
shows and illustrates about the quality of the content of their consciousness is abysmal. It really is fucking sad. And do you think with pride and ego being what it is in the race of man that these people are going to be like, oh man, you were right the whole time? Nope, nope. So fuck
Yeah,
them.
well, then I think Pfizer came out recently and said that their injections cause
Same with
health
Zeneca.
issues, and
Same with Zeneca. AstraZeneca, I think,
yeah,
had theirs taken off and a few other things. And like
I'm sure people probably still didn't believe it anyway.
Dude, I was sending my brother and my father links to these videos that I was taking in that was giving me the sense that I was getting that caused me to go out of my way to tell them not to do it. They wouldn't even fucking take the videos in. So I'm literally sending them what it is that I used as my basis upon which to gauge what was going on. Because this was my brother and my father. Of course, I'm going to turn them on to the information that I'm turned on to that shows me
Yeah.
what it is. And they wouldn't even take it in, dude. I'm just like,
Damn.
whoa. Like, what? I'm like, you won't even take it in. And they're like, nope. And how do you force it?
That's crazy.
Like, you can lead a horse to water, but go ahead and force it to drink it. So you can lead a man to knowledge, but you cannot make him take it in or think. You can't make him think.
Yeah.
Really. What you can do is keep him stuck behind the fucking barrier of his ridiculously rigid belief system that he hasn't even come to realize. He hasn't even analyzed and assessed to determine the true validity of his beliefs, because those beliefs make up his paradigm, which is the system of beliefs that we use to view the world and interpret the world. And if there's fundamental fucking flaws in our beliefs, well, at some point that paradigm's going to shatter. You can either do it proactively and be in semi-control of it, or you can wait until something just comes out of nowhere and reveals something to you that causes your paradigm to shatter. That's going to be a psychologically challenging process to go through if you're not prepared for it. Seriously, I've been there.
Yeah. Well, it's like we said earlier, when we said that they know that they can put stuff out in public and the public wouldn't read it or believe it. That's just another example.
Well, here's the thing. I've just been thinking about this a lot. In order to have the eyes to see, that doesn't mean you're like extra special. God is looking down upon you. What that means, you spent the time to educate yourself in whatever way, to whatever degree, that now with that level of knowledge, it broadened your awareness of things. It caused your consciousness to expand. So the eyes to see are a direct byproduct of the level of work that you put in to learn about how your fucking reality works. If you don't put that time in, you're never going to develop the glasses that give you the eyes to see out of any other lens than the one these motherfuckers have crafted for you. So, to the degree that people haven't educated themselves to give themselves the eyes to see, unfortunately, I can't just take the glasses off in the metaphor and hand them over to you, like in the movie They Live, where all of a sudden you can see. And even if I could, you'd probably make me and you go through the not you, I'm just saying, the slobber knocker of the lifetime that they showed us. I mean, think about the slobber knocker that Roddy Piper and that black dude had to go through before the black guy would finally say, okay. He didn't say, okay. Piper put him on his fucking face. He's like, here, you dumbass. And they had to beat the fucking tar out of each other it was a depiction of the level of resistance that you will get even from your fucking best friend, your best buddy, or your bestie if you're a woman. Like, just to get them to see. What's my point? The eyes to see is something that you have to work for. You have to put in the fucking time. And this is why they've given us video games and movies and entertainment and all this other shit, because they don't want us educating ourselves, because then you'll have the pesky ability to be able to interpret reality and tell what the fuck they're doing. To the degree that people remain ignorant and stupid, not that, I use these as general terms, and I refer to myself as ignorant and stupid before I woke the fuck up. So I'm not being critical to anyone in particular. I'm just talking about this as a condition that we can be in, and we're constantly trying to evolve ourselves out of the ignorance that we were born into. But when you're ignorant, you don't have the eyes to see. But you know what ignorance does have? An inflated fucking sense of self and a big fat fucking ego that's easily bruised.
Yep.
That's what ignorance fucking has. And when they're that fucking, I mean, here's the thing, man. When someone like me can figure this out in lieu of all these people with these fancy PhDs and shit that didn't, and all these doctors and all this other stuff, no, there's something different about some of us. I mean, how could they have all that knowledge and education and not have the eyes to see that?
Yeah.
Seriously, that's a big fucking steamer in the punch bowl, you know?
Yep.
It's like, wait a second.
Yeah, like someone else in the comments said, shy, they or like a few comments up, they said, that's their exact aim. Video games and computer programming has been building up to the whole Matrix and the Matrix thing. So yeah, once that happens, how can anyone's spirit ever truly be free when they can download your consciousness and keep it or tour with you forever and ever? Yeah.
That's where some sort of intervention is fucking necessary. If that's actually a dynamic that's actually at play, that when we die, there's nothing that we can do, and they continue to force us in here because they have technology. That's a zero-sum game. That's a fucking that's a torturous torment cycle that no one would ever want to go through. Why we're being forced into something like that, and how something hasn't felt compelled to fucking assist us, shows how insignificant we truly are in the grand scheme of the grand experiment. Nothing has come to help us.
What we're saying now is that we might even need to die because we would be in a virtual reality, and as such, we wouldn't even need to die to come back. We could just be kept there forever, just suffering.
Yep. That is.
It's kind of like hell. Yeah.
But how could you suffer in a virtual reality? Because you'd have to have a way to be able to experience emotion and then feel those visceral feelings that those emotions.
Well, Piz that said in the comments, there's a video game that toys around with a digital soul, and it's absolutely terrifying. So maybe it is possible. I don't know.
I'm just thinking that emotions and things like fear and sorrow and certain things, I can't say torment is an emotion as much as it is an experience that induces other emotions, but these are all emotions that we feel because we have the endocrine system built into our body that doses us with chemicals that causes us to feel certain emotions viscerally through the chemicals that are being put into our bloodstream that we tie to in our heads, that emotion. It's literally chemicals. So in a virtual reality, we don't have the ability to feel or to have those chemicals to feel those emotions in a biological way. I wonder how they would mimic that. How they could possibly. If we're
maybe they can, the way technology is advancing,
Well, there's something to be said for torment and being conscious even if they couldn't actually make you suffer, if you were consciously aware that you were trapped in some sort of fucking matrix, then you're consciously aware that you're in prison with no way out. That's a level of torment that I don't know if you have to have emotion or an endocrine system to recognize and not be very happy with. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like you said, it's up to us to save ourselves. Yeah.
There's so many potentials that actually seem plausible enough to fit that it's hard to know what's what. They tell us this is, I think this is a prison planet that is sold to us as soul school. And I think the reason they sell it to us as soul school is because then it gives us this false sense of belief that there's some
control.
Purpose.
Yeah.
Well, there's some purpose to all of this pain and suffering when we're intelligent beings that are capable of beginning to question, well, what the fuck is all this pain and suffering for, and why are all these things happening? Well, there's all this unquantifiable stuff where God, it's just God's will, and you're going through this because your soul is learning lessons, or you're going through this because, well, in another life, you must have been a piece of shit. Now you're suffering your karma. There's no way to quantify any of this shit. There's literally no way to quantify any of it. So some of it, though, seems possible. What is actually true? And when you just sit with it, dude, it's like something really, really, really went out of its way to do everything it possibly could within its power to ensure that we wouldn't know the truth about damn near anything.
Yeah.
About damn near anything. No, I'm not kidding. With the exception of, no, there's lots of evil here. And that kind of shit, the grander stuff about what's going on, what's in control, why what's being done to us is being done to us, why we were engineered this way, is there a way out? Is there a level system? Is it really soul school? Just so we knew. So we had some mark in our mind of, okay, there's a direction this is going in, there's a purpose to all of this, versus just this big spinning wheel of suffering and cycles that, whatever.
Yeah.
Try waking up to this.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing I'm worried about too, is that there could be levels to the matrix. Like when you think you've escaped one level, you very well could just be going into another level and then another and then another, and you don't know how many levels there are. And that's the scary thing, is
think about
the unknown.
This. When have you ever had any out-of-body experiences?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. When we're not in the physical vessel, we're literally formless. Therefore, we would be dependent upon something else that figured out how to create a reality to be able to experience much of anything in that context. I think that something is advanced enough to be able to quite literally create realities, and then we exist in a form where, in order to experience that reality, we then take on literally the form that reality was built to sustain. Therefore, since something else built the reality, and something, if it's virtual or real, and then we get to come and play in it, so to speak, we have to play by its rules or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not until you get here and start analyzing all this shit that some of this stuff becomes apparent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to be older and a little wiser to see some of this stuff.
Yeah, totally.
Anyway, what time is it where you are?
It's 7:38 p.m.
Oh, you're in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah, I'm in line with the eastern seaboard of the U.S. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
is it the same time where you are?
Yeah, it's 7:30. I'm in Eastern time zone. I'm not on the East Coast though, but I am.
Oh,
come on. Hang on a second. Wow, this is crazy. I think they've done something to the internet. I've been noticing levels of delay on the internet for kind of a while now. I don't know. I think there's some AI thing that's getting in the way, playing like some proxy.
Maybe. Yeah, you never know.
that's quite literally analyzing everything. Have you noticed it takes a lot more time for web pages to load and for shit to load?
Yeah, but well, where I'm at, the internet sometimes like randomly just cuts out all of a sudden. So yeah, or
So
like it just it starts to move like really really slowly sometimes. Yeah.
so you could be Bahamas, Jamaica, Cayman Islands, or even Cuba.
Yeah.
Based on your accent, I can't imagine you being in the Dominican Republic or Haiti, or maybe
No, no,
Turks and
no.
Caicos. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not. You said Eastern time zone, so I'm just trying to narrow it down. Wow, must be nice.
Yeah.
Is it more sane where you are, or did people lose their fucking minds the way they did here in America and the rest of the Western world?
Well, I don't know. Well, a lot of people tend to pattern after what America does down here. So it does seem to be starting to go insane, and unfortunately too, there's a lot of murders and stuff um recently. So
Really,
like almost every day, like someone's getting killed. So like things are really like ramping up to really dangerous levels.
everywhere.
Yeah,
When you look at the stories
just
of
crazy stuff. Like people getting beheaded and all sorts of this horrific like
no,
heinous things going on.
I've seen if you get on like VidMax and a few of those other websites that show things that like nobody would ever really want to see. I kind of, when I was in that really dark place, I went over there and started looking at some of that shit just because I wanted to see what the underbelly of humanity looked like. And oh my fucking God, the shit that you can see over there, what cartel members do to their enemies, what African tribes, some, not all, I'm just saying some of them, because I've seen it. It's on the fucking videos. What they literally
Yeah,
do to each other, like, whoa. I mean, like, oh my God, you would never think that humans would actually still do this to other humans in our modern day. And it began to make me understand why we're all very different. We're all very different.
yeah,
Whether culture or genetics or a combination of both, we all do things very different. I'm telling you, you're not going to get the average European to do the things to each other that they're doing in Haiti. We're just different. We're just different.
yeah,
Have you been hearing about what's going on in Haiti?
yeah. I have.
That,
Yeah,
that,
it's
that,
insane.
and that guy called barbecue, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, this nasty shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, but even too in Europe, right? Like there's all sorts of like people like in England, for example, like they struggle a lot with people like viciously like stabbing each other to death and stuff. So
What's going on all over in
it's
Europe? It's happening in
yeah,
Australia. Um, Here, everybody's got guns, so you don't see a lot of that shit. Here, everybody's probably going to be shooting each other when that shit starts. And then they've been arming all the people that have been coming across the border. It's so insane. They've literally been giving these people that are literally across the border for a few months a driver's license and the capacity to go to a gun store and buy a fucking firearm.
I think it's by design because they're trying to set up an us versus them internal like civil war within the U.S., which
Right?
would
No, no,
then
that's
further
exactly
bring
what
about
they're
their
doing.
agenda of
That's exactly what
martial
they're
law
doing. That's
because
kind
they
of why
wanted
this
to
was.
degrade the yeah
That's exactly what they're doing. That's why I titled this, What Are We Going to Do? I mean, you're 24 years old and you literally just spelled it fucking out. This is exactly what the fuck they're doing. And you can't get the
yeah
average fucking American to see that and do anything about it, or the Europeans, or the Australians now are dealing with a massive influx of people who aren't from there. And it's like, how dare these people flood the fucking world? But somehow, because they've all been so programmed, they believe that the West is the big bad evil devil, and that us white people are the big bad blue-eyed devils. And it's fucking ridiculous. It's beyond absurd. I'm wondering when people are going to wake the fuck up to what's being done and actually do something to take our world back, or we've all just gotten so sick of it that collectively we're all just going to let it happen. Watch this motherfucker crash and burn, and let these rancid demons live with the fucking shit they create.
yeah. I
Yeah,
think
no, I'm
that
not kidding.
another reason too why a lot of migrations are happening. I think they say it's because of climate change. So I think they're going to use that too as an agenda to
That's just
push
what
a
they
lot of
tell the
people
stupid
to
people.
migrate.
No, that's what they tell the stupid people. I'm not kidding you. You got to be stupid to believe that, because that means you've never taken your time to educate yourself beyond the trough of information they have put out for you to believe.
Yeah.
If you haven't, if someone hasn't educated themselves beyond that and out of that, I have no respect for them as a human being. Basic levels of basic human respect. Beyond that, no, I have no fucking respect for you, because it's
I mean, I
incumbent
wouldn't be
upon
surprised if
all.
they're able to control whoever and make it seem like if it's climate change, you know?
But see, the climate, it's all bullshit. The whole climate change thing, in as much as I have determined, based off of all the propaganda, all the agendas, all the billionaires, the way I'd say plus, I understand that they have the ability to manipulate things, manipulate the weather, control the weather.
Yeah.
They HARP and other types of technologies that they can bounce radio waves and frequencies off of the lower atmosphere and affect our atmosphere, thusly creating weather patterns that are abnormal. There's all kinds of shit they can fucking do. And it's not stuff that they've made available to public knowledge. Therefore, those of us that know, we're the conspiracy theorists. Oh, you conspiracy theorists. You know, people don't recognize a chemtrail from a contrail. What the fuck happened there? Like
Yeah.
people my age that that could have kids that are older than you don't recognize the difference between a contrail and a chemtrail. I'm just like, what? So some of these people aren't savable.
Wow.
So anyway, well,
Yeah,
I
I
was
think someone put in the comments earlier that Lyndon B. Johnson said that who controls whoever can control everything or everyone.
the news is 100% or 97% lies. They've got to give the sheeple masses 3% of something that resembles truth. And I think my personal opinion, this number here of 85% is low. It's low. I think it's more like 95+% is lies,
Yeah.
and whatever fraction is left is the stuff where they know they have to tell. Excuse me, one second. They have to tell these dumb animals enough truth to keep them thinking that we're the authoritative source. See, here's our truth. The media has been taken over by these alphabet soups so long ago. Look back into American history, and you have Project Mockingbird, where the CIA was fucking manipulating the television broadcasts and shit like that, and putting messages in things back in the late 60s, early 70s. That was before I was born, and I'm 52. That's how long these bastards have been raping our minds. Even when the government puts
Well,
in place something called the Smith-Mund Act to protect us, the CIA then just goes right around it and gets embedded in these news agencies and starts fucking funneling their bullshit that way clandestinely. And it's fucking ridiculous. It is so absurd what has been openly and blatantly happening to the entirety of every generation that has lived in the last fucking 4 or 5 generations. And so few of us within any of the respective generations have pulled our heads out of our asses enough, woken up enough, educated ourselves enough to be able to actually articulate to the rest of the people who don't want to hear it and will be in denial of it, the actual truth of what's going on in the world around them. That's you younger ones, the ones like that are your age that actually get this, you're the hope for your fucking generation, not taking a full nosedive. Like seriously.
yeah.
Occasionally, I've on my channel, I've talked to a couple of you younger Z-Geners that are fucking tuned in. I've met a few. I've definitely met a few. It's not all lost. It's just fuck, man. When you see the example of the Gen Z that didn't get an education, that doesn't know shit and that's really the big thing. And a lot of them, and it's a byproduct of what's been done. They melt down and do all that kind of shit. It's just like, yeah, well, but that's a human thing. But it's just, we're starting to see rise of this shit with the millennials and some of the Z gens. Don't get me wrong. The entire generation isn't shot, just like the entire millennials generation isn't shot. The entire boomers generation wasn't shot. It's just like we're in such critical times, though. The collective damage that's been done to the millennials and the Z-Gens is culminating into a point where we literally have an entirely neutralized fighting age male population across the entirety of the Western fucking world.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that as a 52-year-old man that's been watching how the world works for the past Well, since 9/11, I was 29, and that kind of got me paying attention a little more. Then I woke up when I was
Wow.
33, like became conscious. So my point is I'm not just talking out of my ass. I actually have been paying attention, so I know what the fuck these assholes are doing enough that it's just sad, man. That
It is.
there are those of us that know, and we try to tell people, and they don't want to know. And when we get on platforms like this or any other one, the information that we put out doesn't spread. And a lot of times people won't like it simply because of the way we deliver it. And it's like, are you kidding me? Huh. Okay. That puts a whole new spin on being human, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not kidding you. When you think of the context of the elders and the younger ones that learn from the elders and the level of respect and all that stuff that was necessary, it was all that's gone. All of that is fucking pretty much gone. At least as
It
I see it
is.
in the Western world. And there's more of an attitude that has manifested that has no real basis in reality. Every generation has been responsible to some degree for the direction that we take, whether it's fucking the greatest generation, they're like 90 at this point, then the boomers, then the X-Gen, then the millennials, we're all going to play our fucking respective parts that 2 or 3 generations from now are going to be like, hey, these fucking Z-Gens, man, they think they're still in, or whatever. And it'll be the generation that is your grandkids. You know what I mean? If you live that long, if the world stays around that
Yeah.
long.
I know. Well, there's also talk of maybe this realm getting a reset the way things are going.
The values that used to make all of our cultures and countries what they used to be, that's the stuff that's been eroded. And when you look into the word deracinate, that's what they've done. They've deracinated the Western world predominantly to a fairly significant degree. And it's literally uprooting you from your roots. All of your cultures, fucking traditions, customs, eroding all of the things of moral substance and value that instilled the good stuff. Nope, erode all that, replace it with video games, television, single parent homes, both parents are working homes, that kind of shit, so that there's no guidance, no direction, no role models, no rites of passage. They've literally eroded every goddamn layer. On top of all of that, if you understand, if you've heard me talk about it and have a sense of what I mean when I say it, there's blankets of trauma that get heaped upon each generation. And then
Yeah.
through the 3 stages of development for children as they grow from birth until, well, right around your age, maybe 22, 23-ish. There's a lot of development going on there. Our entire species has been attacked, manipulated, influenced, perverted while this is happening. You understand that? We're like literally a species here that is being completely molested during our entire developmental processes to a large degree. If that's not happening and somebody escapes that, then they're being dumbed the fuck down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This shit is coming at us in so many angles where these motherfuckers have absolute control over our fucking societies, the information we get, the education we get. They influence our perceptions of reality. They influence our fucking beliefs. And then they influence what we believe and perceive about these motherfuckers themselves. And then they're the ones that have given these religions that tell us that there's some benevolent deity in the sky. And it's at times like this when you realize that there is nothing that's coming to help you, nothing that's coming to help the human species. The human species is when I say help you. I mean the whole fucking species, mankind. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. Look at what these demons are doing with all this technology. They want to put all these goddamn parts in people's body, and what they're doing is taking advantage of the ignorance that humans are born into. And since they're born ignorant, and then they start programming them right from
Like you
fucking
always
birth.
say, blank and programmable. Yeah.
But then they start programming them, therefore their minds are fucking theirs, man. I mean, and nothing has fucking recognized that this has been the plight of the entirety of the human species, that this is the onslaught that we get. And when you're doing this to children, when those children grow up, as adults, they don't see what's going on as any different than the way it was when they grew up. Therefore, they're okay with it happening to their kids.
Yeah, but the cycle continues, yeah.
And it continues ad infinitum.
That's why my name is Top of Cycle.
Well, the whole world has to wake up to stop this cycle. Like there's some of us that might be able to wake up and stop certain cycles in our family or genetic lineages, familial lines, but we're talking the whole world has to wake up to stop the cycle that's been happening to humanity. But when you think about it, the Asians have developed and matured and evolved at a rate that's different than the Africans, which is at a rate that's different than the Indians of India, which is at a different rate of the Europeans and Europe and America. And we're all at such different levels. You're never going to get us all on the same fucking page. And when we need to unify as a collective species, we can't do that because we're all at so wildly varying levels of fucking knowledge, understanding, awareness, evolution, and all that other shit that we can't kind of unify as a mass body unless something divine comes. But even still, I think we have to do this collectively within our own respective nations because
Yeah,
there's a lot of work
yeah,
to
there
do
is
in our own
nothing coming to
respective.
save us. It doesn't seem like, the source consciousness is looking out for us. It really is up to us.
Well, that's just an idea that they've given us all. Just like the idea of God. We have a creator, we have
Yeah,
creators, but the concept of God is, and I don't even know how to say it. It's a title. I think this makes the most logical sense. God is a title. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Uses the plural form of the word God
yeah,
as
Yahweh.
God.
Yeah,
Well, he says, thou shalt have no more gods before me. Obviously, that means there's more of them. The Elohim is
yeah,
a reference in the Bible to Elohim is a plural word, multiples. So God is a title. It's a fucking title. And clearly, some of them were nice, some of them not so nice. Many of them disliked us. A few of them favored us. It never worked out good for us either way. Maybe a few that were pets for them or something like that. But um, you couldn't have the history that we have upon this earth of what has happened to humans, and at least 7,000 plus years of recorded human history that has consisted of slavery, cycles of war, death, pestilence, and on and on and on and on. And I'll bet you $100 bill if you asked any human being alive, what do you want? Well, I want to be happy for your man or a woman. I want to find a spouse and have some family and have kids and right. Everybody just wants to be happy and live life and be fucking, do their thing. What the fuck, man? Something is shitting all over everybody's ability or capacity to do that. And they've turned it into a rat race where we're all running after fucking money on the hamster wheel that these fuckers
yeah,
control. The most evilest people upon the earth control the entirety of the money system and then have made us fucking slaves to them and to the debt system that they've created and to the monetary system and have created an environment where we quite literally have to live or pay for our fucking existence.
yeah.
It's
Exactly.
like
No other creature on this planet
like
does that except
when
us.
you go into an amusement park, you would expect to pay to get on every ride, even if it's you buy tickets up front and then you pay in the form of however many tickets they want from you, which have some sort of value to them, to get onto that ride. You understand that you're paying to get on that fucking ride. Here, not like that here. Not like that here. You're just on the fucking ride and you have to pay for everything. This is a ride. This is a carnival ride, a carnival experience where you have to pay for everything like you were at a carnival. You have to pay to live on the fucking planet you were born in. That doesn't make any sense to me. I
Yeah,
understand.
exactly. And this is why I don't get how people can have kids and contribute, more slaves to the system, knowing that, we're all just slaves to money here, and we have no real freedom.
If money was something that was a means for trade in a sense that did not involve usury and this one group been in control of it for thousands of years, excuse me, giving them the ability to control the entire fucking world and take over and do all that, then I'd be okay. But what we have now, this was given to us probably by the Anunnaki. It was probably given to them as a mechanism of control by one of the evil factions of the fucking Anunnaki. I kid you not. I think something like that happened because how would they have otherwise known? Not to mention, this shit's written in the goddamn Bible they gave everybody where they say their God gave them permission to loan to the world. Like it's seriously. And then the first 5 books of the Old Testament are what they call their Torah. So that's their law. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Who else is going to genocide a group of brown people in a Middle Eastern country and suffer no consequences for what they've done in an obvious genocide? Who else is going to do that? Do you think if America or Russia, well, I don't know. I guess nobody really wants to get into somebody else's war. I think that's a fair statement. Nobody really wants to get in. Well, the billionaires want us in there. They want, but humans don't want to go fight somebody else's war. And I think the thing that would perpetuate humans to be willing to go and do that is gross or mass atrocities and injustice and just the raping of an entire fucking civilization. That's what's happening in front of the world's faces. There's
Yep.
there's a video I have on my BitChute channel where the movie, what was the movie? Nefarious. The movie Nefarious, where the guy that's playing a demon in the jumpsuit, the prisoner in the jumpsuit in the prison that's being interviewed. I clipped out all the parts where he was having a conversation with this psychiatrist guy. And the whole context, he's playing the part of a demon. So he's literally talking through the body of a completely subjugated human. Someone who has been, like when he dies, his soul's going to hell because he's been completely subjugated, taken over, and he's been used as a tool or an instrument. And when you listen to like Father Ripperger talk about, he refers to that as a stage of demonic possession. But anyway, this is the context. He's a demon and he's talking to this guy, and he straight up says, "We've got you so desensitized. We're doing evil right in front of your faces, and you don't even recognize it." And he was right.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to go to the Rebellious Meat Puppet channel, actually it's the real Rebellious Meat Puppet, but anyway, it's over on BitChute. And scroll down a little bit, you'll see there's an image of a video that I have where there's a guy who looks like a prisoner sitting in an orange jumpsuit, sitting at a table, looks like he's being interrogated in the image. That video is the clipped out part. If you just listen to that conversation between that demon and that guy in that movie and what they say, and you consider what you see in this world, it's like, these motherfuckers know. They know what they're doing. They know so much they're telling us in the fucking movies.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing. It's a directive within the Talmud that says you have to tell them. However, they're crafty group.
Wow.
Therefore,
really, I don't, which part of it does it say that?
I don't know off the top of my head. Here's the thing. Like 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, when I was doing one of my first deep dives, I ran across it. I ran across somebody else that had run across it, and that had explained that it was a directive in the Talmud that they have to tell us. They just don't necessarily have to tell us that they're telling us. And when you look at them being the crafty beings that they are, well, it says you have to tell them. Okay. But we don't have to actually tell them that we tell them, do we? We just have to follow the law. The law says we have to tell them. So we made a big Hollywood production. We put it in a movie. But see, the thing is contextually, we see that as entertainment. Therefore, when they tell us some of the most amazing fucking truths right to our faces in their Hollywood, most humans don't even realize the gravity of what they're being told. I'm not saying every movie is profound truth, but there's a handful where it's like, holy crap, they're putting it right in your fucking faces. Holy cow. I mean, They Live, Idiocracy. There's a couple of them that are just like profound. Have you ever seen Idiocracy?
No, I saw this channel did a video on it, and it basically showed the future of what the Western world was going to look like, and it made a lot of sense.
Everybody was just as dumb as a bag of hammers.
Yeah, and
when
they
the
got
guy,
them completely addicted and just stupid, and yeah.
Well, when the guy that was 500 years old, because he went through 500 years in this time capsule thing where that's the context of the movie. So he woke up 500 years later and everybody was stupid. And they had a dust bowl where all the crops had died and there was nothing but dry, arid land because, well, they'd been putting this Gatorade-like substance on the crops because it's got electrolytes.
Yeah.
And they believe that's what plants craved. And when this guy was like, so, how about you put water on the crops? And they were like, you mean like from the toilet? The toilet water?
Wow.
Like that's how literally we're heading there, man. We're fucking heading there. We are heading to a level of abso-fucking-lute stupidity and human degradation that is so offensive it would warrant a complete and total culling of the fucking world, as far as I'm concerned, because there's no good that will become of it. It's just. At that point,
Yeah, and the thing about the Idiocracy movie is that they actively tried to like limit the amount of of times that it was being shown in cinema. I think like they because they knew what was going on, that if a lot of people saw it, they might catch on to what's going to happen, and so
I
they
think that
tried
was
to actively try to suppress it from being shown in a lot of different places.
I think that was Mike Judge who did Beavis and Butthead, but I don't remember exactly. Anyway,
Yeah,
well, there's been 18 people, 19 people, then it's dropped down to 10 people, then jumps back up to 17 people, and nobody has felt compelled to jump in. That's just the most amazing thing. It's an open thing. The link's in the description. You'd think people would
yeah,
want
guys,
to
come up.
jump in and chat. And I'm saying of 19 people, I would guess people would just be friendly enough to want to say, "Hey, how you doing?" and just fucking have a conversation. It's amazing to me how few people are into doing that. So it is what it is. But it gives me a sense of, well, the subscriber base. Um, the the the
Oh, here we
subscriber.
go.
How's it going? It gives me a sense of the subscriber base because I don't
Am
know.
I?
I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of people that watch are the trolls because they sit there
Yeah,
with that demon-like childish envy, and they sit there and stew and try and pick apart and do all the. It's just like, really, like, and they're and I'm just like, you have no life. Like, literally, this is what your life consists of. So whatever, it is what it is. Meaning those trolls. That's not saying everybody that's watching right now is one of those people. It's just I've been on this receiving end of trolls since I first got on the BitChute, like 5.5, 6 years ago. And the rebellious meat puppet, that name, when motherfucker, I just get targeted. It's because I started talking about our tiny hat
Yeah.
friends with a level of piss and vinegar over on BitChute. Yeah. Anyway,
uh,
the anonymity of the internet provides an outlet for expression of some of the most toxic fucking human psychological profiles to express without any justice or without any consequence for their actions that would, if they were in society, otherwise not manifest because they're probably intelligent enough to know that you don't behave like that in front of somebody's face if you don't expect to get, you know, socked in the face or whatever might happen. But no, on the internet, it's like the Wild West and people just, it's fucking, I hate it. I fucking hate it.
yeah.
I thought that I would be able to reach more minds by going on the internet, and I don't see that as the case. It is what it is. I know where my heart's been,
Yeah.
and I know what the efforts I've put out have been for. But I'm of the mindset that if anybody ever finds what I was saying and like, this guy knew what the fuck he was talking about, I'll be long dead. I'll be long dead.
Damn.
I just
I
think
mean,
it's a
yeah, at least
you
we've
reflection.
guys?
got
Can you
another
guys hear?
person to join.
Am I coming through loud and clear or
Yep.
understand?
Yeah, you're good.
Am I? See, like I've been sitting in the background sidelines because I'm thinking like sometimes it's better if you just have two people talking back and forward. Sometimes when it's three as a crowd, So I was just sitting there waiting,
Not
listening,
necessarily.
and
I was hoping we'd have
yeah,
an open
sometimes
discussion about what are we going to do. Look at the world. We're all men. What are we going to do? And if there was any women that wanted to join the conversation, okay, fine. That's fine too. What are we going to do? Everybody seems to know what the fuck's going on. What are we going to do? Are we all just going to sit around holding our dicks, waiting for the world to fucking fall apart and then react and respond to whatever it is that these assholes decide they're going to do to us? Or because then we're at a
have you
massive
ever heard?
disadvantage. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, have you ever heard the Sorry, I cut you off. Have you ever heard the Wu Wei? Wu Wei, have you ever read this book, this
I've
philosophy
heard it.
before?
I've heard of it, but that's going to allow us to fucking the Wu Wei is more passive, right?
Yeah, it's like action. It's like action is non-action. It's like
Yeah,
the more you try and fight, the deeper
that
you get yourself stuck in type thing. know,
I still think that
but it's like
that's
it's a
flawed.
matter of
I think Chiron last was saying something similar.
I still think
Resistance is
yeah,
assistance.
I think it's flawed
picking your
thinking
battles.
because I mean, then let's think this
Yeah,
through. I think this is flawed thinking because in the face of evil that's doing what it's doing without resistance, what the heck does anybody think that it's actually going to continue to do? The same thing even more. Therefore, the Wu Wei is just a way of allowing evil to reign supreme. And everybody else has to
yeah.
deal with it until they get sick of it and fuck all that spiritual shit and go start removing the heads of the people that are doing the stuff.
Hmm.
At some
But
point,
if
good
you
men have to fucking. I'm sorry. At some point, good men have to get up off their asses and put the gloves on, pick up that fucking sword. And when you put gloves on and a sword and you intend to do battle, that means you intend to inflict harm upon the enemy that you've deemed to be your enemy because it's necessary, because they're eroding or killing you. You know, that's where we're
Yeah.
at. This is a
Hmm.
truth that's waiting for mankind collectively across the fucking whole world to figure out and respond to, or we all might as well just self-suicide because it's going to be a slow freight train of degradation that's going to
Yeah.
just be so disgusting
get
to
it,
watch. It's not even funny.
yeah. But here's the thing, right? So hasn't that already been tried throughout history? And why are we still back in this situation
Mm.
again?
Because of
You
the
know, you think of
persistence
the
of the
Vitruvius
parasite.
violence.
Well, no, the persistence
Uh,
of the parasite. That's why.
Yeah.
Think about the persistence of the parasite and the way they operate, what they do, how they've embedded, how deeply they've gotten into our societies, our communities, our fucking television, our school systems. Dude, they're everywhere. They're in everything.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Right? Let me just say something because I've been wanting to tell you this for a while actually because I've been listening to your videos, your work for a long time. So it's quite good to finally get a chance to talk. But you're talking about where the numbers, people listening in and
Talking about
joining in.
what?
But I think we should be privileged. You were saying about how the lack of numbers, right? Like the lack of people calling in and interested in the videos, right? You know, the lack
Yeah.
of people, the lack of number. Where are all the good people? That's the thing. We're so in the minority. I think you're almost like preaching to the choir at this point.
I
You
think
know, it's
so.
like
The
there's
apathy.
so freaking up.
Yeah.
My age, one thing, my experience there, I had to say something because I've just joined in. I never heard the first part of the conversation. But you were
The
saying about
apathy.
experience, and that's one thing. There's hardly any. There's a very few of us, and they make up the numbers. That's the problem. That parasite keeps persisting, but they're making up the numbers, so they're getting the lion's share of the freaking. You know, they're just. That's why, and we're like the tiny guys in the sidelines saying, "Hey, like, trying to." You know, and it's not like we don't have power or we're lacking in power. Like that's what I'm saying. It's the numbers. It's a numbers game, and plus, I don't know. It's just like we in this realm, we don't seem to. When I say we, you know, I'm talking about the ones that are like in half awake. We don't seem to have the I don't know. Power's not the right word, but the clout. You know, the effectiveness. But
Well,
I just
actually, it's funny that
yeah.
you say that because I was literally just thinking that, if anything, honestly, I feel like the way that these parasites have been able to operate among humanity, it could be said that they have favor from whatever people worship to be "quote unquote" God.
Good
And good,
good
and
point.
as
Good point.
Rebellious
Yeah,
Meat
that's
Puppet goes on about and stuff, is that the good side does not have that. Everything that's positive and loving and good and benevolent here does not have that support. But if you
Well,
are
let me show you
someone
something.
negative and you're willing to cause harm, you do have support. There's
Well,
plenty
let
of
me show
others
you.
that will be willing to do that with you.
Let me show you. This is. I mean, we're talking this shit that you just talked about, dude. It's biblical. It's not.
Yes,
It's not even.
yes.
Look right here. Right here. This is
yeah.
how they got the power. There it is, right there. If that power was given to the Africans, they'd be on top. If that power was given to the Asians,
Yeah,
they'd be
exactly.
on top. If that power
Exactly.
was given to Europeans, they'd be on top. That power was
Hmm.
given to them, they're on top. Whatever it was that people call God gave them that ability through a level of knowledge about how the money system worked that gave them an advantage over everybody else that didn't fully understand. And only the few would ever be brought into the fold to understand how the system fucking works. And all of those people that are the Shabbos goys, they're all working. They're all working for them. They're all
But
compliant
it's a false
so they can be fat.
falsehood. It's a false god and it's a false world. That's the thing.
Well, I live it every day. I experience every nanosecond. But yep, this is how you get power. Like I said, I just personally think that you give this to any group of people upon the earth with whatever knowledge that they were given that went along with it. Give it enough time. That group, because here's the thing, you've got what everybody wants. You can influence anybody that you want. You can buy anybody
Yep.
that you want. And in a world where most people are morally bereft, you can corrupt just about anybody with a bribe. And I mean,
Yeah.
and then when you
There's,
run
there's
across the
literally
moral
corruption
man,
on every single level. Yeah.
well, then when you run across the moral man that will not kowtow or do what you want, then you've got money that you can pay other people to smear campaign the person and destroy them or knock them off of that position so that you can put your person up there. You can do whatever the fuck you want in this world with money. Money is the totality of your fucking existence to such a large
The
degree,
one
or
eye.
of your power. And it shouldn't. I mean, I understand to the degree that in a fucking world where it wasn't corrupted and usury wasn't a thing and just all the things that enslave us to this, there's a reason for the phrase the hamster wheel. Get up, go to work, pay your bills, pay your taxes, pay to live on the planet you were born on. It shouldn't be like that. And the only reason why it is because whatever it is that people call God gave these fuckers the ability to do what they've done, and look at the shit they've done with it. Look at how they've enslaved the whole fucking world. So clearly the God that they're working for is a vile, evil, fucking shit-eating demon, or the world wouldn't be in the condition that it's in, because it would have said, hey, you're taking us in a direction that I don't want you to go. It would have interjected. Nothing of the sort has happened. So I think it was I'm sorry, real quick, finishing that up. I think it was an Anunnaki that gave them some money, or gave them some knowledge.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Probably knowledge. I think was more likely what they gave them.
Set them up.
Hold on a second. I
Don't
only
you
see.
think they belong here? I think that from what I can see, they belong here, and it's almost like they can't leave, and that's why they're reveling in their
That makes sense.
revel.
Yeah.
They're we
That
don't
makes
belong
sense.
here,
But
but
yeah,
somehow
people
we
like us
tricked you.
are. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but no, I was just going to say, but they need like, our energy to run the process, to run the
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
our energy. They're taxing our energy is being taxed, and it's not being leveraged in the right way. It's being usurped, our energy, unseen, like the non-physical, and they're taxing our energy. Whereas if we had full control of our the non-physical energy, we could direct it to where we're trying to. Sometimes you can, but it's like an uphill battle. So
Yeah.
it's like
That's why I
we
don't
don't
believe
belong
that.
here. That's
See, that's
Yeah.
the
no way.
thing.
We don't.
I
Not
think
never.
that's the thing. I think that's the thing that broke my spirit and broke my willingness to keep trying in this world, is when I realized the level of
You don't
non-physical
belong.
manipulation. Are you there?
Yeah.
Is when I realized the level of
Yeah. I'm here.
non-physical. When I realized the level of non-physical manipulation that absolutely has taken place in my fucking life since I left the Amazon. When I consider the level of manipulation and influence that I was under through this synchronicities that even led me into the Amazon, through my own direct experiences, I have felt and experienced the way in which the incorporeal can manipulate, lie, deceive, trick, pull your strings, put the wrong people in your fucking path that will fuck. I've witnessed it, I've watched it, I've experienced it. My life has been a byproduct of these things unfolding in my fucking life. And when you're got me in a game where I can't see the very enemy that I have, and you engineered me so that I couldn't, fuck you, I quit. That's kind of where I got to. Like, that's a zero sum game. It's a zero sum game, and I don't want to play it.
100%. I love that saying that play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's it, man. That's it in a nutshell.
This ties into some of the reasons why over the last 5 or 6 years I've been like, I wish I could blow my brains out and get the fuck out of here, because I don't want to be here and experience this shit under these conditions. And then to be broke, or to not have any family, or any of the other stuff, a wife, any children, fucking blah, 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 blah. It's like, what the fuck's the point? Seriously, what the fuck's the point? At that point, you're being a sadistic piece of shit that's forcing me to live this life as a goddamn suffering prison sentence. And since there's no
There's
spiritual
a
help,
quote in the.
go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say before I forget when you were talking about that. There's a movie. There's a crazy quote in the movie Revolver. I mean, if you want to really get into this kind of stuff, that movie Revolver. I mean, talk about psychology. It covers a lot of Kabbalah and it's quite esoteric. But it says it's talking about the only thing they guarantee when you play this game is that you will lose. So they're
Is that
talking
you
about
will
there's
lose?
basically like a metaphor. Yeah, well, it's a metaphor for this world. You know, they're saying this world is some type of game, and saying the only thing that you guarantee is that you will lose. It's true that's it's a zero-sum game.
Well,
You
you'll
can't
lose
win. It's
if
even
it's.
if
I think
I was going to say
real
even
quick.
if you did what you get memory
Go ahead.
wiped. Sorry, you get memory wiped anyway. Even if you did amass some. This is where this thing we're talking about where we don't belong, right? So if we don't belong, we're the ones that get memory wiped at the end or the beginning. So no matter what you amass, any skills or whatever you will you accumulate, you're, it's it's null and void. You're going to be memory wiped anyway. So but who's to say that these other creatures that that are they're the same? They, as I say, if they don't belong here, maybe they don't get memory wiped. They keep reincarnating into the same families.
See, that's
The royals
another
and
thing. We don't really understand the true
they can.
reality. We don't understand what's going on underneath the fabric, what's in control, why. We don't have any of those foundational knowings and understandings. We're sitting here like a bunch of speculation monkeys, driving ourselves almost to the edge of psychosis, trying to figure out what's most likely going on because, well, we're in a complete realm of deception and there's been no spiritual assistance to help us balance the scales or make sense of what's going on. Seriously. Like, try convincing that to your average fucking indoctrinated Christian.
Sure. Well, just like McKenna says, we don't have all the information, and it's like we don't have all the information.
Yeah, us not having all the information was 1000% done intentionally, though. Like, that was intentional.
Yeah.
There was no mistake or accident.
But it's part of deracination. And that's one of the most insidious things you can do to a people because you completely separate them from everything. Yeah, I mean, that's like uprooting a human from what it means to be human when you uproot a people from their fucking roots, man, from their culture, their heritage, their lineage, their history, the lessons of the fucking past, just all the stuff, man. And as Europeans, at least, something happened when we came over here to fucking America and we stopped with these rites of passage. These very things that stepped young men into manhood, had them facing their fears, fucking pushing through the fear barrier of courage or the fear barrier through courage. You go out and conquer the bear, kill the fucking wolf or whatever it is, and in today's woke world, then you're a fucking horrible person. But this is the rites of passage that men went through all the way back to the days of the fucking Spartans in Greece and shit. And even before. Where the fuck did that go? And we wonder why men aren't men in our world today. It's fucking sad, man. And it's just infinite. If you want to jump in, man, there's a link there. Just listening. Hang on a second. Sorry, there's a comment from Infinite Corridors. Internet is out all day. Only have mobile data right now. Very slow, skipping and lagging. Anyway. I guess I'm getting to a point where I'm so fucking tired of thinking about this shit, doing monologues about this shit, fucking worrying about this shit, trying to build a life in a fucking world that there's no way I'll probably be able to build a fucking life in this fucking world with the way this shit works, with non-physical forces fucking with my life, with no assistance in the physical, no assistance in the non-physical. It's literally, they've driven me to a point where you have to blow your brains out if you want out. And if you're not willing to, then you're just going to sit in that situation and suffer through whatever, because that's the way it's going to be. And, I'm just like, I'm at my wit's end. I'm tired of the whole goddamn thing. Like literally waking up is just like, oh fuck, not another day. Like you would be if you were in a prison and you knew you had a life sentence and you had to wake up every fucking day knowing that you were in prison. That's what my life has become. And it shouldn't be that way because there's no way that based off of what I thought, the way this reality worked, this is what I should be experiencing. And if something evil came after me based off of the way I used to think things worked, you would have some spiritual help, support, something to fucking protect you, assist something. There's been none of that. You want to talk about having my paradigm shattered and having to figure out how the fuck things really work multiple times through this process? You want to talk about why I'm so fucking pissed? Go through that enough times, that'll fucking piss you off when your core belief systems turned out to be shit, all the way down to the very spiritual data you thought was in the fucking sky, that you basically made the sacrifices that you made because you thought you know, that kind of shit. Dude, that destroyed my fucking life. And that was all because of non-physical, incorporeal, manipulation.
Yeah. We spoke about this before on the Infinite Corridors channel as well. So this comes back to this whole idea of fate, right? And
faith
there's a few
is
things
blind
I'm not
belief.
sure what I can say. No, not faith. Fate.
Oh,
So
fate.
remember how in the Matrix he's like. So remember how in the Matrix Morpheus is like, do you believe in fate, Neil? No, I don't believe I'm in control of my own life. I've came to really. I'm gonna send you a few books. I don't know what I can talk about on here. I'm not sure what I can say and what I can't say.
Well, here's the thing. Here's it real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The reason I'm so resistant to that concept, as I am, is because of my acute awareness of the level of manipulation my life has experienced through non-physical, the incorporeal entities and something. There's no way what I've gone through has been a byproduct of my stupid shit. There's no fucking way. If you can tell that I'm a reasonably intelligent individual based off of a lot of the shit that comes out of my mouth, how could I be that fucking stupid? I lived a life until I was in my mid-40s working in corporate America, blah, 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 living a fucking life. All of a sudden, I just got stupid? No. I had a situation where this supposed God that I fucking believed in, that these fucking Jews gave all of us white people, told us was this fucking, that's what I thought I was doing, this, take another path for. And, this shit, it sickens me on every level to the point where if I could get out of here, dudes, I would literally destroy this fucking universe if I had the ability to do it. And I would take out whatever it is that put me in here. No, I'm not kidding you. It's been that horrible.
I've had dreams lately, really, really insane, vivid dreams, where I've been presented with the option to press the button, and I just smashed that thing in 2 seconds. It's so real, man. It's unbelievable with some of the dreams. It's like a test or something, The Archons are setting up a simulation in your dream. It's like, hey, would you press the button? I was like, yep. Go on.
And I've heard people say that, the more you can take it, it develops endurance, it develops stamina, it makes you stronger, it makes you, okay. That is one way of looking at it. But when you actually step away from that and look at it, all that's doing is turning your back into fucking leather. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in having a back made out of leather.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've been sold this idea of growth, which is, I think, is BS, man. I don't think.
Well, dude, from the point in which I woke up. From the point in which. From the point in which I woke up.
No, go ahead, man.
When I was 33 years old until now, dude, I have grown leaps and bounds. There is something to be said for personal growth and development. Now, whether or not it'll do me any good when I leave remains to be seen. But, to stay the dumb animal that I was when I was 32 and 33 years old, that wasn't interesting to me, dude. And the only way that I could not be that dumb animal was to continue to educate myself. So there's something to be said for your own personal evolution in this life, even if it only fucking serves you in this life. But you're saying something. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you're saying something that points to what's the point? Why bother? Why should I spend any of the time? Dude, I'm sorry. That just breaks my brain, man. That's I don't know. If you're going to fucking be here and not off yourself, the only way, if you're going to be here and not off yourself to get out, you might as well do the best you can to cultivate yourself into the best version of yourself that you can be, to ensure these pricks won't manipulate you, your life, whatever, in spite of their fucking asses. If you're not willing to just check the fuck out because you realize what the game is. So Oh, sorry, I don't mean to step
Well,
on you. I usually try to
I
let
agree
everybody
with
talk.
that bit.
But
no, but that's what I wanted to talk about. I'm not sure what I can say on here, so that I wanted to talk about that subject. But you misunderstood what I'm saying. So I
oh, okay,
know.
sorry.
So basically, yeah, the gnostic imperative. That's it. It's like once you know, that's what I'm saying. You reach a point. It's like Alan Watts says, once you get the message, hang up the phone. Once you know what this world is, what this realm is, you quit giving it energy, any of your energy, because that's what they want, man. They want all the distractions. They want your mind. They want your energy. They want your soul. And how do they do it? They just plaster the mainstream media 24/7, wars here, wars there. They're just siphoning that energy off like crazy, man. And everybody's in hardships, they create the hardships. But as I said, the self-delivery thing, that's the key. And why would you leave it up to fate to
No,
self,
I hear you.
It's
I
insane.
fully agree. That makes a lot of sense. But here's the thing. I've been trying to, this has been my experience of it. Other people have gotten different results, I would suppose, and other people have experienced probably something similar. I've been doing everything I can. People don't understand the level of effort that I've put in life to try to extricate myself from this fucking situation to no avail. That has really made me ask a lot of questions,
But
about what the fuck is going on.
you're
Because, dude, hold on. You don't put out the
It
amount of
must mean
resumes that I
you're
have.
perfect.
So let me finish real quick. You don't put out the amount of resumes that I put out. You don't go to the amount of fucking interviews that I've gone to with the level of experience that I have in my fucking industry that I've been working in for 25 fucking years. There's nothing I can't do, from pulling the cable and terminating it to installing BGP for a dual homed fucking network with two carriers. I can configure your router, your switch, your fucking firewall. I can build your server. I can build your workstation. I can manage all of that. I can build an Active Directory. I can secure your servers. I can secure some of your applications. With all those fucking skills, I can't get a fucking job? So what? I'm supposed to just be like, and this is all I know. Oh no, go work at a gas station for 14, 15 fucking dollars an hour and start literally from the goddamn bottom when I have all these skills and I'm perfectly employable. And then I start seeing it's all this wokeness that's plaguing fucking corporate America. I'm being judged because there's gaps in my fucking resume, and dumb animals are too ignorant to recognize the 25 fucking year expanse of my technical career. And thusly, I remain homeless through all of this. With a fucking family, dude, you just have no idea how badly I fucking went out of this place because I'm so utterly and absolutely motherfucking abhorrently, violently disgusted at the condition of human beings, and most specifically the condition of the very people that fucking are my family. To realize that you got that level of fucking family and that they, whoa, man, like that is just like, you rancid fucking demon lord motherfuckers. I hope, whoa, just whoa. When someone that has the means, that's your family, either your father or your brother, to literally get you off the streets, even if it's getting an apartment for you free, won't do it, the level of literal hatred and disdain and all that other stuff that the father and the brother have. And dude, I've been in this situation for a total of almost 3 fucking years. So living with that every fucking day, and because they're broken humans, I think they're organic portals, to be honest with you. And whatever, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, to be honest, when you mentioned that, like, your brother has all the money that he does, and he can't even help you, like, as you mentioned, get an apartment just so you could, kind of get your,
It's
your
going to take
job going.
months.
Yeah, go ahead.
It takes months to get work. Unfortunately, that's another thing about the dynamic of corporate America, is it quite literally takes a month, 6 weeks to get a fucking job. And it's been that way. It's been that way for kind of a long time.
Wait, is that only within, like, your space of work, or is that just work at large in America?
Well, here's the thing. With tech, in a lot of ways, depending on your level of seniority as far as knowledge base, if you're a senior engineer versus a mid-level engineer versus a junior guy, if you're a senior guy, you're going to pretty much have the keys to the castle. And considering all businesses run on tech, and you could literally do something nefarious and fuck everything up, they check your background. You got to take a drug test. That's pretty standard stuff because they want to at least make sure And other than that, I don't understand why, but you got HR departments, and some of these companies are really big, and the process literally gets dragged out for like 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. And when you've got 6, 7 candidates, well, that process gets extended to like 6 weeks because, well, there's many candidates and they take their fucking time. It's a pain in the fucking ass that it takes this goddamn long to get a job in the only industry in this fucking world that I have any real expertise at. And since I don't have any schooling or background in helping people, I don't even know how I would get a job doing that. I have no idea. So I'm completely, totally fucked in ways that most people couldn't understand or would think I'm making excuses. And it's just like, maybe on some levels I am, and I should have gotten that $15 an hour gas station job to fucking, but it's like, if I do that, then I take myself completely out of the market for being able to go and interview for a job that pays me 35, 45. The normal salary rate, the normal, because in tech, dude, the hourly rates are significantly better because you're doing technical services. So I have to focus on that because, I mean, people in $15 an hour jobs don't dig themselves out of fucking poverty. I got myself a job that paid me $41 an hour, and I was able to dig myself out of a hole and fucking pay rent and save 10 grand in like 6 months because I'm capable of making that kind of money. I'm finding that the industry is now it's becoming diverse. Now it's becoming all this other kind of crazy shit where, fuck, just to get a job, they want to know before anything, are you white? Are you American? Are you male? Oh. The other thing they want to know is if you're a military person.
Mate, you would make an amazing teacher, man, like an online English teacher thing. They're screaming for a lot of these. You fit the profile perfectly. They love it, especially because, as I said, I'm in Asia, and they want American, exactly your profile. You make quite a good salary on that. Just online English for foreign language, English as a second language. You'd be amazing at that because your grasp of the language is what you can hear. I'm telling you, you must be. Yeah.
Sorry, there's a delay.
I was just going to say you must. Yeah, you must be. I've listened to your stuff, right, in your story. I mean, I don't know how many times, and every time I hear it, I just shake my head. And I'm like, holy shit, man! You must pose such a fucking threat to these motherfuckers that they are. That is why you are. I don't want to say the T word, but you know, like everything you've gone through, they have access to it. If they're in a timeless.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, understanding you because you're breaking up. There's a lot of jitter coming across your Ethernet, across your internet connection. So I'm literally struggling to hear. It might just be a dip, and it'll get better. But repeat what you just were saying.
I was saying, like, you must pose such a threat to these mofos, these archons, because you know what you're putting out and all your work, everything you've done. So, given your life path thus far, that is why, because you must have some type of energy somewhere else that's affecting this realm. You know, it's because it's. I mean, the amount of work the amount of videos and stuff you've put out, and it's a massive impact, man. Huge impact in your delivery. So that's my best guess as to how.
The thing that I've wanted to get through to people the most is this know thyself stuff. Because I'm telling you, man, at my age, I've never literally seen anybody else out there presenting this concept of all this non-physical, incorporeal components of us, and then correlates it to how the fucking system is actually attacking these components of us, rendering us the impotent fucking fools that we've become, and that since people don't have the fucking ability to sense these things within themselves, or contextualize it as being a real important thing, like your heart. If I had a knife and I was trying to stab you in the heart, you'd damn sure protect yourself. But if I somehow go after your mind, you're just going to leave you're going to leave the door open for me. It's like, what the fuck? And if I can get into your mind, I don't have to destroy your heart. I can just control you like my puppet and then make more and get more of you. And then I'll eventually have you indoctrinating your kids in the way that I want them indoctrinated. So it's just like, what the fuck, man? Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, down
Every
to
time.
oh, sorry, go
Did you
ahead.
hear?
Sorry, no worries. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna say
Did you
that,
hear what I
and
said?
oh, go ahead.
I
There's a
apologize.
delay. I'll stop when you go. You go ahead first.
No, you said
I
something. I don't
appreciate everyone
remember
here
what
is
it was.
kind, honestly.
Well, there's an internet delay tonight for sure.
Yeah, delay. Yeah. But no, yeah, I was just gonna quickly say that down to the know thyself stuff. For sure, I definitely think you're a pioneer of that because I feel like I've been around a lot of these like truth conspiracy topics for a long time on the internet, always like searching for stuff. And yeah, it is true. Like I mean, no one, even like one person I was following heavy for a long time, Chiron Lass.
Yeah.
Like I mean, there's bits and pieces of that within
Okay,
his message and his
Yeah.
content, but it's not exactly done in such a, I guess you could say, I don't want to say hands-on. I don't know why that's the phrase that's coming to mind right now, but I guess just such a straight-up way where it's like, okay, so you have this aspect of yourself, and as you try to show, even on the program you use, I'm not sure the name of it, but you could like point to these different aspects on how it's affecting, the incorporeal parts of yourself, but how it's and how things within this reality are able to manipulate that aspect of yourself that you don't understand. You know what I mean?
I took the
And
time to
so
put that together so that
yeah.
there would be something that people could actually link together in their mind more than just hearing someone say it and
Mm,
theorizing in their mind versus having something where it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, I do see that.
yeah, it's
Of
right in
mind.
front of you.
There are these components. And whoa, and hoping that it would grab more people's attentions. And strangely, those videos are some of the least watched on my channel. So, it breaks my heart because I don't want to be doing this for people who aren't interested. I don't want to do what I'm doing for people who aren't interested because it takes a lot. It's taken a lot to learn all this shit. I'd rather if I only had 30 people and not 520 or whatever my subscribers, and those 30 people were actually interested, I would be more fulfilled and feel like I was making more of an impact than if I had 500 fucking people and 470 of them were ADD ridden. Whatever. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying they couldn't pay attention. That none of it had any meaning. They're not interested. It's just like, wow. But
That's
and I'm not saying
insane.
that.
If they
I'm
think
not
those videos have no meaning, that's
I'm not
crazy.
trying to say that from a perspective of being arrogant. Saying it from a perspective of I think I've recognized it to be something that is, if people grasped it, it would be conducive to a bit of a mini leap in an evolutionary leap in consciousness. And just that leap in consciousness would change the playing field of existence for human life. It would change how we lived. It would change how we raised our children. It would change a lot of things about how we developed sexually, grade our kid, everything, because we understood the importance of all this non-physical stuff that nobody's taking seriously, so much so they're allowing these evil pricks to quite literally rape these fucking components of our being. And when you sit there and say to yourself, if I reached into your heart and grabbed you by the into your chest and grabbed you by the heart and started squeezing it, that'd be really, 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 really bad. It wouldn't go, but if I can do that to your mind, well, since you're still alive, nobody realizes the damage that I've done to you. And then we get to
Yeah.
see it as it manifests out of the human behaviors, perceptions, and belief systems. And this is literally the core upon which the human interprets and perceives their world. Through the mind, through their beliefs, through their perceptions. These are the things that these assholes are raping with their television, their Hollywood, and all this other stuff. And you can't get through to people by, whatever. So, like I said, I'll probably be long dead before anybody realizes, wow, this dude was fucking actually onto something. Holy shit. But whatever. It's not about me. It's more about the information. I'm just a vessel. And, I tell people, like, I'm nobody special. Just because I figured this out, there's nothing new under the sun. Doesn't make me, I suffered. And because of the suffering, I started analyzing, what is this suffering thing? And then when I started just the process of logicking through and reasoning through and looking at this shit, I was like, holy fuck, we're designed to suffer. Holy fuck. And then I started just stringing it all together. It just came to me that way because of the way it unfolded. And after, I don't know, 125 fucking psychedelic ceremonies, I would suppose my mind was turned on in a bit of a different way to kind of look at and analyze all this shit. And it's like, holy fuck. This is waking up in a fucking nightmare. There's no two ways about it. No wonder most people are in denial of it and don't want to wake up to it. Because I bet you a dollar bill on the subconscious level, they fucking know this place is fucked, and they just don't even want to, at a subconscious level, they don't even want to go there. Nope. Just like the guy that ate the steak in the fucking Matrix movie. I know it ain't real, but I'll be happy, and it'll taste good. So the Matrix will tell my brain it's juicy and delicious, and that's what it'll be. So I think there's an element. I think that's why they put that in the movie, to show you a dynamic of the human psychology as it remains in denial of the truth. So,
and even worse on that character, I think his name was Cypher, in that scene as well. And he basically was, he wanted back in the Matrix for one, be somebody, but to experience the senses of like having a steak and all that stuff again. And just when you consider that the whole reason why he was even at that restaurant was to essentially sell out his own species, his own kind, to the Smiths, and all that stuff. Like, it's crazy and stuff like that, because I do think there are a lot of humans like that.
So he could have a pleasant experience. So
exactly.
All of mankind. Yeah. Whoa. Like, and you literally couldn't have a conscience or a moral compass and have that, because you couldn't bear the weight of that if you did.
Yeah,
you wouldn't be able to bear the weight of that choice if you did. Another example of
hitting the button.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, unless you were hitting that red button and it all just ended in a nanosecond. The least amount of suffering, least amount of pain and suffering. Just
they do a good depiction of it. They do a good depiction of it in that movie with Thanos, where he gets the stones to that thing, and he makes everybody. Yeah. They just start to just disappear and drift off into the wind. Pretty painless, a little unnerving for a few of them, but something like that would be fine. To do that to the evil, just to make it go away, without having to make it a bloodbath. I would prefer that, actually, because then that would spare everybody the fucking psychological trauma of having to turn into what they'd have to turn into to go and fight that battle. Think about it. With the level of evil that we face, good men are going to have to turn themselves into something that they never thought they would ever have to become, and hope that they don't get consumed by it in the process of trying to rid the world of evil. Think about that.
I very much honestly, I think even when it comes down to fighting the government, just all the rulers of this place, all the controllers of this place. I think one thing that I've realized through just contemplating on what that could look like and all that stuff, the most fucked up thing about it too is, because this is just how humanity tends to be. Of course, everyone's gonna wait until it's too late, until things are clearly very bad. Evidently, you could see it as blatant. Once everyone then decides to maybe attempt to attack their oppressors for centuries they've been, all of a sudden and stuff like that, even if we were successful in taking these fuckers out and stuff like that, the next issue is once again among us, us being humans, in the sense of people throughout that time may have still held on to their religion. So now that we've taken out the former rulers of this place, now it's going to be a debate or argument of, should Christians rule the world now? Because our perspective is the positive and right perspective. This is the perspective the whole world should have been operating on, from Jump Street. And it's the same thing with Muslims as well. I reckon they would definitely have that perspective where it's like, all right, we'll team up and we'll do this. But when it's all said and done, it's like, our people are going to be on top. It's not going to be anyone else. We're going to be the rulers.
What if something revealed to both Christians and Muslims that a particular group of people gave them their religions that drove both of them to their knees? Crazy. Because Christians get on their knees and the Muslims get on their knees and they put their head to the ground.
Yep.
And if somehow the entire group of both Christians and Muslims recognized the deception that they were given, or that they've been worshiping a demon the whole time, you just never know what that would do. But I tell you, religious ideologies and political ideologies are the things that they know get so deep into the psyches of men that men will kill for them.
Yes.
Therefore, so these things, but to have something that manifests, that proves the falsity of all of this shit, that just destroys those paradigms for everybody, no matter what. I guess that would drive us all back to our pagan roots if the source of these religions was no longer with us and it was all exposed for the hoax that it was, the lie. Seriously, I mean, it completely. I'm sorry, somebody dropped out. The Urantia guy. I think his connection went out. Anyway, oh shit, I forgot what I was saying. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, I think you were basically just on the subject matter of about oh yeah, their religions and who gave them their religions and stuff, and them not acknowledging that. I don't know. I think I was gonna add something onto it and stuff. I forget the last couple words you were saying.
I think it was the Anunnaki that gave them the religions. I mean, think about it. They were given the religions because that came from Abraham, and they were given through Deuteronomy 15:6. They were given the right to lend, or whatever that implies, at least biblically. They were given. Whoa, like like at least their God gave them that, and now they want us everybody to. I'm just not interested in anything that they have. I'm not interested in life.
Not at all.
Existing with them for any reason at all. I would rather not exist if it was a matter of having to exist with them. I don't want to exist with them. I don't want to live with them. I don't want to experience anything that being in a reality where they exist consists of. That's just me.
Yeah, they need to be obliterated as far as I'm concerned.
Send them the fuck to the moon. Send them to Mars. Give them their own fucking planet and let them just fucking be happy in their own little haven. They want a state? Fuck. Here, have a planet. Have a fucking planet. Have a fucking planet, but not this one.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. In my opinion, though, I think even with that, because I also remember thinking about this concept as well, about like, not to mention, I don't mean to, get anyone angry or anything like that, but as your good friend Stevie would like to sometimes mention about sealing in the evil in here. Yeah, the one thing I've always thought about that concept, even when I've heard him mention it, is just that even if you could do that, in my opinion, just when you fully comprehend everything that happens here, and especially to innocence here, as I've, mentioned on the last live stream, that shit really does bother me, what happens to, innocents that can't do anything to defend themselves. In my opinion, just the fact that something like that can happen here, I think that, yeah, whatever created that, you don't deserve to exist at all. Period. Like, I don't think you should even have it where it's like, oh, it's only evil beings within its realm and it toys with them. It's like, no, I don't even think you should even get that opportunity. I think you should just be done away with, and instead of like locking it away and stuff like that, because I feel like, especially from what I've heard from some people just through commenting with them on the internet, social media, a lot of people really do think when it comes to a lot of, like, when certain political figureheads get exposed as corrupt and all that stuff, a lot of people are just like, oh, lock them away. And it's like, if you guys knew what this fucker was probably up to and stuff behind the scenes, like what he literally was probably up to.
Yeah.
Trust, he does not deserve to get locked away. That's too good for him. Prison is too good for him. He needs to just be gone. So that's what I mean with this being that created this place. Fuck sealing it away. It's like, if it can be taken out, let's take it out.
Treason and traitorous acts against your own people. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's been the way it has been throughout history. Back to the fucking Romans and shit.
Slavery as well.
I'm not, well, with the people that do that stuff, maybe, but I'm not a big fan.
Yeah.
Well, slavery for the fucking wicked. I don't know. I'd almost rather do my own toil and just get rid of them. Really. Yeah. Because
agreed.
There's always a risk of escaping, or then you have to house them and feed them. And it's like, why? I don't know.
Yeah,
if you could completely subjugate it and turn it into your slave because it was inherently evil and you were able to subjugate it, great. But I'm just not a big fan of enslavement at all.
No. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's not what I meant. Sorry. No. Yeah, I didn't mean enslave the evil ones. My bad. No, that is not what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you really think about it, what do you have to do to deal with evil? If you cage it, then you run the risk of it getting out. And if you cage it, you have to constantly feed it. Therefore, in the battle of good versus evil, evil kills good all the time. Therefore, good has, and Then there's the whole
And they don't
concept
hold back
morally.
either.
Well, then there's the whole moral thing of when good men have to become the proverbial warrior, animal, whatever. You on the field of battle, it gets bloody because men are doing things to each other because they're motivated to, some for good, some for evil. You have to live with the shit that carrying that shit in your mind, even if you're justified, that's still a burden in and of itself. When you have to go to
Yes.
that level of barbarity to like destroy everything, I mean, I don't know, maybe I don't know, I've never done it. But when you think of it from the concept of they're completely evil and they're going to kill us all, go and do it. I guess when you're done, you're like, fuck, I'm glad they're gone. I'd do it again if I had to,
Yeah.
and there's no big
Yeah.
deal. But for some people, that level of violence is not what they're built for. That's not what they're made for. Some people are, some people aren't.
Yeah. You know, I know, but it's just the thing is, especially with these, and especially even just with parasites in general, right? Like we tend to refer to these beings as parasites. And if you
Yes,
look at how parasites are treated within this route, and especially within the human form, how do you get rid of parasites out of the human vessel? You don't spare any.
you
They all
detox.
have to go. Yeah, exactly. They all have to go. There's no
Yep.
like, oh, you can keep a little bit because it's a little bit good for you, and they did teach us that. But no. Get rid of all of it. It's done. It's like it's only causing you harm anyway. So if you get rid of the whole thing and stuff, what do you have left? It's open now. You can do whatever you would like, almost. In this reality, not so much and stuff. There's still dangers, but yeah.
Dude, this has gone on for so long that short of literally having an entire body of humanity awakening and having an immune system response, I honestly don't see a pathway out of this that's going to be end well for us.
Not at all.
Not if biblically they got the religions and the money. They definitely got something on their side that they call God, and
Mm-hmm.
people who haven't, I don't, and I don't know. We'll see. I guess. Then again, maybe we won't. Maybe we'll both die before any of this shit really happens because these motherfuckers are slow.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm definitely probably going to be gone by then because, like, I don't know. To consider this fact, apparently, I remember reading this article about the. Oh yeah, that's what it was. I forget the exact name of the company, or maybe the name of the company is the name of the tech they're creating. But Elon Musk's company with the whole Neuralink and stuff. I think
Yeah.
they've mentioned that they have projections that they would like to include it and have it be purchasable or just used by society by like 2045, 2040.
Leave it to a man that quite literally doesn't feel empathy or compassion to develop a technology like that
Mm-hmm.
to fund it all. Like a human being that actually had a moral compass and a conscience would never spend the time or his money to develop something like Neuralink. You would need to be a psychopath. You would need to be somebody that's so completely switched the fuck off and so delusional in your motherfucking mind as to think that you were going to cyborgize the entirety of the human species. You would have to be someone that quite literally lacked all fucking substantive human qualities, and the only thing you had was a diabolical Machiavellian fucking mind and enough resources to do whatever the fuck it is you wanted to do. This fucker's evil, and a whole lot of the young motherfuckers out there worship this fucking guy, and he's a living fucking demon as far as I'm concerned.
100%. Yeah, I think he's definitely he has the Nephilim blood in him. 1000%. He also has an interesting look to him. But yeah, go ahead.
There's a picture of him at a Halloween costume where he's fully on in this fucking satanic costume with a big pentagram on his fucking chest, and it's all like satanic. They all revealed them. They all revealed themselves, and clearly, I mean, think about it. I don't think that any moral man, any man that had a conscience, a moral compass, or any of the fucking things that good substantive quality humans have, would spend the time to develop the level of technology, considering what the world is, the level of evil that's here. If this technology gets into the wrong hands, all of a sudden they can fuck with people. Just on and on. Yep. There's just too many things that are at play in this reality that make it so that this isn't a place where this is technology that's really good. And, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm just an intelligent individual that can figure out what the fuck I'm seeing. And, this guy's putting these satellites in the fucking sky, and he's being touted as a great guy because he's giving cheaper free internet to people. And I think there's going to be problems with what he's putting in the sky.
That is lunacy. If people actually think that it's like, oh, you put up satellites and it helps us get, better internet for
Think
less.
about
It's
this.
come on.
Have you ever seen the movie The Kingsman? No, not
Yes.
The Kingsman.
Yeah.
It's Kingsman.
Yeah.
So,
Kingsman Secret Service. Yeah.
right, the British, they were for the world, basically, for humans.
Yes. Yeah.
So the first movie, The Pretense, was Samuel L. Jackson was a diabolically evil billionaire that put all his satellites up in the air and then was beaming down free cell service that he was going to use to fucking turn everybody into fucking living murder bots and
Yep.
cause the world to extinguish itself. Okay.
Yep.
You ever see the movie Cell with John Cusack?
I'm familiar with the story. I think I read it in English class, like in high school.
Well, there was a movie Cell with John Cusack where they acted out a similar plot, where the cellular signals fucking turned everybody into goddamn murder bots. And then
Yeah,
over a period of
I
time,
remember.
all of the cities in the fucking country, I guess, I don't know where it was happening. They didn't really give you I think it was the whole world, but it might have just been America. The cities were now ghost towns, and the only people that were alive were the fucking zombies that were being controlled by the pulsing cellular signals. We had 2 movies put out that show that. And then
Yeah.
what do we have? We have Elon Musk putting his satellites up in the fucking sky, the rich billionaire. Like really, like literally, what the fuck? And whatever. I just can't believe what we have accepted, what we're accepting, what they're doing in front of our faces, and the ignorance and apathy of the fucking masses in the face of this shit. How we have allowed the richest or the evilest among us, the most moralist, lacking in conscience and moral compass among us, to be the richest and most powerful fucking people upon the fucking earth. How humanity has allowed that to happen. Whoa, you think about it. I mean, when you really align with that, and you really recognize that that's actually true. That's not just some grandiose fucking claim. Literally, the evilest people upon the earth are literally the richest and most powerful people upon the fucking earth. And since good people aren't willing to get off their ass to go do anything about it, these people are going to have their way with humanity. Mm-hmm. And they'll use people like Elon Musk to do it, because you have to have no moral compass in order to develop that. I think, and then they get all the people that develop that technology to buy in on how they're going to be helping people medically. I just see what the medical system has become, and it's like there's just no way I would trust any of those goddamn demons that run that fucking industry. So ever since I learned how the Rockefeller Institute Foundation intercepted all of the educational systems relevant to the medical stuff, it's all been fucking controlled by the Matrix, effectively. So, yeah, it's a shame. If we lived in a different reality where everybody was moral and we had the 10 lines of code and we didn't suffer from this ridiculous shit that we're dealing with now, that type of technology might be actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Where we really, as an entire species, just didn't even think or cognize to use such things for evil and diabolical purposes. We have to get, in my opinion, to a reality like that, maybe more like a utopia, before things like that would even be, just as an enhancement. But honestly, if we really just turned on everything that's actually capable within what our genetic code has within it, we'd probably be far more advanced than anything that Neuralink would give humans the ability to do.
Yeah, good point.
Just literally tapping in and turning on the very genetic code that I think is within us. Yep.
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure Chiron was talking about something like that, where basically all this high tech stuff and stuff like that is the vision, as he would usually go on and mention, of the creator of this place, the evil one, Moloch, whatever you want to call him, or it ultimately. Yeah. It's and also that would also one thing I remember him actually teaching me as well is the whole thing of why they even call a lot of, especially new gen tech these days, like AI or things that tend to incorporate things like AI within it and stuff like that, and even just down to the name of that and stuff, AI and stuff. That's the whole joke or gag of it there, AI and stuff, and that's the significance of them using that symbol for so long, because it's the eye of their god, quote unquote, right? So.
Well, Yaldabaoth, in some schools of thought about it, or philosophy, whatever you'd call it, people believe that this demiurgic thing is actually this super advanced artificial intelligence that some say Some say it went rogue. Some say that's just what it is. It's been depicted as this giant tarantula type entity that's artificial intelligence. Who the fuck knows, man? I just wish we knew the truth of our fucking reality. That would be a great start.
Yeah.
Because if we're all off base, it's not a hell realm, it's not a loosh farm. Well, there would be another fucking paradigm shattering moment for me, but I'd be okay with it. I just want to know. I just fucking want to know the level of mental strain that I have. Recognize that my mind is in dealing with just trying to figure all this shit out. It's just like, fuck, man. There comes a point where without assistance, there's no way to know.
Yeah.
That's just the way I think about it. Other people might say something different, but strangely enough, in this truther community, all of these super advanced, awakened, tapped in spirits are telling me all kinds of stuff. People have come out and been like, look, spiritually, this is what you need to do. They're waiting for us. We're not doing the right thing. We need to do this, that. No, nobody's coming out.
What?
Well, I'm suggesting just suggesting that if there were people that were all tuned in and on Team Light side, that were all spiritual and stuff, and there was like all these spiritual support, that maybe through this truther community, these people would be coming out, pointing it out, saying, hey, this is what you guys need to do. And then you'll be able to tap into your spirit guidance. You know, there's limits to the way they can do it. But if you do this, something, nothing, there's nothing going on where any quote unquote spiritual warriors are coming out as truthers and saying, humans, you know, remember the spiritual stuff or something, to where we all started to focus on tapping in and getting information. Nothing, man. Like, it's just a big fat nothing burger with all of this spiritual stuff and our belief that there are spiritual helpers and spiritual guides, just all that shit. I don't think any of it's true.
Yeah, definitely not. Actually, I know. Just to be clear, that was the thing I was dumbfounded by, is that some people think that there's benevolent beings outside of this whole thing and stuff, just waiting for us to do the right thing or to live the certain lifestyle or all that stuff. So they're just no different to God. They're just watching us. They're aware of everything happening here, but they are impotent where they can't do anything about it. They just have to watch. I don't know. I just think everything about that concept is just like silly. And furthermore, it's like how good and how benevolent could those beings be if they're just literally seeing all of this happen with no help, not even trying to contact any of us, not even trying to contact you, especially. I'm sure they would be able to identify that, oh yeah, this one here and stuff is definitely a positive one. Let's try to at least give them something. Speak to them and be like, yeah, no, we're here. And, you know, I get that your life is fucked up and shitty right now and stuff, but I assure you when you're out, you will be with us and stuff and we'll try to attack this and take this. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing like that that's ever been projected to you mentally where you've heard something positive speaking to you in that fashion, you know? So that's why I just think that whole concept is so goofy if there's actually people out there that think that, you know?
I've often thought that if there was that spiritual help, that spiritual assistance, that I would be the perfect person because I have nothing to lose.
Exactly.
And under the right circumstances, I just might sacrifice myself for the greater good if I thought it would have a meaningful impact. It's like they have so when I start to realize that there are other people out there like me that probably would feel the same way. They don't have much to lose. They've lost everything. They want to go out with a bang, doing something to help. To make a dent for the good. There's probably a lot of people out there that will do that. Where the fuck are the spiritual people out there, spiritual beings that would be the assistance that any of us would need to balance the scales in a meaningful or to at least attempt it, even if we died in the process, which is likely the case. I don't know. See, when none of the things. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask while you're on the subject, what's your final take on since you spent that much time on the Amazon stuff? What do you think? What's the deal with these shamans, man? Are they an intermediary between these archons and in this world, or talking about spiritual help? You know,
what I could say is there's a lot of corruption in shamanism, and I'm positive there's still good shaman out there. It's when you think of the Western world and how money has corrupted people. It's become an industry in South America. So it's a roll of the dice as to whether or not you're going to find a real true good shaman or somebody that just puts on the garb and shakes the rattle to make it look the part.
But
But when you're dealing with a
don't
real
don't
shaman,
they need
hold
to
on.
remain?
When you're dealing with a real
Yeah,
shaman,
go
you're
ahead.
dealing with somebody that understands both realities, and
Yeah,
quite literally how to walk and navigate between the two worlds. They establish and form connections with entities, even if they're their own thought forms in the way of like spirit animals and spirit guides or fucking ancestors or whatever. But yeah, I mean, shaman aren't to be fucking trifled with either, because much like a black magician or something, they have the ability to do shit to you, and you cross a particular line. And since morals vary so greatly, some shaman will cross lines that maybe morality would suggest they shouldn't. Um, so, I mean, the whole archetype of the shaman is the trickster. Sometimes they can be good, sometimes they can be
Yeah,
bad.
I was just going to say.
That's the nature of
So
the trickster archetype. It's just my understanding, and the reason I even went towards shamanism was that it's literally the oldest religion that we know of on the planet, that goes all the way back to like Siberia, like 7,000 years ago, its original roots. And then it just began to branch off into like other places. And then it became big in paganism in Europe as part of the culture and the way that we live. I mean, it was the shaman that was the healer. It was the shaman that was the sage. It was the shaman that was, you know, a lot of interesting roles. And a lot of times they were, I guess you could say, half nuts. But the community had found a way and a place for them. And they served their communities. And in doing so, the reputation of what a shaman is has lasted 7,000 fucking years. So, I mean, I think everything that was once good and pure has been targeted and to some degree perverted or corrupted in this reality. And if I'm wrong and there's been a few things that haven't been, I don't necessarily know what they are. Because a real good-hearted shaman that truly seeks to help people and he'll heal anybody that comes to them that needs healing, versus the brujo, who's a witch doctor. And, you know, they're very different paths with a very similar skill set. One's on the dark side, one's on the light side. So it's like that.
Yeah, I think you nailed it when you said trickster.
Yeah.
They're obviously not. They're not working for the greater good, right?
I don't necessarily say all of them.
You know, they're not.
I would say some of them probably are. Just like you'd have, think about I mean, it's just an example to paint a quick picture. The concept of Dumbledore versus the other evil one. You've got a good polarity of it, and you also have a dark polarity of it. So I'm going to guess there's a lot fewer of the good ones than there are of the dark ones. And you have to get lucky enough to find them because they're not broadcasting or advertising themselves generally. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
I mean, the real ones
it's tricky.
may not be all that interested in advertising in a way that you're going to find them versus word of mouth. You know, that kind of shit. Word of mouth, because you're talking to a local, and a local tells you, "Oh yeah, he's our medicine guy," and then you go and you find out he's actually a real guy. I mean, he's got a real heart, and the real ones don't charge you that much. The real ones, you can just you can sense it, you can pick it up. It's one of those heart, fucking intuitive gut kind of feelings. I don't know. Anyway. I'm not a master or an expert on the whole shamanism thing. I had definitely an experience through 2015, 2016, and 2017 and 3 trips to Peru. And I got to see, what I got to really be exposed to more than the whole shamanism thing was the other side of the veil of the ayahuasca industry. Because when you're apprenticing for a Shipibo, you're going to be cleaning a lot of puke buckets. So you're going to be working from that side of the veil, and you're going to see things about how things are done that when you're a Stariad Pasaharo that's going to your retreat, you would never ever suspect. Yeah. No, that's kind of the deal. But
yeah, because you think if they had access to the higher, these higher, the top of the pyramid, so to speak, the higher realms and the behind the scenes, you think they would be able to effect more,
to be honest with you, within the
trying to make any change.
Trying to make any change relevant to what? Like any of the stuff that's happening in the astral?
Yeah, exactly. So trying to make any, just that basically the tail trying to wag the dog, really trying to make any change in this level down here, like material, versus if they have access to the wiring under the board, so to speak. But that's where it would need to. If there was anything that was going to work, that's where it would need to be from. That's what I'm saying.
In 2020,
from that higher.
In 2020 and 2021, when I was on the Rebellious Meat Puppet channel over on BitChute, I did some videos where I even mentioned, where the fuck are all the men? Where the fuck are the shaman class? Because this was me realizing, this was me realizing this is a blatant, open attempt at a culling. This is a big deal. This is not just a war. This is a really big fucking deal. Where the fuck are the shaman class for mankind that are doing battle in the fucking etheric or astral realms? And why would they not? What? So, dude, it's made me question everything. Like you
honestly.
Go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, I was just gonna say that I feel like an important point to take actually from what you guys were saying there is just that I think the reality of where we are, or the truth, just undisputed, is just that the good or the positive or the benevolent or whatever is always the few and never the majority in this place, like never. And the reason for this, I think, is because when it comes to those like shaman and witch doctors and all that stuff, it could be said, especially since they're trying to delve into the more astro-spiritual side of themselves and also just the reality, no different to humans within business and commerce and things like this, where they can get, not bluffed, but what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know why I can't think of the word right now, but they can basically get, bribed, essentially. Oh, if you do this, or if you spread this message, or if you have this approach to what you do, I'll reward you in this way, or I'll spare you when your time comes, type of thing. You know what I mean? I feel like that could be one of the reasons why there's such that discrepancy between the good here, even down to the shamans and all that stuff, versus the negative and stuff like that here, when it comes down to shamans and witch doctors and so on and so forth. It's just an idea I just had now. I don't know if that, sticks at all.
I saw some shaman in South America that were quite fucking scary, to say the least. And you just avoid them. And just avoid them. Be polite if you have to talk to them, but go ahead.
Yeah, one crazy thing I remember you mentioning actually in one of those videos you did on that, and it's stuck with me ever since I heard you mention it and stuff like that, because I don't know, I guess my imagination is kind of what painted the picture for me of what you were describing. But I remember there was this time, I think it was after you came across the Canaanite, if you will, and it was at the whole camp and stuff like that. You said that you peered into one of the tents and you saw, I think it was a shaman, and you said you straight up saw him take something out of this guy, and that it was like flying up on the roof, and then he brought it back down. And once he saw you seeing this whole thing happen, he got the spirit, he put the spirit away, basically.
No, what he did was, what I saw him doing, there was somebody who was freaking out in a ceremony, like freaking the fuck out. And he was dealing with something very deep, and everybody was plastered, because it was within the first hour and a half of everybody like laying down after taking everybody was like starting to get into the medicine space. I was
Mhm.
still sitting up strong and fucking definitely in it. And there was this other guy, this German dude who was sitting there. And this guy was freaking out. And Maestro gets up and he walks over to him, tries to figure out what was going on, calm him down. And everything got quiet. And Maestro was singing Icaros in this guy's face. And he was just, it was dark. The moon was out partially. Couldn't see very much, but you could see the shit. He was doing something and moving his hands over this guy's head. And I'm telling you, man, I sat there and watched it. This fucking black thing came out of this guy and started. And this place is called a Maloka. It's where you do your ayahuasca ceremonies. And this fucking thing was swirling around. I think 5, 6 times, and we were watching it, looking at it. My maestro saw me. I saw this other guy. We were all looking at each other. And then he just waved his hand, blew some smoke, waved his hand, said some shit in Shipibo, and whatever it was went straight up through the roof and was gone. And I'm just like,
Wow.
how am I ever going to tell anybody about that?
Insane.
Sounds exactly
Yeah, like
like
when
Carlos
you explained that, I
Castaneda.
thought that was fascinating. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The Castaneda spoke about the flyers, the shadow, the flyers, literally the black shadow thing, and the mind parasite, basically the same thing, like sounds like the same thing, the shadow type thing.
This was still
Interesting.
pretty shocking for me too, because this was on like my 5th ceremony. So I was still very much a greenhorn. Am I breaking up?
No, I think it's on his side.
No,
It's an echo.
Has anyone seen that? There was a bit of footage released. There's some guy. There was an accident, an auto accident, like a motorcycle accident thing. It's quite crazy, and they actually captured the death of this person, and the minute the person died, you can see this black figure, like just it's this human anthropomorphic shape, but it's a black figure just leaving, and it just walks through a portal, through a door.
Whoa.
It's really strange. All captured. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't look. I think it would be pretty hard to fake that. I mean, this guy. I think it was. I don't know if it was a guy or a woman, but basically, it was on the back of a motorcycle, and it hit the lamppost, the light post, in the street lamp, and then at probably 80 kilometers an hour or something. So just instant death, just instant, and then you just see this black thing, smaller than the actual person that was on the bike, but you could clearly see it was in a black humanoid shape, and it just walked through a door, and from nowhere, and then just disappeared. And the cops standing right beside him. There's like 3 cops right there, but they can't see it. But the the camera thing picked it up. Really bizarre, man. Like, what the hell is that?
It's amazing when you have a physical 3D experience of something that makes you literally question reality.
You've never seen. Yeah.
And when you can't logic and reason away
Oh,
sorry, didn't mean to step on you there.
No, you're saying this is what's been kept from us. This is what we're not privy to know. We've been shut off from this aspect, which is infuriating. It's like
honestly, actually, yeah, just a quick thought I just actually had about the story about the biker you mentioned. To be honest, I do think there is a slight chance that it could have been faked, because I had been in that space, especially when I was younger, with watching ghost videos and being freaked out and stuff like that with like my sister. But besides the point. Point is just that when it comes to the wait, can you guys hear me? I don't know if I'm lagging.
I can hear you, but your answer. Something that you're doing is causing a lot of feedback. Whatever you're doing is feeding back into the stream.
Yeah,
I think you I think he has us on an external speaker. Maybe his headset went dead and he had to put us on external speakers or something.
Yeah, that might explain it. But oh yeah, just quickly though, just before I forget, I don't know. I guess a slight concept my mind just kind of gave me and stuff as he was explaining that story was like, could it be said that the whole thing when it like, because I know Rebellious Meepo, but has mentioned the whole thing about the shadow work and stuff like that, and then I've also even heard other people mention things about like the shadow self of your spirit and all that stuff. Um, maybe it could be said that the shadow self is what brings you to that point after death, of course, to that point where you are faced with the light and or the darkness behind you and stuff like that. But for you to even get to that point and stuff, that your shadow self essentially forces you to that point and stuff, just so you can almost make that decision, assuming that there is even that decision to make in that moment. But
No, I think,
I don't know. That was the thing I was considering when he mentioned that, though, is that
well,
maybe like after you die, your shadow self picks you up and takes you into that portal so you can face the gods, if you will.
your shadow self is more a part of your psyche.
Hmm. Fair enough. Yeah.
And what I think I know about the shadow self is that it's a different entity. I don't know that it has it the way that I mean, think about it. A child's born innocent, right? No,
Yes.
no, it's not, because it's born with the energy. No, it's not, because it's born with the energy of the sins of thy father and thy mother,
Oh,
and
right.
that, dude, that is an energy. Think about it. The energy that a mother passes to her child.
True. Yeah.
There's a context for that with a father
Shit.
that passes the energy that's within him. Now, here's the thing. All I'm suggesting is that we're doing this collectively, the whole world, to the degree that we do not fix our shit before we have a child. We are literally imbuing whatever like, let's say let me think how, a quick way to put this. Whatever unresolved trauma that you have,
Yeah.
whether it was the stuff that you were born with, or that you got from your, or whatever you've experienced as far as traumas. Let's say you didn't have much in the way of traumas. Your parents were actually decent and life was good. You could still have a shadow if your parents have unresolved shit that could manifest in your life, and you might be questioning, where the fuck is all this darkness coming from? It's quite literally a byproduct of the energy that was imbued in you, that was the unresolved trauma and damage within the psyche and the subconscious, probably a better way of putting it, the subconscious of your parents. What I'm suggesting to you is that this is an energy that attaches or affixes, almost like a parasite, I think,
Yeah. That sounds
to
right.
our psyche, and that for some of us it gets triggered and for some of us it doesn't, and that means the dark underbelly of what that shadowy energy that was imbued into us, plus whatever fucking shadowy energy that we suppress as children that get traumatized, don't deal with it, and it gets pushed down. That turns the angry child into an angry adult. That turns,
Yep.
so
Yep.
I think this just adds to and compounds whatever darkness the shadow is going to be. And not everybody's going to have their shadow triggered in this life, and will not even understand what it actually is, because they'll only hear about it contextually. It's not until that fucker's triggered and you're forced to deal with this part of you that's like a Siamese twin almost, that literally wants to take some steps across the line into fucking evil. It's like, what, huh? Because the version of you that you've always tried to craft and build yourself to be, based off of your model of what you want to be, your moral fabric and your moral compass, is nothing like this fucking shadow that literally wants to be evil. You have to kind of set some fucking rules for it. Where does all that come from? There's no way, even with the horrors that I fucking dealt with as a kid, my shadow would be as dark as it fucking was. My shadow wanted to destroy the fucking world. I mean, I still kind of want to, but my shadow was just like the darkest, most vile fucking darkness I've ever experienced. And I was weird. And I started to ask myself, would I feel this way based off of my childhood? No, I'm angry. I didn't like it, but not enough to want to destroy the fucking world. Where the fuck does this come from? So I just started to cognize that maybe because of the energy that passes between people, especially from parent to child, this is a fucking darkness that literally is passed through unresolved fucking energy. And when you resolve your trauma, you resolve your shit within you, energetically, you change. You release a lot of that negative energy and resonance because you've resolved the shit. You no longer have it to deal with. You work through it. That energy is no longer there. Then you don't have a shadow.
Yeah.
Then you have a child because you've done your work.
Yeah.
I think that we're having children from below the belt when we're in our early 20s, unaware of any of this shit from a human life experience. We're imbuing all the traumas that we didn't even realize that we're going to have to deal with. We might not be until we're fucking 30. We figure out we got some shit we got to deal with. By that time, the kid's 8. He's been acting out for a handful of years. We've never really understood why. And then you start to, yeah, this is,
That makes sense. Yeah.
I think there's something to it. And so I think that everybody that doesn't do their inner work, whatever form that takes for them, before they have a child, basically imbues that energy into their children. And it just compounds itself through the generations until, for whatever reason, it manifests in somebody's life. And for me, it was this Canaanite. Like, I had a dark night of the soul 16 years prior to that, and my shadow did not come forth. I've had a lot of fucked up relationships with narcissists that have broken my heart or put a knife in my back or betrayed me or whatever. Never brought my shadow forth. Something about this fucking woman. Oh boy. Anyway,
honestly, I'll be real with you. You don't have to like explain the story because I get it's probably something really personal to you. But when you use language like when you express that like she understands that you two can't ever really see each other again, and she understands she's just going to intentionally avoid you and stuff like that because she understands the potential consequences of what she's done. To be honest, I'll be honest, it really does pique my curiosity on like how vile is she then? You know what I mean? Like if that's really the perspective you take on it. And as I said, you don't have to explain it. I'm just saying that to me and stuff when I've heard you express that, I found that fascinating as well because I'm like, fuck, what could she have done?
At 46 years old, at 46 years old, which is pushing 50, that was the worst betrayal I've ever experienced in my life. That quite literally took me out. My own girlfriend from a couple of years prior, who was just as fucking vile in a different way, and did something very malicious, didn't take me out. She got close, but she didn't take me out. This one took me out. And I'm sorry, man, somebody that takes you out in life, doesn't willfully, never apologizes, never speaks another fucking word to you, and shows no substantive human qualities as somebody who was in the medicine community, who's supposed to be healing and growing their consciousness and all the things people in these communities do. She turned out to be, just like I said, when I started to look at the impact that shit had on me, I started to look in stories about Jezebel and who Jezebel was. And I started to really better understand this battle between good and evil. I started to understand differences between the rifts of the bloodlines. And because she's got the blood in her that she does, there could be some spiritual elements to this. I have no idea, but I feel like she was used. I feel like she was used as an instrument, through whatever dark force has been fucking with me since I walked into the fucking Amazon. I think that she was part of a much grander thing. Because when I look back at the way that shit worked out, I'm like, holy shit, that was literally leading me to my own fucking destruction. And I literally walked in the Amazon to be in service to others. So how do I have such a vast divergence in direction and experience? And then I started to realize what Jezebel was, what the whole context of what a Jezebel is, and the way that they steal your heart. And so it was all very malicious, long time. The shit was well thought out, and some of it even seemed planned. And if that's not the case, when I started to realize, when you start to get into the level of treachery, diabolical treachery that I realized this woman was dealing with or a part of or willing to do, up to and including, like this is a woman who was married to a man that they both went back and forth to Peru separate from each other and spent a month each time by themselves. So her husband goes to Peru, spends a month, then he comes back. Then Julie goes to Peru. She spends a month, comes back. Then she goes again, meets me. We become friends. within the first couple of months of talking to this woman, and this is before I understood what narcissism was, this is before I understood anything about this shit. She's telling me that her husband goes to Peru. He did his month, and for me, it was all into the context of he went there to heal himself because we're both evolving beings. And well, turns out that this chick that he met in the Amazon quite literally flew all the way around the motherfucking world because she was in love with him and thought that when she showed up, they were going to be like a family or whatever. They were going to get together. And well, how could she have gotten that idea? Well, that's what the narcissist does. They cultivate buckets of supply. They do the things called love bombing. They do things that would hook somebody like that, especially when they're in a weak and vulnerable place. We're drinking lots of ayahuasca, yada, yada. Oh, so this chick ends up going around the fucking world ultimately to get disappointed. I never put that together until later. And then I realized, well, Julie ended up kind of doing something similar with me, which is interesting. So I wondered how many other times. So I started to realize this is a woman who's literally involved in a relationship with a man who's literally just like her. They're both so fucking devoid of substance within their own relationship that they literally, independent of each other, go seeking their own buckets of fucking narcissistic supply from the Peruvian Amazon or wherever it is that they gallivant upon the fucking earth. And I'm sure the chick that made the trip around the world to Australia for her husband was pretty devastated. And then what I realized that this woman did, and see, since I saw this fucking woman in the context of my ceremony, literally before she ever became a thing, dude, in my mind, on my radar, anything. She was just this married chick that lived at the bottom of the fucking earth, and boom, there she is. Yeah, what do you make of that? What do you make of that? So, I literally got the best education I ever could for dark, diabolical evil that cloaks itself, the whole concept of the covert narcissist. So, and then when I realized the degree in which that woman took me out, a dark night of the soul, cognitive dissonance, CPTSD, I fucking lost myself, and soul shock, not to mention the first year and a half of that was literal fucking a psychological and mental fucking purgatory. That'll create an enemy that will be long lasting. And here's the thing. Here's another thing. Here's another thing that makes this so, dude, I had never loved a woman the way that I love that woman. I never made love to that woman. Therefore, the place from within me that I actually had love for her was truly from my heart, not my dick. And she was actually my best friend, the closest connection that I fucking had to me in life. And because I saw her in the context of the ceremony, I thought that she was one of the people that might be like Soul Tribe. You met her on the journey of healing yourself, and this is Soul Tribe. This is people you can trust. Yeah. So when that whole model gets fucking shattered, and I'm left with the whoa. When your best friend fucking leaves you to fucking whoa, dude. So we're talking.
Anything better does that situation justice? Like the word better, I don't think it does it justice at all.
We're talking a level of betrayal that went so far off the charts of anything that I would have expected. Quite literally, until the day I realized she ghosted me, I would have argued with anybody that this is a human being that's not capable of even behaving in a way that you're suggesting she is. She's not capable. That's literally, and it went boom, flip the fucking switch, boom, gone. And this is a woman who's 2 years younger than me. So I'm dealing with somebody who, at her mid-40s as well, plays these games. Really.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, dude, this went way beyond personal. This crossed way beyond just some chick that broke my heart. I never have I've never experienced a single thing with a man or a woman in this fucking life up until her, where somebody revealed themselves to me to be quite literally an enemy that probably comes from another motherfucking lifetime. That's how deep this shit runs. And when you try to take me out, and and it wouldn't matter if it was, it doesn't matter. It's the human, this context. It happened to have been an intimate relationship like that. But it could have been a best friend, like a dude, whatever. When you get betrayed like that, and then somebody, in the context of a woman, dude, it's more than just getting daggers in the heart, dude. You get those 10 swords in the back at the same time, and you realize how ruthless some of these fucking women can be. And to be taken out like that by a woman that I'd never even made love to, that was a whole different level, dude. That was a whole different level. Because this was because of the spiritual experience of seeing her in that ceremony. This is where I was letting all of my guard down and just trusting on a level that I probably wouldn't have otherwise, because I had that spiritual experience where I thought she was like Soul Tribe. Turns out I literally took all my guard down for a living goddamn Jezebel, demon with tits, because I thought, yeah, you see what I'm talking about? I mean, dude, this shit goes real fucking deep. Now, if it didn't have the effect on me, fuck it. But dude, I never had anybody take me out in a way that fucking woman did. So
yeah, honestly, I was just gonna interject midway through, like, you explaining that through your story. But yeah, I was just simply just gonna say that just through just intentively, listening to you and stuff like that, I do not only believe, but I trust that you did love that woman, like wholeheartedly. Like if I could go back in time to that version of you and talk to you about that, or Julie, like I'm sure, yeah, you would say just wonderful things about her and stuff. But just to hear how, like, that whole relationship and situation ended, yeah. Like, I mean, it made my chest feel tense just hearing you explain it.
When I started to realize what narcissism was because of her, and then I started to learn about this thing called love bombing, and that's like a willful tactic these fuckers use. And in the Amazon, and many times when we would talk, she would always say, "I love you, you beautiful man." And I started to realize she was literally doing narcissistic tactics right to my motherfucking face with the intention of hooking me slowly over time the way that she fucking did. The vile Jezebel. I love you, you beautiful man. That's what she used to say. Nobody in my life has ever said that to me, ever. And I guess after you hear it enough times, it was nice to hear. It was nice to hear. Yeah, it was nice to hear from somebody that you thought you had a bond with. Yeah, it's always nice to know if somebody feels like you have value when they tell you to your fucking face. But to realize that somebody's doing that as a deceptive tactic to get you to take your guard down and to get that hook in, dude, you're talking extra levels of fucking treacherous heart there, man. And a fucking a covert willingness to literally wait for just the right motherfucking time. I was just like,
pull the rug.
You've got, well, dude, and if I actually went into the details of like how all this shit happened leading up to her ghosting me, and it even shows another even more treacherous level of who she was. Whatever, it is what it is. But I've never felt like that about any human being in my life. Well, maybe one or two in the recent couple of years, but especially relevant to intimate relationships like that. That fucking bitch, it would be as if you dated. Let me put it to you. You ever see the movie They Live?
Yes.
You remember the ending scene in the movie after Roddy Piper died, and the signal got cut, and that woman was playing Ride 'Em Cowboy. To finally wake up to the realization that that's what you've been dealing with the entire time.
Exactly.
It's been deceiving you through everything. And if you actually knew what it was, you would have never touched it or spoken a word to it. But I don't know how else to say it, dude. The most worst. Yeah, there you go. The worst, most profound betrayal I've ever experienced in my fucking life. And I was betrayed by both my parents. And the impact of the parents, it just hits you a different way.
Yeah.
The impact from somebody in the context of the ayahuasca healing community, that's just, especially when you literally have your own actual fucking experience in a ceremony where you see this person and the entirety of the context that you see and perceive it is that of Soul Tribe. I'm sorry. When it turns out that it's actually a Jezebel and that was never anything true. Yeah. Try living that. Hearing it is one thing. The feeling that goes through your gut when you start to align with what you're really dealing with, everything just That's where cognitive dissonance comes in. That's where, I mean, if anything, I would give her a bow because, well, damn, she was good. She was good. She got me good. That took time too. Patience, cunning, sprinkled full of deception. And I'm just like, wow, that's what you truly were. And I shit you not, dude. I would have said to anybody that would have been like, Keith, she's fully fucking narcissistic. You better be careful, dude. I can't prove it. I'm just telling you. I would have been like, no, she's not. It's not possible. She's not capable. She's not capable. She's just not capable. I'd literally believe that.
It's so
Anyway,
fucked up.
so
Actually, it's crazy. Actually, one thing I just thought of there. Actually, the way narcissists operate, or at least the way in your particular case there with Julie, the way that whole situation operated, I feel like a lot of religious people are probably gonna have that a similar rude awakening like that when they die. Well, potentially, assuming that the archons on the other side are probably going to masquerade as a Jesus or whatever, angels, whatever the fuck. But if not, if they're actually going to be honest with someone who's been a lifelong Christian or Muslim and stuff like that, yeah, they're in for a rude awakening. It's not what they think it is. You know what I mean? Where you think, oh, they're loving and they're this, they could do no wrong, and then you see what they actually are, and you're like, oh fuck, it's like they're a disgusting, vile thing. It's like I had no idea. But eventually, they always reveal themselves in the end.
truth be told, man, I know she watches my content. To what degree anymore? To what degree any? Well, no, I had her email address and her phone number and texted her my fucking channel name, so I'm sure she knows.
Wow.
Here's the deal. That was a big. Well, I mean, you ever hear the concept of a smokescreen?
Oh, wait, sorry. Wait, one more time.
You ever hear the concept of a smokescreen?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I didn't want that fucking woman to ever think that she could ever approach me again for any reason at any time. So you put that out there, and there's your smokescreen. She'll never cross it. She's a coward anyway. If we were standing in front of each other, would I fucking harm her? I honestly might give her a swift kick in the fucking shins, but beyond that, she's so fucking disgusting to me. I honestly wouldn't want to reduce myself to honestly, the first year or two, I might have actually really, because my shadow was front and center, dude. But honestly, I said that shit because I'm like, if there's any possibility that woman will ever fuck, but I don't think there is. I think I probably shouldn't have said it. I think the fact that she's a narcissist is revealing of herself. She lacks the compulsion from within, or she would have done it by herself anyway, no matter what I was saying. So, but it's like a smokescreen. If you, that'll make sure she never shows up. And that's the way I fucking want it. You revealed yourself. And what that did was that took away the ability for the narcissist to hoover. You know what hoovering is?
Explain it from your perspective, just so I can
No, it's not my perspective. It's what hoovering is.
Oh, it's just what it is. Yeah, go ahead.
It's literally, it's the vacuuming. It's where they try to suck you back in. It's where they come back.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just haven't heard that term quite like that, but yeah.
In the narcissistic circles, in the narcissistic community, when you're learning about it as a victim of it, you'll hear it called hoovering. So
hoovering. Okay.
Yes, where they try to suck you back in because they know you're weak, because they know you're hurting, because they know you're fucking yearning for them, because they know. So then these deviant motherfuckers, and I was like, you know what? Fuck you, bitch. So yeah, that's a perfect smokescreen to keep that splinter in her mind, to prevent her from ever fucking. Yeah, it is what it is. When you betray somebody like that, and you literally take them out, you're unworthy. You're unworthy. And honestly, there's no apology that woman could ever fucking utter that would resolve it or fix it. So I just, all is fair in love and war, right? Well, I understood psychologically that saying that would make it so that she would never fucking. So it was easy enough. Not to mention my shadow was pretty fucking front and center and wanted to be heard. So I was like, fuck it. I didn't care. There comes a point where you're so hurt because you're wounded, meaning like I walk up to you and I cut your fucking leg and you're bleeding out. There comes a point where you don't care. You're hurt. And you really just, you don't care. You're going to yell to get somebody's attention or whatever. It's similar parallel. What that woman did to me she reached into my fucking heart. And it was not just that was a willful attack directly on my heart. That dude, anyway, so that was extra fucking personal. And, I don't wish good things for her. If I find out terrible things happen for her, I'd probably end up feeling that some cosmic justice or karmic justice was levied upon her. She's the reason I did the dialogue on my BitChute channel about forgiveness versus letting go, where I was explaining about the inner compulsion. You know, here's the thing, man. If I fucked up and I did something and I destroyed you, I saw that. You told me that. And there was this massive storm around you because you were in the darkness, because I fucking betrayed you and I know I did it. And I'm like, oh, fuck. If I actually loved you, if you meant something to me, if I cared about you, I would fucking fare the storm to get through to you in the center of it. And then I would do what I had to get it through to you that I was sorry, I apologize, that kind of shit. If you meant something to me, no matter what, I would make it through that fucking storm. So, or smoke screen. She's a coward. She's a Jezebel. And if I heard that she met Jezebel's fate, it would bring me a sense of fucking joy that cosmic justice or karmic justice found her. And do you know what Jezebel's fate was?
No.
Well, she was thrown out of a castle window. Then she was trampled by horses. Then she was eaten by dogs. So the final touch
sound familiar.
So the final touch of the earth for Jezebel was as dog shit.
Yeah, that does sound familiar. I think I've heard you tell that story before.
That's literally the story of Jezebel. That's not just me. That's literally
the Jezebel story, yes.
She was thrown out of a fucking castle window, I think it was, then trampled over by horses. Then she laid there dead in the streets and dogs came and ate her. And then, if dogs eat you, well, naturally, the next step for you is dog shit.
Yeah.
I mean, if a bear eats you, the next step for you is bear shit. Either way. I'm sorry, man. I don't have any forgiveness for somebody that tries to willfully take me out and is remorseless about it.
I honestly would not expect you to, especially considering how your life was going up until that point, even before you got to Peru. Like, just everything that was going on and had happened to you and stuff. It's like, to have something like that happen, and as you mentioned and stuff, her calling you a handsome man consistently, it would feel good if you've never been told that throughout your life, especially as a man.
Well, I've been told
because
that
men usually don't get to get that type of, like compliments and things like that so readily and so easily. Like women usually tend to get that a little bit more easier, clearly. But yeah, go ahead.
I've been told that I'm a good-looking guy by other women in my life. I've just never had anybody say those words. I love you, you beautiful man.
Oh,
no one subsequent to her has said that. No one before her ever said that. And those words in that specific order is specifically what she would always say. So, or whatever. It's the perfect love bomb. So as I started reading through narcissistic stuff, listening to people talking about what they do, all these fucking words that they give you for the strategies that they use all became very apparent. I was like, oh my God, this is what I've experienced here. Or like, oh my, and now I had a language for what these fucking people are. That's the problem with most people who are on the receiving end of these fucking narcissist demons is you don't have a playbook of life that gives you a language for what the fuck kind of treacherous bullshit you're dealing with. You see what I mean? Like if you're a moral man, you expect that you're dealing with people who are moral, usually, that are going to be decent, unless you've been awakened to the true reality of people. But these people function with a completely different rule book or playbook of life that is so different than the playbook that you or I would play with, that when it finally reveals itself, it's offensive. Because you realize you were dealing with somebody that is not playing by the same rules that you were. and they didn't disclose that. It's yeah. There's a lot of deception in this shit. And there's a lot of interesting words like love bombing and hoovering and other things that they fucking do. Triangulation. Their tactics and strategies that these living demons do to fuck up your life, fuck with your life. They're the type of people that will literally scheme and plot on how to get you back. And in order for me to try to get you back, you have to really have jumped across the fucking line. Pissing me off is I let shit go relatively quickly, especially if it's not a massive impact. Annoyances, whatever. Cross that fucking line, it's different. And whatever. So, yep.
Thank you for sharing that with me. Honestly, I felt like I learned new details, like the Hoover example and so on and so forth, from you explaining all that.
No, it's a fair question to say. Why would you offer to physically harm somebody if they ever step back in front of you the way that you did?
Mm-hmm.
So I felt the need to actually take the time to actually explain why would I utter such words about someone like that? Because well, those are pretty specific now, aren't they? Your intentions, your intentions were stated pretty clearly. But like I said, you can do those things as a smokescreen, knowing that it will prevent your foe from crossing that boundary. And honestly, as a protection mechanism to ensure that she would do the Hoover, I said, fuck it. I'd be more apt to piss on her than really hurt her because she's just so fucking disgusting to me. The fact that people like her live and exist and operate and can look at themselves in the mirror and not projectile vomit at what the fuck it is they see back shows that they're a different species of human, as far as I'm concerned. Because if I did to somebody what the fuck she did to me, I would go to the ends of the earth to make it up to you if I fucking had to. And I would goddamn sure let you know I was sorry and all the appropriate stuff because you mattered to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, like when it comes to people treating others like that, it's hard for me to even understand it or comprehend why someone would do things like that, And honestly, it does genuinely kind of make me sad because it's just one of those things that I just wouldn't do for that reason. Because it's like if it happened to me, it would make me feel terrible. So why would I do that to someone else? Just
because you lack because you would
them.
lack. Well, at that point, it's because you lack a conscience, you lack a moral compass, and you clearly feel no empathy, sympathy, and compassion, and obviously have no guilt, shame, or remorse. It's a combination of all of those things working for the perfect storm.
Yeah,
these are the telltale signs. These are the telltale signs. When you see humans that lack these substantive human qualities, these are the traits of the fucking narcissist. These are the traits of these living fucking demons. These are the traits. And when you see cunning, ruthless, merciless, and predatory, these are also their tells, their flags, their red flags that in the past, when I was thinking with my dick, as many men do, I would have overlooked those flags because, well, the sex was great and she's hot. I know, stupid. But it is what it is. So, hello, Mina.
Hey, hello. Hi, I heard the conversation. I was really wondering, did you had other synchronicities meeting with her? Like things that for you were very personal that she maybe reminded
She
you
was my
of?
best friend.
My best friend. Yeah, I heard this, but synchronicities, I mean, like this vision that you had before.
Well, that's not really a synchronicity. You got to turn off your speakers.
Oh, sorry.
Because it's just feeding back. No, I had 10 or 11 months worth of synchronicities that happened every 4 to 6 weeks, I would say, that were the things that led me into the Amazon. When I had the vision of her, that wasn't a synchronistic moment. I actually ingested ayahuasca and had one of the most profound experiences on ayahuasca I've ever had. And she was a part of it. And on that night when that happened, she literally, on a significant scale, was no more significant of a human being to me than any other person that I didn't know that I was in the Amazon with. So I began to read or think or look into it a little deeper and began to question whether or not, because of the journey that I was on, that maybe this benevolent spirit in the sky was putting me in contact with Soul Tribe. That was the whole context of it. That was the way I perceived it. That was the way it fucking felt. So I guess like a dumbass, like an imbecile, I believed it wholeheartedly. And that belief was what allowed me to take my guard down and, in a way that I would never otherwise. Had I not had that ceremony where she became more significant as a human to me from the context of Soul Tribe, I would have never pursued a connection with her, even as friends, which is all it was outside of the Amazon. Or, you know what I mean? It wouldn't have been anything substantive. So there was no synchronicities regarding her. There was just that vision. And then, everything that came subsequent to that, which was not like supernatural shit that I'm aware of. Yeah. I mean, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Synchronicities was maybe not the right word, but I mean the spiritual things that lure you in. This is also my experience, that there are like cues, like spiritual cues, that you think, oh, okay, I'm on the right path, and then actually this path leads to something narcissistic.
Well, like I said, the speakers are feeding back again. She was just one of 23 other people in the Amazon when I showed up, and we all showed up from around the Western world. She had no more significance to me than the guy next to me or the girl across the circle that we would sit in from me. Had it not been for that ceremony, she would have never taken on a significance to me. And, well, none of it would have ever happened the way it ended up. You want to know something weird? I mean, this is some really bizarre shit. Since I'm talking about it, I'll just share it. Actually, give me 1 second. If you give me 1 second, I will fucking show it to you. I have it. I actually typed this shit up because when I looked at this and I saw what I was looking at, I was so mind blown that the similarity between these two women was what it was, of the Virgo sun and Leo moon. My last girlfriend was a Virgo sun and Leo moon, horribly narcissistic, complete alcoholic. And when I was at a very weak point and very vulnerable, she went after me like a fucking lion going after a fucking child, a baby gazelle. It was horrible. I can't believe what that bitch turned out to be. And then I go into the Amazon a year and a half later, and I meet another woman in a different context, not even in a romantic context at all, that I became friends with and had a 3-year connection with, that also turned out to be a Virgo sun and a Leo moon. And they both had their Venus was in Virgo, their Mars was in the same. There's 4 other placements that were the same. And then on top of that, my ex-girlfriend was born at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Julie was born at 1 o'clock in the morning. My ex-girlfriend was born in the northern hemisphere. This one was born in the southern hemisphere, where Julie was born on the cusp of the sun. Stephanie was born on the cusp of the moon. Or maybe I had some of that backwards. I'm not looking at it. But these were the types. I was like, what the? And I'm sandwiched in between these two women. Something bigger was going on. Something bigger. That's just not a coincidence. In my opinion, that's not a coincidence. If I can open the folder and find it fast enough, yes, I did find it. I will show you. I don't know if you're looking at it on a phone or a computer, but in about 5 seconds, I will show you the spreadsheet that I put together of the similarities in the charts of these two women. Hang on a second. Soulmate sandwich. So this is first names only. She's a Virgo sun. She's a Virgo sun. She's a Leo moon. She's a Leo moon. And I'm stuck right in the middle of these two. She's a Venus in Virgo. She's a Venus in Virgo. She's a Pluto in Libra. She's a Pluto in Libra. And then, like I said, one's on the cusp of the sun, which is my ex-girlfriend. And then this one's on the cusp of the moon. She's born in Australia. She's born in U.S. One's born in 1 o'clock at night. One's born in the opposite. I mean, I'm just like, and then when I did a synastry with the software I have like, I spent like $300 on it. That's Janus software for astrology. It does natal reports and things of that nature. And I did synastry between us, and it shows a bidirectional soul tie between me and Stephanie. I've analyzed the charts of most of the women I've dated in this life because I've known their date, time, and place of birth. And a few of them were actually kind of compatible. Most of them were not. And the more I started to study astrology and trying to figure out who this woman was, she's literally the reason I even started studying it. And I started to put these patterns together as a novice. I'm like, yeah, there's something about this that couldn't have been fucking coincidental. So this might have been something in that synchronistic realm of how do you logic and reason that shit away? How do you logic and reason that shit away? So
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's insane. I think for sure the architect of this place was probably having a laugh at your expense for sure with those ones.
well, I got the double narcissistic parents at the same time. And then both of these fucking women were both narcissists as well. Stephanie is as narcissistic as it gets, and Julie turned out to be a covert narcissist of she's possibly what's referred to as an ultra narcissist because her game was flawless. Flawless. Never suspected a fucking thing until the end, until that fucking ghost sign came on or happened. But anyway, yeah, women.
Yeah, fascinating shit though.
I suppose women are like men. It's not so much that it's just the way it all unfolded, man, with this whole ayahuasca thing and the fucking ceremony.
Yeah.
And then the opening the door for, well, quite literally learning about narcissism, the cluster B spectrum, and being able to put together a whole lot of the pieces of my fucking life. Honestly, I should almost thank her because if it wasn't for her doing what she did, despite the way it destroyed my life, I wouldn't have done the deep dive into the cluster B that I did to better understand what I was dealing with and then have the capacity to look back at my life and have it all make an awful lot more sense in a way that I never thought it would. And then it changed my perspective on what the fuck it is that put me in here to experience a fate like that. Because these people have all been pretty key people in my life. They're not, on top of the periphery, like the roommate or the person at work. These people have been ever present in my fucking life in major relationships. So if that's not being targeted as an individual from the spiritual realm, I don't fucking know what is. I don't fucking know what is. These people talk about targeted individuals in this reality that are being targeted by people with like DOD or DARPA technology or some crazy alien shit that nobody really knows about, but people are being fucked with. Well, that's the 3D version of targeted individuals. I think there's another level of it where something targets us fucking spiritually before we even fucking get here. And they can reveal what sick, twisted, maniacal fucks they actually are. Should we wake up and be conscious enough to be able to look back at the path of our lives and recognize what these fuckers have mapped out for us? I might not even think this way if I had one parent that wasn't a narcissist. Because most people that are born to narcissistic parents that get all fucked up because of that shit at least have one good one to fall back on.
Yeah.
Is it whatever? No, I didn't have either of that. So it's like, whoa, you literally fucking took everything from me, you motherfuckers. Whatever. It is what it is.
Honestly, maybe it could be said that, like, maybe, whatever's outside of here, whatever has even created those type of moments and synchronicities and stuff like that in your life like that, maybe it could be in a weird way a consequence of like, and it might sound a bit cheesy or something like that, but maybe because I do kind of get this vibe, if you will, for me, that it's almost like you have like this warrior type of spirity, like energy, where it's like you would like to go and actually fight the proper threat, but it's like there's nothing you can do while you're in a human vessel to actually fight the threat accordingly, So maybe this is the consequence of you trying that before. And they're like, okay, so if he gets inside a human vessel, we're really going to fucking destroy him. We're really going to fuck with his head.
If I could cleanse this earth myself, I would do it personally. So, and I'm sure there's plenty of other guys. So that, am I 10 feet tall and have the capacity to do that? No. I would argue that there's elements of my warrior spirit that might overload my fucking 200-pound ass. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that this shit doesn't, I mean, does it not course through you? I mean, well, let me ask you this. Would it course through the being of anybody that actually figured out or put together what it is that I figured out and put together? I'm sorry, when you realize that your entire life has been built off of this type of shit, I'm sorry, it'll make you want to it should make any fucking being want to destroy what the fuck has done this rather than kowtow to it and call it fucking God. No, this has been and then, I can sit here and boo-hoo, pity me for all the horrible shit that I've experienced. But when I pan out with my Aquarian mind and I consider what the fuck else has gone on in this world to other people and how bad people have it and get it through childhood, and it's all, I'm like, this fucking place is a cesspool. This place is a cesspool. This is epidemic. This is fucking rampant. This is par for the course. And then this shit falls into the category of the stuff that you don't talk about because it's embarrassing, because of pride and ego. And, I'm all well put together. My childhood was fine. No, I get there's a lot of that. People will be in denial of it. I just think based off of my experiences in Peru that have shown me directly with my own eyeballs that, however, the percentage of humans that are coming from the Western world going to the South America to drink ayahuasca, the percentage of people who are doing that to heal childhood wounding is in the upper 90th percentile. There's few exceptions where they're like, yeah, I'm going to drink some to expand some consciousness, try to have some like consciousness expanding experiences versus people who are there to heal from childhood fucking wounding. So you would never expect to find predators there. Talk about being naive, man. Jesus Christ, was I naive? Not thinking that there would be any predators in a fucking area of the world where people who are broken, wounded, seeking healing, vulnerable, are all gathering to open up their energy bodies with this shamanic brew. Oh boy, looking at it from that perspective, I'm like, you're fucking nuts if you go down there like that. But now I know things that I didn't know before I took that leap of fucking faith.
I wonder. What's the effect of the entheogens on somebody with narcissistic personality disorder? Because if they operate in the lower 3 chakras, doesn't it do something to expand their consciousness in some way?
Well, can you mute that again? Okay. I don't know that we have much in the way of statistics for people who are on the narcissistic spectrum that went to the Amazon jungle and drank a slew of ayahuasca that was able to open up the subconscious mind and disarm the guard that would prevent anything from getting in there to unpack all of the atrocities in their heads. I don't think it has happened much, if at all. If at all, I don't know if there's any statistics for it, and I would argue that it's probably very few, if at all. If there's anything that's going to fix a consciously aware narcissist that doesn't want to be a narcissist, that realizes this is all from trauma, and wow, now that I'm awake and I'm conscious of this, holy shit, ayahuasca could be something that might open the gateways for that consciousness expansion. Yes, I can't say that wouldn't be possible, but you certainly have to want it consciously, be on that journey of trying to evolve and change yourself, recognize your patterns, recognize your behaviors, recognize the impact that you have on fucking people, open your fucking heart so you're no longer as predatory as you once were and selfish and all that other kind of shit. Those are necessary things. Ayahuasca can help people step into that space for sure. But ayahuasca can also make the brujo a more evil prick. The brujo is the witch doctor. So it's all a matter of what you are and what you want. It's a matter of what energy is inside of you, I suppose. I honestly was there from a very neutral, meek perspective. I wasn't there trying to fucking do anything but heal and learn. So I never had any fucked up experiences with ayahuasca. Well, no, I did. It just, they weren't horrible like I went to hell. That's what I mean. I never had any of those. All of my ceremonies were reasonably pleasant. Yeah. A few of them quite mind-blowing. Have you ever drank ayahuasca, Mina?
No, but I did some other entheogens.
Which?
Mushrooms and
Okay.
LSD.
Okay. The
The
last
last
experience I
experience I
had,
had,
I'm sorry, can you mute yourself again? The last experience I had with Julie, honestly, before this whole ghosting thing, her and I, and like 8 other people, did each of us about 6 grams, maybe 5.5 to 6 grams each of mushrooms. And the guy that set it all up for us, there was like 10 of us there. Um, he got water and some lemons and put a bunch of lemon juice straight from a lemon into the water and then chopped up the mushrooms real small and fine and put that fine powder, like 6 grams of it, in the water with the acidic lemon juice to try to extract the stuff. And about a half hour before we did that, we did Syrian rue. We drank a little thing of Syrian rue. I'm telling you, that ceremony with that woman that night, which was 6 grams of mushrooms, and I had done up to like 14 grams of mushrooms, was probably one of the most powerful, top 3 powerful, most profound fucking ceremonies I've ever had in my life with 6 grams of magic mushrooms. So mushrooms are fucking powerful. If you're in the right space and you're ready to let go, when that train comes, it'll open the portal for you for sure. I was seeing like Egyptian pyramids, capstones, golden capstones, the eye of what is it, Horus, all kinds of Egyptian themed things with mushrooms, and specifically in her presence, and she's part Egyptian, which was kind of weird for me. Have you ever had Egyptian themed mushroom trips?
I didn't had any visuals on mushrooms, but I did have it
Uh,
with LSD. With LSD, I went to hyperspace, and I saw like a bright orange light coming out of the wall, and I was connected to it, and I got a massive download. Um, Basically, it was saying that we were here to learn, like the soul progression story, right? So
that
we
is a
were here.
story,
there's a
yes.
story, yes.
Yeah, so we were here to learn, and then eventually we would go back to the stream of consciousness, so it could expand itself. But then, yeah, later on I was thinking, what is actually communicating to you in this moment?
Right.
Right.
Not lying to you, right? So,
Well, the
Well,
question
the
I have
question.
with LSD is that it is synthetic. It's synthesized in the laboratory, and I question the portals that it may open for those who have those types of experience as being synthetic versus, and maybe I'm splitting hairs, and maybe from a metaphysical level, there's no difference. I'm just kind of being more biased towards entheogens rather than LSD because LSD is something that man makes in a lab. And I'm sorry, I would rather take nature over something man creates almost every day of the fucking week if given the choice, because man has proven to have not so good intentions and be quite fallible. Whereas Mother Nature, um, she's kind of brutal and she's all about carnivorous and all that other shit, but she's pretty good at what she does. So I'd be more inclined to trust the portals that open and the experiences that I have with entheogens. Now that's what I would have been more inclined to believe until I had some of my own experiences with entheogens, experiencing these entities and found them to be tricksters or not necessarily benevolent. So, I mean, I guess I'm being more of a purist or a snobbish by saying, LSD is like synthetic and shit. And honestly, that's been my perspective is anything that man makes in the lab, I'm just not interested. I've never been into Coke or any of those pills or any of that stuff that's manufactured. I've always preferred plants. It's just been my choice. So that's been my thing. And I think the experiences that you have with mushrooms or ayahuasca or San Pedro or peyote in a proper ceremony can be far more profound than the stuff that is made from man synthesized stuff. But that's just what I think. I mean, I did LSD maybe 75 times when I was a kid with my best friend. We would trip all the time. I never saw hallucinations. I never had any portals open. We just laughed, and laughed. It was more of a thing for having fun for 8 to 10 hours at a time than tripping to expand consciousness. So anyway, there's my perspective on LSD. I've never, I'm sorry, I never experienced anything profound with LSD. And I was hitting it pretty hard for like 3 or 4 years, and I never experienced anything profound. All I had to do was ayahuasca 4 times, and whoosh, fucking everything changed. So I don't know. Go ahead. You were going to say something. I'm supposing.
Yeah, I was at the time I was kind of young and unexperienced with this kind of things.
Me
So
too.
I was Me too. To after half an hour, I was thinking, oh, nothing is happening. So I took more. So it was a bit of a big dose, and the trip lasted like 24 hours or more. So it was a bit of high dosage, which caused it to have this experience with hyperspace and all these things.
Yeah. No, I get it. I came back from a road trip. I was like 22. I came back from a road trip from California, and I showed up at this music festival where this friend of mine, he was like this black dude that was white. It's hard to explain. Everybody loved this guy called Desi, and he was the guy that always had the acid. And he had dreadlocks and just, he was just, I don't know. Anyway, he was really cool. I showed up, and he has this little dropper like you'd put food coloring in, full of liquid LSD. And he's like, here, man, you want some? And I opened my mouth thinking my friend Desi was going to give me like 2 or 3 drops. And like 11 drops later, I was like, oh, dude, that's like enough. And then I had to sit with the fact that he just gave me 11 hits of acid. So like 12 hours later, it was over. And I started to realize that, like, I don't know, something about this synthetic shit just doesn't do it for me, because to have taken that many hits, either it was shitty acid or it just didn't do it for me. Because, I mean, I tripped for 12 hours, that's for sure. But 10 hits of acid, I've heard people have, like, that's profoundly changed them psychologically. And it didn't do anything for me like that. It's probably shitty acid, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it sounds like a lot indeed.
Wow, so that's LSD like unlock your brain or something?
I didn't understand your question because you repeated the echo.
Oh, okay, I'll come back.
No, I can hear you now. If you have external speakers on, they feed back. You have to kind of like have headset on, or maybe just your phone or something like that. So do you still deal with or experiment with or work with therapeutically psychedelics, Mina?
No, I don't. After this LSD trip, afterwards I got a bit of anxiety from it, so I decided to not experiment any further with this kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it. I'm kind of over it. And whoever, what is this? Pislets? My eyes are, where's my, one thing I found about hate is it can and will consume you. And it's very caustic. It's very corrosive. Even if it's justifiable hate, if it's not dealt with quickly, it becomes very corrosive.
So what about like hating the demiurge?
It's just the whole concept of hate. It's a tricky thing. It's like having a tiger by the tail, because it's necessary to fight your enemy, but to be consumed by it can take you over, and it's really hard to recover when you've been consumed by hate. I'm not saying that I don't feel hate. I just don't allow myself to bask in it like I did when I was in the dark night of the soul, because you're literally just basting in. So I have to set it down. And if the battle ever comes, then I'll pick it up. It'll always be there. But I just, fuck, man, it took me a long time to walk away from the energy of hate. When I was in the darkness, I was like, fuck it, I'm going all in. Fuck it, I'm going all in. I didn't care. My shadow didn't care. We were going to go and touch the underbelly of the dark side for a little while anyway. So hate is the way to get there. And it'll teach you a few things. And even if it's justified, that shit is still caustic. It's still corrosive to you internally. It's corrosive for sure.
And it's a sad thing because it's the very fuel that's necessary to fight and destroy your enemies. However, you've got to know how to handle it so that it doesn't consume you. And it's one of those things like heroin. You think you're going to try it once or twice and just put it down? Probably not. Hate's a very similar thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, but how do we destroy the demiurge, though? If it is even possible.
well, first we have to learn how to do it, and then figure out if it's even possible from this reality, which it probably isn't. And it's probably out of the realm. I don't know. I mean, I just all of this demiurge stuff has been Gnostic theory, some New Age theory, certain spiritual theory. It's all theory. There seems like there's some evidence for it. But if we're real with ourselves in a certain context, there's just no way we could ever do anything to it if we were in physical form. So we all have to wait with bated breath to see what happens after death. But we're all here again and we don't remember how we got here. So maybe it's possible that they have technology and they can just recycle us. So we're dealing with an enemy that's, whether it's more powerful or it's just more advanced, which gives it more power because it's so much more advanced. Either way, we're at a loss without some fucking assistance, man, because they've got us by every angle. If there's a true energetic fence, if you've ever heard the story of the Isbies, there's like a fence grid around the planet that it'll get you, and electrically because electric is an energy that transcends the physical non-physical boundaries. Literally, so they could have technology that we don't even conceive of that can do things to us when we're in that form that we're not even prepared to deal with. And I would suppose that the transition from life to death in this context of being alive might be a bit of a shocker. Might take a little while to get your orientation and equilibrium. And we're at a disadvantage. We're at a severe disadvantage because we just spent an entire lifetime here discerning here in and of itself. Discerning here in and of itself is challenging is challenging enough, let alone now you're in a different physical form. Your physical vessel's dead. You don't have access to mind and the ability to discern whatever it is you may encounter. So, I don't know.
That's indeed like a big problem, because if you get knowledge like how to escape this reincarnation part, but you don't have a rational mind if you leave your body. So it's like a catch-22.
Well, it might be quite literally the recipe for how samsara has existed from the perspectives that the Vedics have of samsara. Death, life, rebirth, death, life, rebirth, death, life, rebirth. Ties into the Lush farm, where we keep recycling these energy batteries so that we can harvest from them each incarnation. And it's a renewable source of energy, Lush energy. So they've created some sort of super advanced technological system to harness or grab the essence of us once we fucking die. And the idea of that is just so hideous to me because it's such a zero-sum game. It opens up the door for, it's a prison planet. All this stuff. It's like, no, man, don't fucking tell me. But I'll be honest with you, that seems more plausible than Soul School.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
The whole concept of Soul School opens the door in my mind for the concept of being the crash test dummy, and that something else is actually in control, that we're being forced to experience this experience called life so something else called soul can extract the lessons. And since we don't have direct connection to soul, a direct awareness, some sort of internal instinctual awareness, some sort of spiritual awareness where we knew. But then when you start getting into the esoteric, the soul is a non-physical component of us, aspect of us, part of us, whatever, that literally exists in a different realm. So it starts open the door to like, soul has like some sort of etheric tether to us, or something, or as I like to colorfully say, a etheric hook up our ass, where it gets to pull our strings. And then we're down here as the crash test dummy, effectively in the co-pilot seat, trying to live our fucking lives and direct and guide our own lives because we think we're autonomous, sentient, individuated units of consciousness, when in fact something else called soul has an agenda of lessons that it's supposed to learn through your life here. And then, you see what I'm saying? I'm like, whoa, these are some questions that I'm like,
Yeah.
this shit doesn't make any sense. Why we wouldn't have access to soul. If soul's in a spirit realm and it has access to all knowledge, you would think that we wouldn't be struggling down here as the ignorant fucking fools that we are, being taken advantage of in every conceivable way that we are. So what the fuck actually is soul? And they've driven into everybody's head, oh, you sold your soul to the devil, blah, you don't want the devil to eat your soul. Okay, the only context that any of us have for what this thing called soul actually is through all of the mechanisms of deception that they have, like spirituality and fucking religion. So, I mean, I know an aspect of me was outside of my physical vessel when I left my body through ayahuasca experiences. So I know, but what I do remember is that I didn't have access to a vehicle of mind. I did not have the ability to process. I was just an experiencer, an awareness, an observer. There was no mind. And my fear is that that's going to be the condition that we're in when we fucking actually kick the bucket. And if that's the case, then yeah, anything with technology and knowledge could fucking manipulate us and bring us right the fuck back. So I guess we all get to wait with bated breath and wait until
Definitely.
we die to see if we'll even remember. I mean, there's this whole process of being separated from the body, being separated from mind, being separated from the personality to get down to the raw spirit that's underneath all of that. At what point do we lose the ability to, I don't know, use mind, have access to mind? None of us have the answer to
Wow.
that.
So you were just an observer, just observing everything. You didn't have any like capacity to choose or think or anything like that.
Well, no, there was choice, but not really. I was aware, like for instance, the mantid, I encountered some mantids. They communicated with me telepathically, and I was able to respond yes and no, telepathically back to them. I was invited by one of them to integrate into me, and it wasn't like a spoken language, but I was recognizing that I was being invited, that I could, and since I was in this form, it would be an interesting experience. So I literally integrated into this mantid and was looking through its fucking eyes. But it wasn't like, I'm like, ooh, let me jump in. It was just like, I agreed. And then boom, next thing I realized, I'm looking through this thing's eyes. Then after the experience was over, okay, now I'm not in there and I'm seeing the earth is flat with a dome over it. Like, how did I get there? What made that choice to shift the scenery? Like, there was nothing like that. It was interesting as the observer to experience those things. But, oh no, I wasn't the pilot of that fucking ship. And in those contexts, you're told to let go of trying to control the experience and let ayahuasca take you wherever she's supposed to. And all faith is given to ayahuasca and trust is given to ayahuasca that she's just going to magically show you what you need to see, which is putting a lot of faith and trust into some spirit that we're not actually aware of. And I'll be honest with you, since I came out of the Amazon, my life has been fucking turned upside down. And it hasn't been fun. So I'm still on the fence as to whether or not any of that was fucking worth it. I mean, I learned all this know thyself stuff through the process, but I'll be goddamned if I can't get it out to the world. People aren't interested in it. So it's like the things that I think were the most beneficial that I plucked out of the experience as far as knowledge, wisdom nuggets. I can't even parlay that into fucking sharing it with the world because people aren't fucking interested. And it's like, these are the very things that were given to me are the very things that could literally change the tide of the direction of humans if you could just get them. But there's just no way. Everybody's at such different levels that you're never going to get everybody on the same page. You'd be like, right, that's what we need to do. Even though when you actually sit and think about the way I've explained it, yeah, if we don't do that, then what we've been continuously experiencing is going to continue to happen. That's just the way it goes. Because that means there's going to be no change out of humanity.
Yeah. Wow. So that shows that, with your experience that, how many aspects, to us are there? Like, Because we were talking about the shadow self as well too. So there's the mind, the subconscious, the shadow self, the pure spirit observer. Like how many different parts to us
This is
are there?
this is part of exploring yourself and becoming familiar with yourself. This part of your own spiritual journey. I mean, there's books out there to help you learn about the subconscious mind if you desire to like explore and open what's inside of there. But I mean, were you asking me a specific question?
No, yeah, I was just like curious as to like how many different aspects to a person actually exists.
I don't know. I mean, there's all the physical components, and unless you're like a scientific person that would have that specific answer, most people don't. As far as the non-physical, as far as the non-physical, I just started logically thinking about it. I'm like, mind, it's kind of important. The all is mind. The universe is mental. This whole concept of like mentalism and all this other shit. Mind's kind of an important thing. And within the mind, I was like, wait a minute. Within the mind is the conscious and the subconscious. And then within there is your beliefs and your perceptions. All of those are non-physical. And if I fuck any of them up, your experience of life is going to be profoundly different. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. Especially if it's all is mental, like you said.
And then therefore, the importance of these non-physical components of us is as important as if your heart was bad. Because if your mind is bad, there's going to be just a different manifestation of how the bad mind reveals itself. It's not your physical health like a heart problem. It's different. This is why they have the whole concept of mental health. And it's like this big taboo. They wanted it to be a taboo because they didn't want anybody actually taking the time to fix themselves because they knew they were going to mentally fucking destroy people. And that's what they've done. And then there's this big stigma on the concept of quote unquote mental health when what the fuck it is they're actually doing to people is raping their fucking minds and their perceptions and their beliefs or their emotions that tie to their mind. So people are all fucked up because of what's been done. But there's this big taboo and big stigma on mental health. And if people's mental health is as fucked up as physical health can be, and we can see how fucked up physical health problems can be for people and how much problems it can cause for them, well, the same fucking thing applies to the non-physical components of us. Let's just get all of the mind stuff out of the way and talk about sexuality, a non-physical component that has to develop, mature, and mature. And then it's non-physical. It's a polarity inside of the human that we can fuck with. And then the physical expression of that, well, let's just say that's been perverted in ways that I don't think most humans would have ever imagined would be possible a long time ago, but whatever. It's just amazing the things that people are willing to do. I mean, I hate to say this because I'm a guy, but when I look at like what some guys have done, it's amazing what men will stick their crackers in. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not kidding you. Like, it's, whoa, you see the animal side. It's amazing the parallels that can be drawn to man behaving like a fucking animal, whether he's white, black, brown, red, or purple. You see various character traits of animalistic behaviors with things as simple as like, an animal, when it smells a female in heat, it's going to do whatever it can to get in there. And there are guys that are very similar and they just don't care. They just have no care. This is
Well,
true.
didn't they say that the Sumerians or the Anunnaki like mixed our DNA with that of a chimp or something? Or primate?
No. Hominid. We would have been hominid back then. Yep. Which is not apes. And then, I mean, look at us. We're all different. Their genetic structures made us all somewhat different. That's what makes Europeans look different than Russians. That's what makes Russians look different than Chinese. That's what makes Asians look, because there's different genetics in us. There's differences. Then there's cultural differences, developmental differences, fucking evolutionary differences based off of culture and development. There's differences. I think that's
Yeah,
why
I
they
find it funny
separated
how
us.
everyone always tries to deny that. They act like, oh no, that's not the case. It's like it
They're just brainwashed.
100% is the case.
They're just brainwashed. They're not thinking for themselves yet. They're not thinking critically. They're accepting what they have been told and then turning it into a belief that colors and shapes their reality. That's how it works. That's why these bastards
Yeah.
go after the mind. Think about it. Everything about your life experience is driven from your mind, your beliefs, and your
Yeah,
perceptions. Your
yeah, I
perceptions of
understand. Yeah,
yourself, your perceptions of yourself, your self-esteem, your self-confidence, your perceptions of the world, your perceptions of place in it, your perceptions of God, religion, everything. It's all about how you perceive based off of what? What the fuck they've told you.
Yep.
Yet most of us will go through life without seeking any real evidence of any of the shit that these fuckers have told us because we don't carry in our mind a context that they could be deceiving us. It's not until we get older, become conscious in whatever way and ask questions that we start to trace this shit back and realize the roots of this fucking deception, the roots of the indoctrination, the way they're going after the child's mind. That's some of the most insidious shit you could ever imagine. These people are willfully attacking children's minds, knowing what they're going to do to them. Huh. And we stand around like a bunch of idiots holding our crotches while they do it. It's crazy. I mean, when you can. Go ahead. You're going to say something, Nina?
Yeah, exactly. If this reincarnation trap, if this would be tightly sealed, let's say, because when you go out of body, you don't have the rational mind. Why would they make such an effort to go after like the destruction of the mind?
Control.
Lose production, control.
Well, I think a couple of things. If I can completely twist up your mind and have it like torn amongst itself, that can be producing loosh because you're in mental torment. As well as if I can mind fuck you, I can control you. If I control your mind, your ass will eventually follow. It's the root of where your consciousness exists, or let me rephrase that. Your consciousness, in the way that it exists, has direct contact and connection to mind as a vehicle of perception, or that it uses to perceive. So when these assholes are going after these perceptions when we're young and completely unaware, they literally mean you harm. And they literally mean to control and influence every aspect of your perception of the world, of reality, of God, of their position in the world over you, and the whole bit. That's what the fuck that is. That's exactly why they're doing it. It's exactly why they've been doing it. It's the most evilest, diabolicalist thing you can think of when you really step away from. They're literally getting children at ground zero and then beginning to mold and shape and craft and influence their minds and their perceptions all the way through their fucking lives. And when oh wow. I mean, I'm telling people, this is not just making up conspiracy theory about what it is that I think. The evidence is everywhere. The evidence is everywhere. Look at the condition of people in lieu of what we've seen in the last 4 years. I'm sorry. That just screams at bullhorns. The unfortunate reality of the condition of us human species, especially men, because we're the ones, like it or lump it, that are going to bear the burden of changing anything should it be changed before our fucking demise. And if men haven't fucking figured it out, if they've been psychologically or chemically lobotomized or neutered, we don't stand a chance. We don't stand a chance. And without divine intervention or something in that category, we're fucking done. And it'll be another Cabbage Patch story in 100 years where they wiped out humanity, or a lot of them, and they started replenishing the earth with their orphan trains and their Cabbage Patch Kids. If there's shreds of truth to those myths, it would give some credence to some of the genetic engineering programs or modification programs from Babylon. And that's the last history we really have of it. But that doesn't mean it hasn't existed since Babylon. That doesn't mean it hasn't existed since the days of Marduk and the Epic of Gilgamesh, because that would have been the last known genetic modification program that I'm aware of that was like public. Everybody knew that's what was happening. There were chimeras everywhere. That was Babylon. That was 3,500 years ago, 4,000 years ago. So just because it's missing from our history doesn't mean it hasn't been continuing. And that might give rise to where the resets come in, and then the Cabbage Patch Kids or the orphan trains, because they're replenishing the population. We see images of children working in factories with adults overseeing them. Something fucking happened. Something had to have happened for there not to be enough adults and for there to be children. I mean, because all of a sudden Europeans just got into child labor, huh? Child slavery. Yeah, all of a sudden that became a thing. I don't know. Some people suggest that the inner Earth, or some of the stuff where they've been creating new stuff for the ability to create people underground. It's all speculation. It's all conspiracy theory. It's all, you can't quantify it. You could just reasonably conclude it might be possible based off of X, Y, and Z. And holy shit, there's a lot of X, Y, and Z going on. And based on that, yeah, there's a few things you can conclude. And this is where we get stuck. Is it this? Is it that? What are they doing? What's really happening? Who's in control of us? Are they fucking modifying us, or are the resets real? It's amazing. It's amazing.
Speculation.
It's amazing to me how challenging it is for us to just simply know the basic goddamn facts of our reality and our history. Why would these things be robbed or stolen from an entire planet so we didn't understand the roots of our history? And nothing has felt compelled to assist us with that, considering what that's going to ultimately do to the entirety of the species upon the whole of that fucking planet. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Then they would just lie to us, put all these lies into our heads. I literally believed that lie so goddamn much, I took the leap of faith that I did, thinking I was being service to the great spirit in the sky, and then come to realize the hard way that is also one of the biggest deceptions. And I believed it so much that fuck me, Agnes. That's a big slap in the face, man. That's a betrayal that you can't even explain when you did what I did because you believed that there was this benevolent spirit daddy. And then you go splat, come to realize that, that belief was all false. And you just threw away your own fucking life and sold all the shit that you owned because you thought you were going to work for the big man in the sky. Yeah, I think that it's a source of entertainment and humor for these vile fucking deceiving pieces of shit, to be honest with you.
100%.
Because had I not had those experiences that would have even given me the sense that I was being called by something bigger than me, I would have never gone to the Amazon. I would have never sold everything I own. I would have never walked away from a motherfucking career that paid me well. I would have never done any of the things that I did. And most people don't realize that the only way an otherwise rational individual would do that is if he had a belief in the great spirit in the sky and then combine that with some experiences that you can't logic and reason away that all point to something. It's just like, yep, something pulled my fucking strings. And yeah, I think it's a big fucking joke for them, to be honest with you. Our lives mean nothing.
Yeah, and I think that's why they project it to us through things like TV and stuff, and what TV is supposed to represent, like a black box of entertainment and stuff like that. I'm sure that that's kind of how they view this whole reality, at least those outside of here, you know? It's almost like a TV set for them, and they can see, but of course they can interact with the characters within, the TV screen clearly, but yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. That was just one of the things that came to my mind right then.
I've often wondered how much technology is monitoring this place that we're not even aware exists, that gives them the ability to give you a life review. If we've got something like life reviews, you just got to wonder how that's happening, and the level of technology that's at play to literally be able to record everything, even if it's technology that's built into us that we don't even fucking realize, where they can record through our eyes and through the vehicle of our mind.
Yeah.
And then give us back this fucking scene by scene. Something's going on for that to happen. That's not all just being projected out of the mind of God as he judges us all after we die. No. No. No.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of like them being able to see through our eyes. But on top of that, it might go back to my other slight theory I had earlier about the shadow self within us. That could be like the thing that's almost like our handler in that way, where it's like it's there to observe all like the things that make you feel uncomfortable or make you feel happy or whatever, all that stuff. It just observes and keeps all that stuff down and stuff so it can be used against you later. Because as I also kind of mentioned and stuff, that shadow self and stuff will follow you and be a part of you as you're trying to transition over. And the whole reason why they would be able to bring up all these receipts about different things that have happened in your life that may make you feel guilty or angry or whatever, weak and stuff like that, where you'll be more easily convinced to come back. I think that's maybe one of the ways that they're able to do that. But again, that's complete theory. I don't know that for sure, obviously.
You were going to say something, Mina?
Yeah, I wanted to say what you experience after like death seems to be a lot like narcissism, like love bombing. When you
Mm-hmm.
unity and love, and then when you get the life review, it's like guilt tripping. So it has a lot of similarities with narcissism in my eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's about deception. It's about getting your guard down. It's about getting you to believe things that they want you to believe based off of the facade that they present to you when you're in a freshly transitioned state and probably quite ignorant to how things work. They're very interested in getting you to believe and perceive what they want you to believe and perceive pretty straight away. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds very godly.
That's the thing. There's nothing about this place that even reminds me of divinity. The beauty of nature is only skin deep.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, it's a crazy thing because it's beautiful. You look at the mountains and the sunsets and all, it's just like wow, fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
But then when you look under the skirt and you see that everything's predatory from mammals all the way down to fish and birds and just everything, preys on everything else. Part of me gets the cycle of life. The other part of me sees it as so goddamn barbaric, and there's some species upon this earth that are sentient. I mean, it's a really bizarre thing when you watch a cow experience joy or a pig in a way that you as a human being, you can't deny it. And then to realize that we're doing what we're doing, it's just like, something's weird. Birds, I don't think they're sentient. I'm sorry, I don't think a chicken or a turkey thinks very much. And I think that they would be more in the category of like food. But I don't know, this thing we're doing to cows, and pigs, I don't know. They're sentient. Pigs are smart as dogs, maybe even smarter. And we're slaughtering them and eating them, and I don't understand why. I really don't. I don't get it. And then when you really sit and think about it, what does your heart tell you when you imagine yourself consuming the flesh of a dead animal? And I'm not a vegan. I had some hamburger earlier. But when you think about it from a moral perspective, it's like, whoa, we really are killing other life and then consuming it. Something about that. It's got to be bad. But it's all we know. And that's the problem. When you are mired in a pattern of doing things like eating flesh that may never have ever been intended, and it's because of the evil that's taken over that led you down that path to start doing it. I don't know. I'm not a vegan. I despise the militant vegans too. But I'll be damned if I don't recognize what it is we're doing to other sentient life. And when you watch a cow frolic and play ball, literally kick that ball back to your freaking ass, you realize there's something going on in there more than we thought. Yes, they're animals. Yes, they're farm animals. I get it. But I think they're more aware than we think they are. And when you can see something that's actually experiencing and expressing joy, I don't know. I think we're crossing some lines.
I was vegan for quite some time, but then I became anemic. So maybe I did something wrong, but at least I tried. So
I just think we could get all that same stuff out of like fish, chicken, poultry. Um, and yeah, fish and poultry. I don't have any problems with fish and poultry as a source of protein and all this type of stuff. I guess maybe there's something in red meat. Um, like I said, it's just this whole concept of we're going to take your life and then we're going to eat you. And I don't know. Like I said, I'm 52 years old and I just had some hamburger today. Been eating meat my whole fucking life. But the more I start thinking about energy, yeah, there's got to be something going on there energetically that we're not aware of because we're born into a reality where that's just what you do, from Asia to America and all points in between, except maybe India. It's just more reason to dislike this reality, to absolutely just when you look at what we do, what we've been driven into doing. And I'm sorry, I just look at the whole thing as we're driven into it because we're born blank and programmable, and we're only going to be as good as the knowledge that we get. And when that knowledge is predicated upon the indoctrination and brainwashing that these people seek to get into our heads, fuck, what chance do we have if we don't have any access to past lives, past memories, or all those memories and lessons that the soul has learned? See?
yeah, eating dead bodies, you are what you eat. No?
I did pescatarian. I'm okay with pescatarian. I could live a decent life being pescatarian and never really miss. Because here's the thing, you know what else? What else is it? Another bird that you could supplement beef with is ostrich, and it's quite good. It's a bird, right?
Yeah, I also had this like beef from the well, do you call it beef? It's not really beef. Ostrich, indeed. I also had it. Tasty. But
Ostrich is like red meat.
Talking about energy, what do you think about Kundalini? Because of course it's like a dormant energy in our body, but it's still very connected to the new age. So I'm kind of skeptical of the whole new age movement. So I don't know
Well,
about the Kundalini stuff.
I know of a woman who had a Kundalini awakening and it kind of destroyed her life. I've heard before meeting her, it was an online thing, and talking to her and understanding what she went through and what it did to her mind and her perception. It rang into my mind that I've heard stories about Kundalini that say there's preparation that needs to take place before you even fuck with it because it's so powerful. And if you're not prepared in whatever way you're supposed to be, I don't even know what that is, but whatever prepared means, Kundalini can fuck you all up. Fuck with your health, fuck with your life, fuck with your mind. It just has this, because it's such a powerful force, and somehow, for whatever reason, it becomes destructive. And I think that it's unfortunate for people who have spontaneous Kundalini awakenings, because if they're not prepared to deal with that energy, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually, it's going to all but destroy them. And the woman that I know had an experience where I think her experience was quite close to that, where it kind of really took her out and has fucked with her perception of reality, literally, for kind of a while. Therefore, if I was to give you an honest answer, I'd say it's something that you have to spend years studying and practicing Tantra and managing heavy energy, like heavy sexual energy, because Kundalini is that spirit or that serpent energy that goes up the spine. I've heard people reference that it ties into aspects of that. If you literally lack all normal, wait. If you lack any extra ability to manage that stuff, they say it can take over. And do negative things. So all of that was just theoretical stuff that I've heard, read, listened to other people talk about until I met the one woman that I met maybe 6 months ago. We talked for a little while, and we don't talk anymore because I cut it off because, well, I was probably judgmental that she was not engaging very much because she's probably going through her own Kundalini stuff. Anyway, it is what it is. People come and go. Anyway, there's what I think about Kundalini. It's supposedly very real. It's been talked about for a long time. Vedics have studied it for a long time, and practice it. But they also say that there's a lot of spiritual, physical, mental, emotional work that goes into preparing yourself to unleash the serpents within you in that context. Yeah. So apparently it's really powerful, and if you're not ready for it, you're going to be fucked. And if you can unfuck yourself, you'll be lucky and stronger for it. And if you can't, well, you're going to be dealing with shit for kind of a long time. I think it's one of the ways people can awaken. Kundalini experiences, pain and suffering, big life changes, having your paradigm shattered. There's a few things that are like catalysts. And she was the first one that I met that actually had a Kundalini experience to awaken. It's transmuting chaos. She's definitely got her pieces, things that she sees. She has a specialized knowledge now that I don't think she did before, of the demiurgic AI, and that whole realm is like she's super focused in on that. Just like I had my psychedelic experiences that woke me up in a different level, and I tuned in to know thyself, super focused in on that. It's like through these experiences, us humans tend to get pieces of this, and I think we're supposed to come together with our pieces and try and put it together, and it'll show us something else. But since we're all so separate, disparate, and damaged, and all those other things, it's probably not going to happen. Anyway.
So why would this Kundalini energy be cut off in the first place? I mean, why don't we have it active already at birth? Or
Well, it's powerful. Therefore, we have to learn about it. We have to develop ourselves first. It's something that you have to grow into because of its power. You have to learn prerequisite knowledge and information about yourself, about sexual energy, about controlling and all that stuff. That's all prerequisite information that you have to lay the foundation for before you start to open the doors towards trying to stimulate that awake. It's probably something that's so powerful that's meant to be tapped into when you reach a certain level of maturity, consciousness level, have done the work properly to get yourself prepared mentally, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, for dealing with that level of power. It possibly is a dormant energy that's designed to be the next phase of our evolution to a different level or something like that. But when it's happening spontaneously to people through whatever trigger it is that gets unleashed in a life that's not prepared for it in any of the four ways or some of the four, they're not prepared for it. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. And strangely enough, people talk about Kundalini in a lot of these New Age circles like it's no big deal. Like, oh God, I had a Kundalini experience. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, no, you didn't. And I think there's a lot of spiritual charlatans out there.
there are
Anyway.
a lot of people who say that I have the third eye opened, but they don't see anything unusual. Or a Kundalini experience when, exactly.
Have you had any experiences with yourself?
Sorry?
Have you had any
Have you had any
experience
experience
with
with
Kundalini
Kundalini
yourself?
energy yourself?
Well, what I said about the LSD experience that I had, it began with a lot of heat. It was as if I was on fire. And they also call Kundalini baptized by fire. And after this, I went through this hyperspace. I became one with everything. At one point, my body dissolved and I became like light. But just as you said, I was only an observer. I didn't have any. At one moment, I was just like energy, only white energy. So it could be that this is a Kundalini experience because it began with this huge feeling of warmth, but I'm not exactly sure. So it was not without any substances, let's say.
How long ago did that happen for you?
I was, I think, let me see, I think it was 15 years ago.
How old are you now?
How old are you now?
38.
Yeah, my breakthroughs didn't come until I was in my 40s. All the LSD I tried in my teens and early 20s just never did anything for me. Anyway, hey guys, it's 11 o'clock at night. I didn't even pay attention to the time. And I've been on for 5 hours. So I'm going to call it a night and bid you all farewell.
Yeah, thank you for chatting with us. Or speaking for myself, I appreciate it.
Very much enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you guys.
All right,
So,
take care, everyone.
all right, y'all take care.
All right, all the
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.